that guy who you meet out has like a really high expectation that because you had a good conversation that you're gonna put aside your entire day and you're gonna show up for coffee next day, and that's sort of an expectation. How do you feel about that from like your lens of the world?
I might not show up.
The weaker you are, the more you have to project strength. If you have a 50K a year job and your girlfriend is not that attractive, then be real.
Listening to you, I made like $300,000 and I'm on a trajectory to make 50 to 100,000 a month.
The fucking boot camp was amazing. So everywhere I go, I meet people, coffee shops, clubs. The whole music week, I've been out just meeting like 150 people.
How much money would you say you probably made back since you did the trainings?
Yeah, it would be 10 million.
Using your unique gifts, you can scale that and add a shitload to people. That's how you get rich. Wouldn't it be amazing if a guy just came to you, he's like, I want to marry you now, but it wasn't a fucking loser? That takes certain skills. Notice that you're building value at each level, and what you're doing is you're putting a huge amount of, say the word mental capital, thought capital, time resources, focus resources, energetic resources, okay, basically into mastering my craft. Those little small things are building the vehicle so that you can have that big moment. It's that awareness that it's not about the limitations of your body or your ego, which are dying, but there's something past the good days and bad, and there's something past limitation. When you had to consciously learn it, what's cool about that is you know the path. So it's kind of like you have the exact skills to rebuilding. To meet somebody out and then to expect them to come and meet up with you when you just met them out, that is largely viewed as weird. It's too much too soon. Also, in 2026 for a lot of guys, and look, you can break these rules, okay? Anybody hearing this probably has some examples of times where this didn't apply. I'm not saying these are universal rules. I'm saying these are general principles. Even a date, you guys know that in 2026, you don't go on a date with someone you just met, right? Also viewed as weird. Also weird. Okay? This is not the 1950s. You don't go on a date with somebody who you just met, okay? So what you do is you meet up in a group or where you're doing something cool. Now, why would you guys say that in a bigger city that you have it to where, we should meet up sometime or we should meet up just means I think you're cool? What is that? What is going on there? Why do they say it like that and then not meet up?
They have too many opportunities in the city because there are so many things to do.
Yeah, way too many fucking opportunities, okay? Like, let's put it this way. When I do a party in my mansion, I can't even get anybody to show up unless I add extra value. Now, my day ones will all be there, okay? I've got my core group of deep friendships with men and women that will support me, right? I've got my day one ride or die bad bitches that will do anything. Like those girls will sit there with me at my party, and even if there's only 6 people, they'll sit there with me and they'll have a great time, and they don't care who comes or who doesn't come. They're my quote unquote real friends to whatever extent that a man and a girl can be a real friend. You know what I'm saying, right? Like they're my home girls, they'll come no matter what. Those are the girls who you have a deep investment with, okay? There's real investment that's there, and you've laid the groundwork for that relationship, okay? So conversely though, say that I just do a party. Now, if I'm in a huge mansion in the Hollywood Hills, Marcel lives in a $48 million mansion, basically the fucking Tony Stark mansion looking over a cliff in Malibu. It's debatable that Marcel may live in the best house in all of Los Angeles. It's debatable. There's a lot you could kind of put in the running, you know what I'm saying? But he's for sure in the top 20 to 30 houses in all of LA, and some people would say the best house. He can't just invite people over and they just show up just because he's got a sick house. Doesn't work like that. And even if he's got amazing social skills, they're not necessarily going to show up. Okay? So the kind of things that you do is you, take Charlotte. Charlotte's like a gangster girl for me, right? She'll show up to anything I do. Me and Charlotte are friends. Anything I do, she knew I was running a seminar. She's like, yeah. She's like, I'm coming. She's like, I'm flying out. I'm coming to kick it with you. You know what I'm saying, right? That's real friendship right there. I hope that you're enjoying the video that's playing right now. And what I want to tell you is that if you like this kind of content, I want to take you way deeper. And I do free events all over the country. So if you'd actually like to attend the kind of event that it is that you're seeing here right now, here is my recommendation to you. Click the link below, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna connect you to a very, very cool website. On the website, we're gonna show you everything that you could expect. And what'll wind up happening, look at the environment we are here. See how there's like a lot of people out here? Well, I'm gonna go out to wherever there's a ton of people, and we're gonna do a field trip, and we're gonna go chat with everybody. And again, I do free events like this all over the country. In addition, we'll be in the classroom, just like you see here, both going over content. The clip that I put here is from when I'm kind of on a rant, but these events run very long. And the cool thing is that while you're there, we're also doing group meetups, we're talking to each other, we're networking, and we're giving a ton of personal feedback, which are all clips I never post, okay? I just post the rants here online. So if you wanna be at an event like this, what I would tell you is click the link right now. I've been doing these for free on what I call a free tour for the past few years, but I don't necessarily see myself sustaining a free tour kind of situation that much longer. I'm getting a little gray in the beard here, as you can see. And I wouldn't say that energetically I'm likely to just continue smashing out free event after free event after free event. So if this is something you want to do, you got to click the link below. I'm excited to meet you in person, take you out for a field trip, get you in the classroom, get you networking, get you a bunch of feedback. It's going to be just awesome. Okay, click the link. I'll see you there. Excited to shake your hand and meet you in person. By the way, the next one are going to be Charlotte, Atlanta, Nashville, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Salt Lake, Denver, Chicago, Minnesota, Detroit, New York City, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Vegas, Phoenix, San Diego, Boston, and DC. I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing you at the free event. Click the link below. Your day ones are gonna be there. You know what I'm saying, right? Like your day ones, they're gonna be there for you. That's your real friendships that you've actually built a proper relationship with. But you've got to understand that when you meet somebody out, there's no investment into you, right? So, for example, we talk a lot about how a lot of the time women will chase status, and guys get mad about that. They get salty that women chase status. That's not really the full picture when we say that women chase status. That's not entirely true. I think that women have a lot of day ones that they're tight with, who there's a built relationship with, and they're not chasing status with those people. But if they're meeting a random person out, like just some random fucking dude who they damn well know is just trying to put their dick in him anyway, they know it's not real. They know that you talking to them is not real. They're not dumb. They're not like, oh wow, like we're really gonna talk about our shared love for Pokemon. Like he just really likes Pokemon cards. Like they know you wanna fuck, okay? So they're not stupid. Like, Caro, could you come up here? I'll just ask you a couple questions. I think it would add to the video, okay? She's like a super loyal, like down-ass bitch. Like she's crazy loyal. She's got great friends. It's okay, come on. It's okay, she's my friend. So, give her a hand for coming up here when she's shocked and trying. Okay, so, okay, yeah, here. So like, okay, so for example, you're a truly great, I really mean this, you're a truly great friend to anybody who I've ever seen you be friends with, right? Is every single friend that you have based on clout, or do you have a lot of friends that are not like high in the clout chase?
No, all of my friends are imam, and they don't do social media. They don't do anything. Like they're literally just like at home, like with their husbands. I'm the only one that lives like a crazy life, so I don't really care about clout.
Yeah, and do you also have maybe some guy friends from back home?
Yes. Yeah, a couple, but they're like pilots. Like they just, I don't know how to explain it. They're just living their little town. Like.
Okay, yeah. So are these all like clout monster, like high status, stimulus pumping guy friends, or are they like regular guy friends? They're regular people. Okay. So now let me ask you this. So let's say, for example, that you're talking to someone out, okay, and then that guy who you meet out has like a really high expectation that because you had a good conversation that you're gonna put aside your entire day and you're gonna show up for coffee next day, and that's sort of an expectation. How do you feel about that from like your lens of the world?
Like he's expecting me to show up?
Yeah.
I don't know, I might not show up.
Okay, give her a hand, that's all I needed. You gave me what I needed. That was great, that's all I needed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, so do you see, the reason that I bring her up is because a lot of the time, particularly in the red pill space, and I like different ideas out there, I'm not trying to bash, but they make women the other. You know what I'm saying, right? Like women become the other, right? Like, oh, she's just chasing clout because I didn't have enough clout. Wait a minute here, okay? Wait, slow down. The girl has normal friends. You're not her normal friend. Like here, Charlotte, pop up here for a second. Okay, so Charlotte, like this is like her and Kara are two of the nicest people you'd meet, right? Do you have regular friends?
Yes.
Okay, what are they like?
Guys or girls?
Either.
Normal people. We have fun. We're chill. We have a good time together.
But do they all have over 1 million followers at a PJ?
No.
Why not?
Some of them do.
Sure, but a lot of them don't. I know that.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. Okay, so she's like, okay. They're trying to figure out where I'm taking this. Okay, what I'm trying to show is, when I say that girls are chasing stimulus or they're chasing status, I'm not saying that they're like these like retarded zombies, like, I mean, to be fair, some are like, I'm not saying that that's not a thing. That's definitely a thing to some extent, but I'm not saying that that's like, that the majority of women have like regular friends who they have an established relationship with, okay? So when you're trying to meet somebody, whether guy or girl, and I'll talk about both, what you're trying to do is you're trying to kind of metaphorically penetrate into their circle when they have no investment into you, okay? So that doesn't mean that somebody is a bad person just because they're chasing clout or because you have to add value, right? So for example, if I do a party up at my mansion, we might do something like bring puppies up to the mansion, okay? So literally, we'll bring like 20 puppies, or we'll bring baby goats. We'll bring a really good DJ. We might do Prince Street Pizza, things like that, right? But there's some kind of an added draw in order to get high value people, whether attractive women, successful guys that I'm trying to network with, could be successful girl I'm trying to network with. But to get them to come out, there's usually some kind of added value. You want to think about it like this, right? Whenever I say this, people always try to front where they say, oh, you shouldn't have to do that. Like, if they can't be a real friend, I don't like that. Let me be clear here. I like transactional relationships, but I have very deep day one relationships as well. Do you guys follow what I'm saying here? Why do you want every relationship you have to be all day one, hyper loyal, blood, like to the death, blood level friendship? And like that's all you want? You don't want to have some transactional relationships where you're getting something, they're getting something, but you don't have to like talk on the phone for 3 hours a day? There's only so much bandwidth for day ones, guys. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I have some incredible transactional relationships that I really value and love, and I love those people. So is the question you guys might have like, well, if you love those people, how come you're not like day one blood level friends with them? Is that your guys' question? Because we're both busy. Because neither of us have time. Does that make sense? Okay, so for example, I have friendships where it could be another guy who knows a lot about business. And we meet up, we talk extensively about business, and then we leave. I don't give a shit that he had a breakup. I don't give a shit that his niece, is upset that he didn't get her the right Barbie. I don't fucking care. Does that make sense? But does that mean that I don't care with my day ones? You guys following this? Okay. Another one is my friend Ty Lopez, who I'm aware had some challenges. He's had a challenging year. Okay. But Ty, in LA, every motherfucker that I see is always telling me, especially when Ty's not on top at this exact moment, but he's been on top for like 15 fucking years or whatever it's been for him. 12, 13 years has been on top of the game. And everybody would come up to me and say, Ty is very superficial, okay? Because Ty has a lot of superficial transactional relations, probably more than almost anybody, right? Who do you see Ty mostly hanging out with on his Instagram story? His grandmother. How many of you motherfuckers, and you know who else he mostly hangs out with? His friends from high school. So I've got to hear dumb fucks tell me that Ty Lopez is superficial and transactional when he hangs out mostly with his high school friends and his grandma.
And he likes to be on a farm.
And he goes and he lives half the year on a farm milking cows. And I've got to hear these dumb idiots in LA tell me that Ty is just all about chasing clout. No, he's not about chasing clout. It's that his bandwidth for day ones is monopolized because he's a grown man and a father. And so in order to get into his circle, you would bring something on the front end. Then over time, a day one type relationship might get built. I've known Ty for years. I can't tell you how many times he just calls me up. He's like, let's go to Spago, pays for a $700 dinner, and just gives value to me and didn't ask for anything in return. Nothing. He has no reason to do that. He doesn't need anything from me. He doesn't need good old RSC Tyler to give him the next tip. He's good, but he just does that, okay? Now, here's what's interesting, right? So I've known Ty for years. Again, I know he hasn't had his best year. I'm aware of that, okay? You don't need to tell me. But the point is this, right? Also notice that even though Ty had a rough year, I'm still down for Ty. People will come to me like that and they're like, what the fuck? Like, how could you say that? And I'm like, that shows that I'm a real friend. Do you guys remember what happened with Julian?
Yeah.
Y'all remember what happened with Julian? How many people would have stuck by him?
5%?
You think 5?
Maybe.
It's never happened in history that somebody stuck by someone in that much trouble. Okay? So I stick by people no matter what. If you're my friend, you're my friend. You're up, you're down, I'm down for you. A lot of people never did that for me. Whole lot of people, I have a rough time. Even some of the people that I did that for won't do that for me. Like I did that for them, they won't do that for me. It basically just doesn't happen. That just doesn't exist. I'm a freak of nature on that one. So if you're my friend, you're my friend. But the point that I'm getting at is like, Ty, the way that sorry, I had a point there. Ty basically has, well, again, he had a rough year, but Ty literally has the most friends or the most amount of clout, like in LA, of almost anyone I've ever seen. He has a $100 million estate and just puts on some of the best parties in all of LA. He's had the Golden State Warriors come to his house. He's had all these, he knows, Ty has introduced me to so many celebrities. I have gotten millions of dollars in clients from Ty. He doesn't even know that, by the way. I kind of mentioned it to him here or there. I don't think he understands. I don't think he understands the ultra wealthy people that he introduced me to that wound up giving me 6 figures, 7 figures for one-on-one coaching. Ty has introduced me to some of the most famous, the highest level business owners in the world without even asking anything from me. But here's where it gets funny, okay? So I've known Ty since day one, and I was the guy that kind of pushed him to get on YouTube, actually, funny enough. I never used to talk about that, but he started talking about it, so I'll mention it. Now, here's the thing. If I go to Ty's party and the line is packed up outside, do you guys think that even though maybe 2 nights before we were at Spago and he just paid $700 for our dinner, if the lineup is filled up at the front at Ty's party at his $100 million estate, do I call Ty on the phone and say, hey, can you bump me to the front line? I don't. I don't do it. Does that seem weird? If Marcel is having a party at his house, I hang out with Marcel 3 to 5 days a week. But if the security line out in front of his crib is long, do you think I call him to get help, to get in? Let me give you a hint. If Marcel is having sex with somebody, do I knock on his door and ask for help with accounting? Okay, if you're fucking right now, okay, do I knock on your door and go like, Tommy, my friend was mean to me and I want to gossip, Tommy. And you know why? Because you're getting yours, right? You're getting yours. You're getting it in. So a lot of people in big cities, here's what they don't get, okay? When Ty is running a party, what do you think that costs him? What do you think Marcel pays for a party? What do you think I pay for a party?
$100,000?
Could be. I've done up to $500,000 parties. But a typical would be about, look, a cheap one might be $5,000. That'd be a cheap one. But look, even if it's $5,000, that's a cheap one. That's still $5,000. You gonna interrupt me while I'm trying to get it in when I paid $5,000? So a lot of people that come to a big city, they think that a $20,000 party is like a little kid's party with a piñata and a Sara Lee chocolate cake. Like it's like your party from when you're a kid. It ain't the time, motherfucker. It's not the time for that. Look, that's not a fucking party, you fucking retard. That's not a party. That's a business expense. That's not a fucking party. Are you dumb? Do you actually think that people burn through the price of a new car for a 3-hour party? Like, you could get a new car for a 3-hour party. Are you so stupid that you actually think that that's a party? That's not a fucking party, you fucking moron. You know what it's like? It's like a girl that lets you take her out for a $700 dinner and thought you didn't want to fuck. You just like burning $700 on someone you just met. Luckily, I'm not dumb enough to do that. But a lot of guys are, right? I remember an ex-girlfriend of mine. She hit me up. She was a stunner. She didn't hit me up. She was chatting me. She was beside me on the bed. And she burst out in tears, right? Burst out in tears. I'm like, baby, what happened? She goes, my good friend, he told me he's in love with me. That means our friendship was fake the entire time. Bitch, you thought that this guy was taking you for dinners and listening to you to talk for fucking 5 hours and you didn't want to fuck? I don't believe in calling women bitches, by the way. That's comedy, okay? This is half comedy, okay? I'm talking like comedy. So, okay? So I'm saying motherfucker about guys too, okay? So the point is, you're dumb enough. You really thought that this guy was like taking you out for dinners, listening to you talk because he likes to hear you vent? He just loves your venting? What kind of narcissism is that? That is the definition of NPD narcissism, right? Like, you thought that some guy was putting on a $20,000 party so that you could come and like waste 7-8 minutes of that time? Okay, if Marcel paid 20 grand to put on a party, right? And I need 7 minutes of his time to come get me, what's the math on that if the party's 3 hours? If it's $20,000 for 3 hours, what is that per hour? It's about $7,000 an hour, right? So for him to come get the door, I'm basically saying, give me $1,000, Marcel. That's what's being said. It's not a fucking Sara Lee cake piñata party from when you're 5. It's a networking event, okay? It said it's a party, like, oh, we're having a party. It's not a party, okay? No different than if a guy takes a girl on a fancy date, he wants to fuck you, okay? He's not taking you out spending $500 on dinner because he doesn't want to fuck you. He's not even taking out his mother on a $500 fucking dinner. It's to fuck you, okay? And the quiet part out loud is that it's done in a cool, it's like a cool vibe. It's like, let's grab dinner. Let's just grab some dinner. Here, let me invite you to a party, okay? So likewise, now how about you're at the party, okay? So, okay, that person's at a party. Now, I'm bemoaning and whinging about the $20,000 party. But what about that transactional person that is in LA? That transactional person, right? They're in LA and they just went to a party. Okay, they didn't spend 20 grand. They get to consume the food and drinks there and they get to get a good vibe for free. Okay, fine. Fair enough, right? But if you live in LA, what's your rent? Starting.
3 grand, 5 grand.
I mean, that's in a shithole fucking shit heap dump, 3 to 5 grand. I mean, you're gonna be in fucking, like, one of the girls that I dated over the years, she actually lived in South Central. Literally, bro, like, straight out of Compton. Crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube, okay? From the gang called Ninjas with Attitude. So, literally, like, Compton, bro. What do you think rent is in Compton? 2 grand for a studio. That's LA, okay? 2 grand for a studio. So if somebody's paying $7,000-8,000 in rent, then they've got to make the money on that, right? Do they have time to go to your stupid ass party? They got to make money. They're trying to make it. They're trying to make it. So if they're at a party, they're there trying to make it. They're there trying to meet significant people. So as a result, not everybody. Look, some people just want to do coke, okay? I don't do coke, but you know, like, to be fair, I'm probably making it sound better than it is. But the point is they want to meet people while sustaining their cocaine habits. And to be fair, that cocaine habit's a pretty big priority for them too, probably. But you know my point. I don't touch drugs at all. Neither does Marcel. But the point that I'm getting at is they're there for a reason, right? So then, surprise, surprise, they are viewing you as transactional when they need to make it. Like, you're saying they're transactional. You know what they're thinking? I don't want to go back to Idaho, bitch. I don't want to go back to Kansas. By the way, I like Idaho and Kansas. They're actually fucking, I love those cities. They really should go back. They're actually better. But the point is, what they're trying to accomplish in that moment, yes, they're going to be transactional, okay? So to expect that they're going to be a day one, like this is like day one, ride or die. Like you're just going to make plans to meet up for coffee tomorrow. You're going to make your little fucking coffee plan, and they're going to show up with their fucking notebook, and they're going to sit there and listen to all your problems, get to know you, and they've got all this money that they have to make, or somebody's doing a party, and then like, bro, I will be doing a fucking party, and some of my day ones come up and try to talk to me. I'm like, what are you talking to me for? Get out of here. You're lucky I let you in here. You shouldn't even be in here. Get the fuck out of here. Go away. Go away. You think I'm trying to go talk to Marcel when he's putting on a party? No. Why would I not talk to Marcel when he's doing a party?
You talk to him all the other time.
I saw him earlier in the day. I don't need to talk to Marcel at a rate of $1,000 per 10 minutes. Marcel's there to network and meet women. Let the man live. Let him get it in. Don't be coming up to me, right? People will literally hit me up. Like, I'll come into Miami, right? I'm trying to run a weekend of events and be like, let's do lunch while you're here. No. The answer is no. The answer is no. Okay? Now, these are good friends of mine, and the answer is no. Why would I not go meet up with somebody for lunch while I'm here running events, by the way?
Making money.
That, but you know what else? Because it burns down my voice. I can only speak a certain amount of hours at an event before my voice is gone and my energy. Why am I going to go there hearing somebody talk about their problems? I'm running an event. And now notice this. They didn't call me when I wasn't running the event, right? But they secretly get off that I've got a room of people that this is my little moment. I'm having my little moment where I'm the star, and they get off that they can get my attention. Like they can come to me in front of all these people and go, hey, come back here. Let's go talk. Look, even if any of you try to talk to me out there, the answer is no. Try to talk to me outside. The answer is no. I'm not talking to you. It ain't happening. I'm not. I literally go, I'll look you in the, I will literally, I'll resent you and dislike you that you came up to me. I'll hide it the way that a man hides that the woman he's on a date with, that he wants to fuck her. Okay, like, no, I really do like spending $700 on dinner for someone I don't know who I may or may not fuck. Okay, yeah, this is awesome. I love this. Thank you for not paying for any of it, but this is great for you. Okay, so the point is, like, I will fake that I'm happy to talk to you, and then I'll go, cool, like that, counting the seconds till you leave. Now, why is that I'm doing that? Because if you're out there, this is not about me, by the way. I'm trying to show you the other side of it. If you're out there asking me a question, where could you ask the question? Here. And then I could make a bid out of it for fucking social media. But no. You need your one. Now, I'm $25,000 an hour for one-on-one. But you're going to get your little one-on-one out of me for 6-7 minutes outside, right? And you're owed that. Okay, so speakers are all feeling that. They're like, get this guy the fuck out of here. Look, really smart speakers have security that keep everybody gone. But here's what's funny. Now, let's contrast that behavior with who I am as a man. Okay? I'm a Christian. I'm somebody who believes in giving value. I run a business that makes me less money than I could make to do personal growth because I want to help people when I could be doing mergers and acquisitions with Sid or something else more lucrative. I'm a wonderful friend. I care about my clients. I put out 3-hour, 5-hour videos on YouTube completely for free, knowing that they'll get low views. So how do you contrast the fact that I care about people that much, that I literally believe that I will only get into heaven if I'm a good person, and that I hate you when you talk to me outside? What's going on there? I'm trying to show you how to understand networking at a higher level here. This will give you the framework. Why the contrast? What is my reason that I hate you if you talk to me outside, and yet I'll help you in here for hours? What's my reasoning?
Because of the time and place.
You want to get something out of it too.
Because they're stealing from the best use of your time.
They're stealing from the group. This is about, yeah, you got it. This is about the group. 7 minutes out there is 7 minutes not in here. Using my voice 7 minutes out there means that we end the seminar at 11:53 instead of 12. So my goal, when I'm doing this event, is to benefit both this group of people who showed up and the people who will see the video online. Try to follow where I'm taking you here, okay? I'm taking you on a journey here that will dramatically change your life, because when you understand this, you're gonna change, okay? Every high-level person knows what I'm saying and feels this, and it's like, yeah, that's obvious, but they won't usually tell you, because usually if they try to tell you, you get mad at them. So they've written you off. But by not telling you, you never get the frameworks of how to network with higher level people. You never get the frameworks. So I'm showing you the frameworks. So what you have to ask yourself in every situation is, what does this person want? Okay? So if I'm running an event and I go, yeah, it's a free event, whatever, right? That's the surface level. Much like how we say it's a party or it's a dinner date, right? Look, why do we say it's let's go for dinner as opposed to saying, I want to fuck you. I want to whip out my dick and fuck you. Okay? Maybe to get in a relationship, by the way. Maybe, like, there's probably a couple women here, like, as a woman, does that shock you that, like, men that took you out for dinner want to whip out their dick and start fucking you? Does that shock you? Okay. How about you? Okay, so you guys know. Was there ever a point, like maybe when you're younger, like, I didn't know. I thought he just wanted to get a nice dinner and he had a lot of money. I thought he's just very generous. Okay? Right? And then you realize, wait a minute, and then probably if you're smart, you stopped accepting the dinners unless he has at least a shot at some point. Maybe not that night. Of course not that night. But you know what? Okay, that's the other hose, right? But what I'm saying is, like, you learn at a certain point that unless he really does have a shot, to say no because it's not polite. But some girls are dumb and they're like, I thought you just wanted dinner. Okay? But we do that because if you called a woman and you said, look, my dick is filled with cum. I need a wet hole to shoot it in, and you are in the way of it. Okay? That's a joke. They're gonna clip that shit. Anyway, so they're gonna clip it like I look like a monster. But anyway, so the point is, like if you were to say that, it's too much. It's like a vibe shit. It's like, dude, like, whoa, I mean, authenticity has a limit. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, authenticity has a limit, right? It's about manners, right? So we call it a party. We call it a dinner or whatever, right? But if you're dumb enough to believe that, like, a guy that spent 30 grand on a party, that's a party, you're retarded. Okay, you're deeply, deeply confused. It's not a party. It's a very expensive networking opportunity for the person running it, where they're paying money to put themselves in a good light, okay? They're paying money to put themselves in a good light for new people who they are trying to meet. So anytime that I have a friend running a party and they invite me to come, I do them the greatest favor in the world. Want to know what that is? Leave them the fuck alone.
Let them meet other people that are interesting to them.
Yes, and then I just see them for lunch the next day. How'd it go? Just like I don't walk in on Marcel when he's trying to get a nut. I'm not like, Marcel, hey, am I invited? I'm a day one. Do I get to watch? Want me to tickle your nuts while you do it? It's not gay if there's a girl here, it's not gay, right? Like, I'm not gonna do that because he's trying to get it in, right? So, right? If Marcel's making a sale, I don't come up on him like, hey, did you hear that, like, Jessica was, like, talking to Steve? He's trying to get it in. You see, right? I've had exes where we go for dinners with like a guy who's worth tens of millions of dollars, and then they start bickering with me in front of the dude. I'm like, did you think that you thought this was dinner, bitch? Are you dumb? Like, you thought, again, this is comedy. I don't believe in calling women bitches. This is comedy, okay? I think because I do education, I feel like sometimes when I do a bit of comedy that people are like, they think that, like, I'm educating people. Okay, but anyway, so the point is, like, this wasn't dinner. This is not dinner. This is not fucking dinner. First of all, you think that I go with random people for dinner? I just go out with random fucking fucktards for fucking dinner? I've had rent in excess of $80,000 a month living in Los Angeles. I can't afford dinner. I gotta pay rent. Okay? I can't afford to do dinner, okay? Dinner's for poor people. So, okay, I'm just clowning here, right? But you see what I'm getting at, right? But like, so the girls start bickering with me. I'm like, babe, could it wait? Well, just you made me feel like this. Was it worth $300,000 to tell me this now? What, so I have to walk on eggshells? Well, you certainly consume a lot of money, right? Like, you certainly don't hesitate to go to the 5-star dinner when we're vacationing in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Very expensive place, by the way. So like, but yet you get mad that I'm trying to make this happen, right? So you're happy to consume, but when it comes time to shut the fuck up, you can't do it. I remember I had definitely one of the best opportunities that I ever had in my life for a client. One of the best ever. And he was gonna pay me, he would have paid me $25K per hour, but not just that, fuck the $25K, the people that guy would introduce me to. Oh my God. And I'm like on our bed, and I put my feet on the bed with the shoes, and she's like, get your feet off the bed. What does that make me look like that my woman is bitching me out? I'm like, how about this? I'll get the $300K over the next couple months of coaching, and I'll pay for another maid. I'll pay for an extra maid in addition to the maid I already paid for. But they can't get that. She thinks I'm really friends with the guy. I don't have random friends. How do I have random friends? You think I invite random people to my bedroom? Like, this guy's name is Mark. Let's cancel work for the day. Let's cancel it. Like, you know the 30, 40 grand we would have made today that the business needs? Let's cancel that. And let's sit in the room with Mark and hear about his life. Let's just hear about Mark's life. Tell me, Mark. Tell me about your life. It'll cost me $30,000 in revenue I would add today because I'm not operating the business. But I really care about your life, Mark. I really give a shit about the personal issues of some guy that I met 3 days ago. I'm not calling my mother today. I'm not taking my kids hiking when they need their dad. I'm not calling my paying clients who would really appreciate it if I gave them some extra time. I'm not educating myself to be better as a speaker for the people that I'm teaching, but I just want to hang out with Mark. This is just a casual meetup with Mark. So it's totally fine to tell me to take my feet off the bed. Now, I'm a very wealthy man. And me and that girl broke up. And her current guy makes maybe 80 to 100K a year. If she could have shut the fuck up, she would have unlimited spending right now. Unlimited. She'd have her own credit cards and just run them till the wheels fall off. And I bet you her life has all sorts of problems surrounding money in it. Because 100K in this day and age in major city don't get you too far. But she had me to get my feet off the bed. And you want to know what she'd say if she was here? Well, you know what? For some things, it's not about the money. You know, like if I have to not tell you to get the feet off the bed, I'd rather have less money. Really though? Is that a cope? Is that a cope? I think you're coping. It's some copium. You're coping. Because here's the truth. The reality is that the entire process of making money is always a little bit demeaning. You're always dealing with idiots when you're making money. I literally feel like a whore. Okay? Like getting my pussy drilled by random guys on the street would not be more demeaning than the shit that I deal with regularly anyway. Now that will be the most controversial thing I say in this speech. But I mean, if you've ever run a business and you have to deal with a bank that's tying up your funds and you have to beg for your own money back, or dealing with a client that's being a fucking crybaby, destroying their own goals and wasting your time, dealing with an employee who you gave the world to that is embezzling from you, takes you to court, and then blames you online saying that you did it to him and things like that, and looking convincing so people believe them, that is not that different. Like, I would rather get my non-existent pussy pounded on the street than the shit that I deal with. So there is always bullshit that you deal with surrounding money. But if you happen to have, for God's sake, you happen to have a business that's actually successful, you might want to value that and maybe compromise by an inch. Maybe you don't say, take your feet off the bed, babe, and you let me put a little shit stain on the bed. Maybe you let me literally shit on the bed. Maybe for a couple $1 million, I take a shit on the bed. Maybe I just whip out my dick and start pissing on the fucking bed. Maybe I piss on you. Maybe I piss in my own mouth. Because the truth is that by the time that you deal with banks, merchants, idiot clients, all this dumb shit in your business, you're probably getting as much, if not more, stress. You know, like a lot of people are like, I'm gonna manifest money. No, you're not. Whenever you're dealing with exchange, you're dealing with the creation of value, which is hard, then the dispensing and sales of that value, meaning that you're engaging with other fucktards, that's gonna have stress. That's reality. There's always stress. There's no like, I'm gonna make my little spa, my little day spa, and everyone's gonna come in and be nice, and then I'm just gonna be a fairy. That's called a lie, okay? You know what guys say is the ultimate flex? The ultimate flex for a man is when you're so rich that your wife can have a fake business that loses money and thinks she's an entrepreneur like you, right? So she goes in for like an hour a day and she's like, hi guys, what's up? Just goes in like that for like 45 minutes. Everyone's like, oh my God, you're an entrepreneur, Susie. She's like, I'm an entrepreneur too. My husband runs that empire and I also run my spa empire. It loses $100,000 a month. The people running it like have to deal with all the bullshit. She just goes and waves her hand like Princess Diana, and then she thinks she's a business owner. And you're like, yes, honey, you're a business owner. You're also an entrepreneur. She's like, I am, right? And she doesn't know the war-like chaos, shit, hell that comes when you're running a business. I mean, why do you think that business owners get into Zen philosophy so much? Like, man, I think I need to study Zen. Because it's so stressful you can't even enjoy it. Like, I actually enjoy my business quite a lot, because I'm borderline enlightened. I'm actually almost like 80% enlightened. And I know that's a cocky statement, but I have reread Eckhart Tolle 300-400 times. I've gone to meditation retreats. In order to even enjoy this, you have to transcend the physical world. If you're in a business and you have not transcended the physical world, it's not even fun. But if you transcend the physical world and you become like, you'll never be actually enlightened, but you're like a good at least 30 to 70% enlightened, you actually can have the best of both worlds with all the money and you're just happy. But the happiness will just come from you being enlightened. It's not even from the business at that point. The business just lets you help out your kids and your friends. It lets you go look at some cool places. Like you take a cool vacation. So understand that I'm trying to give you a picture of who you're dealing with when you're trying to network. I'm trying to give you, I'm just like pulling off the mask and kind of just like letting my mouth run without filtering, okay? So you've got all these delusional fucktards that are like, I'm also gonna be like an entrepreneur. And like, I get it. Like, I've dated women that have the nerve to tell me that they understand what I deal with. No, you don't. Not only as a beautiful woman do you not understand what I deal with, but you actually are the least likely person to understand what I deal with in the entire planet. You live in a completely different world than I do. You live in a different universe than I live in. My world and your world could not be any more different. They are the exact opposite. But as a man, because remember, do you think that I tell this to the woman I'm seeing? No, if you tell them this, they'll leave you. They will cheat on you and leave you if you admit it. So as a man, your job is to pretend that none of this is real. Okay? Like, the average girl that I would date, I literally would tell her that I manifested the business. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, people just need to like manifest better. They're like, totally. They're like, yeah, like I also raised my vibe and I got taken on a PJ to Coachella in Dubai. All these other bitches that don't get flown on private planes, they're just not manifesting enough. My fat friend Linda is a bad manifester. Meanwhile, Linda's 100 times more positive than she is. My higher vibration than she is. Probably a better manifester than she is, okay? But, so you see the point, right? But you kind of fake it, right? Notice the fakery with when you're strong. You're projecting strength while always actually being very vulnerable, okay? So let me give an example. Take Andrew Tate, right? A lot of people attack Andrew Tate. That is actually the greatest compliment that you could ever give him.
He feels it.
You want to know why? You want to know why it's a great compliment? The man just came out of jail. He has an international cabal trying to put him in jail and literally could be dead. Like any given day, that guy could get shot. True or not true? True. Even if you hate his content, you can hate him. Totally okay to hate the guy. Absolutely. He wouldn't care. Absolutely. A lot of things he's made videos of being a hater on me. Okay, so I would have every reason to be like, fuck that guy. I'm just making the point that I can see it past my personal issues or even some of our differences of opinion. Okay, we have very different opinions on a lot of stuff. But I'm making the point that just take him as an example, like take the personal side out of it or opinions out of it, right? Anytime someone attacks Andrew, they're attacking a guy who probably will get shot and killed in our lifetime and was put in prison falsely and probably will get put back in prison falsely. But be like, well, I didn't like it when he said this. Well, he's an asshole. How much stress? This guy just came out of prison. Does he ever look weak? No. Does he ever show any weakness? No. I've never seen him look beaten down at all. That's called being an entrepreneur. You never, ever, ever show weakness. Look, I wouldn't even say, I don't even say shit like this, but I'm going to say it to help you guys out. This is not me venting, this is to help you guys. I barely slept yesterday. I had a problem with the flight in. I didn't get to bed until almost lunch. I'm on 3 hours sleep. Am I carrying myself as a man on 3 hours sleep? Maybe you'll say yes. Please say no. Do I look like someone right now on 3 hours sleep? Because my entire life is about the projection of strength even when I don't have it. Who here remembers Julian Gate? Did I ever look beaten down during that process? Never showed it. When that happened, I had all my money locked up, couldn't get any of it, was spiraling into bankruptcy. The consequences of Julian Gate are literally never ending. They'll never go away. I will always have problems because of it. And the problems because of it piled onto me for years after it happened. But do any of you guys know what those problems are? Nope, you don't know. In fact, do you want to know what the first thing that I did when I went flat broke was? The very first thing I did? I went and rented the most expensive mansion in the Hollywood, the biggest mansion in all the Hollywood Hills at that point. It's the one, if you lived in LA, it's called the Runyon House. It's that huge house at the top of Runyon Canyon. They had to build a path around. I rented that. Why do you guys think when I was beaten to shit, I immediately went and rented the biggest house in the Hollywood Hills? This was 15 years ago. Ish.
Because you would be sure to make it back.
Given how beaten down I looked, would people trust me to invest money into me? So because I looked beaten down, what is the critical thing that I have to look like at that point?
Strong.
So what it has to look like is, it was no big deal. It was no big deal. It blew over. It totally didn't blow over. I have been in hell ever since. You guys have no idea the problems that caused. Levels that not only do you not know, but if I told you, it would scare you about how the world works, and it would be so unsettling you'd have a hard time watching my content. Do you guys, look, I don't even talk about this. I raised an autistic son. Do you guys know how hard that actually is? I'm the son of an autistic parent. That's kind of fucked up. Do you guys also know that part of why I'm kind of fat is that I couldn't walk for half a year in a wheelchair, thought I would never walk again, and then basically was immobile for about a year and a half, even when I could walk. But if somebody calls me fat, is that a compliment or an insult? Think about this. Is that a compliment or an insult? When somebody insults Andrew right when he got out of jail, is that a compliment or an insult? I want you to think about this.
No, because they're hating on him.
Why is it it's the best compliment you could get. Why is that a compliment and not an insult if somebody does that? Guys and women who show strength will have haters. If someone's like, Owen, hey man, you've gained weight. That shows that I was able to deceive them, that I wasn't scared shitless that I would never walk again for close to a year. You see that? If they actually knew, do you know what it's like to have your ACL completely I have no left ACL. If anybody here knows, who here knows about like broken bone stuff? Put your hand up if you know what it is, okay? You guys know a bit about it. Let me tell you what I have, okay? Do you know what a comminuted fracture is?
No.
Like a complex fracture, do you guys know what that is? How bad is that? Complex, not like a straight cut, like it's shredded. They gotta put it together with wires and shit, okay? Tib fib, comminuted complex fracture, tibial plateau, shredded. Like the top of the bone goes like that. Having to get wired back together. Left ACL, grade 3 tear, gone. Left ACL gone. I have permanent grinding in my leg that will eventually become permanent pain of arthritis unless AI or stem cells fix it. It's about 8 years away. I'll be in permanent pain. Okay? I was in a wheelchair for a long time. How bad is what I have?
Well, if you can move your leg, then it's pretty good.
But how, yeah, so 2 years out, I can move my leg with extreme rehab. But how bad is what I had?
It's crippling levels.
How much pain do you think I was in for close to a year? Imagine non-stop physical pain, running seminars, meeting women, doing parties, running a business. Did I ever, who here seen the videos where I'm running seminars from a wheelchair? Did I ever look in pain? Was anybody here at any of the trainings that I ran from the wheelchair on the boot camps? Anybody there? Did I look in pain when I was on the boot camp from the wheelchair? Did I meet attractive women from the wheelchair? You never knew how much pain I was in. You didn't know that when I woke up, I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Okay? I'm not trying to ask for sympathy, guys. I'm trying to show you that this is the universal story of anybody who's doing big things. It is the universal story of anyone doing big things. Anyone who is doing big things has to hide their pain. This is not, what this sounds like is telling you a toxic ideology that you could never be vulnerable. Does that sound a bit like that? Like, oh, you can never be vulnerable. You can never be vulnerable. It's real. It's real. But yet it's not the whole picture. Who can you be vulnerable with? Let's go back to the beginning of the seminar. Your day ones. Look, my tight crew, I absolutely cried in front of them and showed my fear to them. My tight crew. That is the dirty laundry that is kept in-house. But you don't go to people that don't know you and potential clients or women that might have sex with you but don't know you and have no investment in you and show that. Look, Zach, my buddy, who is the boyfriend of Caro, the blonde girl who was up here, had his back go out when we were in Louisville, Kentucky, okay? Zach is like a little stud, and his back went out. It was really, really, really bad. And you know what Caro did? She sat there with him for 12 fucking hours, massaging him in the room, not looking at her phone, not losing attraction, literally just down for him. She was there for him. But if you met Caro in a club, if she happened to be single, and you're not on point, you will get blown out, you will get rejected. Is this pulling together here? So say that you don't show higher status with Caro when you're first meeting her. You don't stimulate her, you don't show higher status. And then she walks off. Does that mean that women in general just respond to status and stimulation? Or does it mean that that's who they are when they don't know you? Okay? Now, even a day one has a limit. When my leg was broken, I also understood that there was a limit. You can't just be the guy in pain forever. There has to be an out. You can't push your day ones to that point. There has to be an end point, okay? You can't just keep bumping the goalpost. Otherwise, you'll see that people they can't handle it, and it will diminish over time, okay? But you better believe that when that pain happened, I mean that was pain on a level that I didn't know existed. I didn't know that you could be in that much pain. You ever see the movie Dune where he has to put his hand in the box and it's like excruciating pain? It's like that, but you can't pull your hand out of the box, and it's like that for months. It's insane. But you still got to run your business. Now, let's say that I were to have come in here and I was like showing that I'm in excruciating pain. If I had come to an event showing I'm in excruciating pain, would you guys dislike me because of it? But if I'm unraveling visibly in front of you, will you trust me to do business with me if I'm tangibly unwinding in front of you? So then why do you guys think I went during the 15 years ago-ish, the Julian thing, why do you think I immediately went and got the biggest mansion in the Hollywood Hills as soon as I was getting beaten down? Because the weaker you are, the more you have to project strength. So people get this fucked up because what happens is they think that everyone has to be a day one, right? Like, well, why do you have to always project strength? Why can't you just be real? Why can't you just be vulnerable? Look, listen. If you have a $50K a year job and your girlfriend is not that attractive, then be real. Although you still might get fired. And you're not that attractive girlfriend, still might leave you, to be honest with you. But the point is, and this goes for women too, by the way. Same as women. If a woman doesn't get dolled up from time to time for her man, now he's seeing all the girls that are getting dolled up and have Facetune in Instagram. And he starts to think that's the normal goal. You got to remind that motherfucker from time to time who you actually are. You got to give him a little reminder. Now, let's try to kind of tie some of this shit together, okay? So why is it that I like transactional relationships? I have no problem with them. Yell out some answers. Why do I have no problem with some transactional relationships? Okay, the first reason is that I am already at bandwidth with day ones, with ride or dies. I've already got ride or dies. I have enough. I don't need more ride or dies. Why would I not? If you've already got more ride or dies than you can even keep up with, why are you looking for more ride or dies? But you know who I might want more of? Clients. You know who I might want more of? Connections. You know who I might want more of? Assets. You know who I might want more of? Girls that I'm casually dating, but I don't have to see all the time. Those I can fit. So transactional relationships are the basis of an empire. The basis of an empire is a lot of transactional relationships. Those are not bad. Let me even be clear about this. You are better to pay me for my course than to be my friend. I have friends that are ultra wealthy, and the truth is, if I'm being honest, I'm going to confess, I kind of just want the sauce. I don't want to sit there with some billionaire guy hearing about his wife. I'd actually just like to learn what he knows. But a lot of these guys that I'm friends with are so wealthy, they don't have a course. They're not course sellers like here in Miami. They don't have a course. So if you want the sauce, you want the real secrets, you got to become their friend. And you know how long that takes? A couple hundred hours. If I could just give them $100,000 and I could save hundreds of hours, I would be profitable on that $100,000. And then they would have to sit the fuck down and write out all the sauce, and I could download the sauce. But they won't give it to me. So now I got to sit there on my balcony like, tell me more. Tell me about your cousin. Tell me about your fucking muffin you ate. Tell me about this movie and what you think about the fucking movie. I've got all these other friends from childhood that I'm still friends with, but tell me more about the movie. I'd literally rather just pay them. So I prefer that they're transactional. I would like it better if there was clear-cut parameters of the exchange. You follow what I'm saying here? So transactional relationships are not a bad thing. The basis of any empire is auditing what is a win for them and what is a win for me. Out of those, 1 out of every 300 or something becomes a ride or die. And it might be that you just both like doing road trips. Like, you know who's one of my ride or die good friends now? My watch dealer. Pretty random, right? So how come me and my watch dealer are buddies now? Because we both like camping. We both like to camp. So because we both like to camp, and he's just a funny dude, he's just a funny motherfucker, and I'm a funny motherfucker, I'll go camping with him. Now, to be fair, he doesn't get anything out of it. He's not learning anything from me while we go camping. He's not getting any tips. He's not learning social skills. He's not learning marketing. He's not learning social media. We're just going camping. He's not getting anything out of it. He's getting nothing out of it. We just go camping. Sometimes you just have friends to go camping with. Funny, right? Sometimes you just got a friend you like to go camping with. That's it. But he's not getting anything out of it. He will get less out of going camping with me than you guys will get out of the speech. But we just both happen to like the outdoors, right? So normal people have hobbies and then you make friends with them. But a lot of the time, someone that has value to offer, you'd actually rather that the relationship is transactional. So this is where a lot of people that come from a smaller town, you meet someone from LA and they say, oh, we should hang out sometime. And then you're like, oh, so like, we're going camping on Saturday? No, you're not going camping on Saturday, okay? What they mean is, let's trade Instagrams, let's check out each other's story, and let's see if there's something mutual there. And if there's not, I still thought you're a really cool person, by the way. That's real. That is sincere that you got a great vibe. I do like you. You're busy as fuck. I'm busy as fuck. We're probably never gonna see each other again. But I thought you're cool, but neither of us have time to become day one ride or die friends. But you were kind of cool. And we'll follow each other on Instagram for a couple months until we realize that there's no commonality there. Then we'll probably unfollow each other and maybe bump into each other out again. That's all that it means. That's not superficial. That's not bad. There's nothing bad about that. There are so many other men that I've met out that I networked with that I really fucking liked. But I literally do not have time to see them. I just don't have, like, what am I gonna do with this guy? What are we gonna do? What's it gonna look like? Like, lay this out for me. We're gonna meet up. We'll be at like Earth Cafe. We're gonna be like, yo, what's up, bro? What's up with you, bro? Living the dream, bro. Cool, bro. Yo, this tea's pretty good, bro. Yeah. Hey, you hear there's a new Chris Nolan movie coming out? The Odyssey's coming. You ever read that? Nah, I never read that. Cool. Yeah, it's actually a great book. The Richmond Lattimore translation is the best translation. I like it better than the Fitzgerald translation. You should check out the movie. You ever see Interstellar? Yeah, he made Interstellar. That was cool. Yeah. Cool. Isn't that great? Like, that's what you're mad at that you can't get? Would doing that with me add any value to your life? Would that add value to you? You're better off in this room than in us doing that. You could do that with anybody. Why not do that with your friend from high school? At least there's a shared history there. At least it's a shared history. At least you can be like, yo, remember Mrs. Armstrong? That was a bad bitch. You know, right? Like, at least there's like some history there. So I have, like, in the same way that Ty Lopez was great friends with, his buddy Zach who passed away, right? Like, that was his friend from back in the day. That was his ride or dies. But Ty had this enormous network of people that if you just left him alone and you're not demanding, he would make those connections for you. He'll introduce you to those incredible clients. Ty was probably the most giving guy in all of LA. Has $100 million estate, does huge parties, lets you come, not charge you anything, lets you network with other high-level people who you might have some shared interests with, lets you make money while you eat his food, while he gets a maid to clean up his fucking party, but you're mad because Ty won't sit there with you and hold your dick? But you know how many people in LA I'd have to hear say that Ty's superficial? Like, did you spend 50 grand for Ty to go to your house? and eat your food and mess up your house. But you know why they're mad? Because they think that just because they talk to him for 3 minutes that he's their best friend. And they're mad that he's not like talking about life with them over text. So how would you make friends with somebody like that and other people like that? How would you become their friend? Because I know how to make friends with people like this easily. I just happen to not want to in most cases because I don't see the purpose. A grown man does not need a whole bunch of friends. You know who your friends are? Your fucking kids. Like if I got time to hang out with Johnny, why am I not with Vincent, Dylan, and Tristan, my 3 sons? Why am I not pumping out more kids? A grown man is friends with his family. That's who his friends are. So and then a couple day ones, okay? So how would you become friends if you actually wanted to build a deep day one level friendship with somebody like that? How would you do it? There are ways. I don't even think it's ideal in most cases, but in instances where you'd want to, how would you do it? Okay, so the first thing is you lead with value. Okay, so do you guys know that in all the years that I've known my higher level friends, I've never called them to ask a question ever. Never done it. You know what's funny? I had, what was one thing that came up recently? A girl who I'm friends with said, can you call this famous female marketer for me? Okay? I said, no, I'm not calling her. She's like, well, she follows you. I'm like, I'm not calling her. Okay? Even though her and I follow each other and we're friends, again, what does friends even mean? Right? It's the surface layer of possible transaction. Just like when you take a girl on a $700 dinner because you want to fuck or make her your girlfriend. Friends at a high level just mean, it's a polite way of saying we may have some transaction at some point, okay? So why would I not call her to ask a question for my female friend? Is that the hill you want to die on? Like you built that leverage with this famous female marketer so that you could call and get her to check something on GPS for you of how long it takes to Uber somewhere? That's what you use that for? That's what you burn that equity for? Why would you burn your equity with this person? Do you know what happens if somebody calls me and asks me a simple question? What do you think happens? If somebody who I'm not very close with, if it's not my children or my staff or my very tight circle of friends, and someone calls and asks me a simple question, what do you think I do? I ghost them. I view it as assault. I view it as theft. It's super inappropriate. It's extremely stupid. Look, if I have spent my life becoming someone who can change your life, and I've spent my life building the value of my time, and you're trying to burn that to ask me how to get the drive time to 7-Eleven, I will never talk to you again. Does that mean I'm an asshole? No, it means you don't know who I am. You have no respect for me whatsoever. It means you actively hate me. You're my enemy. You're someone trying to destroy me. Let me show you the logic of why, okay? Try to follow this. If there's nothing unique about you and you're not bringing any value, then if I answer your GPS question, then by right, what am I also doing? I'm answering every dumb motherfucker's question, okay? If I go into my inbox right now on Instagram, how many dumbass questions do you think are in there? So then if I answer is it true that you could meet a girl? And I answer that on DM, and there's nothing unique about that person, there's no transaction happening, then what by default does that mean I'm probably also doing? It means that I'm answering all those questions. Now try to follow the chain of logic here. Follow me here. If I'm answering all those questions, am I still a famous celebrity teacher? No. Why is that? Because that means I'm some dipshit that answers stupid ass questions all day. Now, I can do a thing where I answer questions all day inside of maybe a mastermind where people are paying a couple hundred thousand a month and they just have direct access. So in other words, if somebody comes to me in my DMs and says, hey, how do I become more confident? that would be the equivalent of you inappropriately going to somebody and trying to put your finger in them. And you're like, how come you don't want to let me? How come you won't let me do it? Are you superficial? Okay, because look, here's what's funny. Women enjoy sex the way that men enjoy sex. Women could, in theory, enjoy just letting every guy fuck them ever. They actually could. It'd probably be pretty fucking awesome. But the problem is, as a guy, if you know that she allowed every guy ever to fuck her, do you still like her? If she is glazed in thousands of men's cum, okay, she's got cum coming out of her eyeballs, out of her nostrils because she got pumped with so much cum, do you still call her anymore to marry her? Like, say that she just comes to you drenched in cum. Do you break out a ring and propose to her? She's drenched in cum. So, but that doesn't mean that she couldn't enjoy being drenched in cum. I mean, thousands of men lavishing you, giving you attention, pleasuring you. I'm seeing some interesting facial expressions with a couple of girls there. Some girls are like that, right? It's not that they can't enjoy men pleasuring them. It's the way that the men, it's the way, not you. It's the, she's like this. She goes, and then I look at her, she goes, like that, okay? She's like that, okay? So, could a woman enjoy thousands of men giving them pleasure? Sure. But how would then the men react? How would the men react if she allowed thousands of men to give her pleasure? This will be a great one to cut out of context and make me look like a monster. Okay, so how would the men react? How would the men react if she's covered, glazed in semen? They would dislike her. Okay, so those men that want to, you're still doing it, those men that want to fuck her without adding value on the front are actually trying to ruin her. They're trying to ruin her life. Because the same average boring man that adds nothing and doesn't stand out and make himself stand out from the crowd but expects sex and thinks he's entitled to it, if the girl did what he said, then by that logic, she would be doing that with every other random guy that offers nothing. But these retard men are like, no, we have a connection. No, it's not that I offer nothing. It's that we have, try to follow this, but we have a connection. You're completely average. You haven't given them a good invite. There's nothing unique about you other than that you're a 6 and you fell in love with a 10. It's just a coincidence that you got feelings for somebody 4 points higher than you in the look scale. That's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence that somebody came up to me outside and asked a question. They're ignoring everyone else here that they could ask questions to. Everyone else in here they don't want to ask a question to, but they want to become friends with me. But I'm an asshole because I won't be their friend. But in reality, I'm the one actually putting on an event for everybody. Try to follow this. Tai Lopez is actually doing the party for everybody else. So we're actually adding more to a large group of people than the person who's entitled is. But the person who's entitled, who doesn't do parties, doesn't put on free events, they think that they should get a bunch of attention from that person who's doing it because they want to feel special. They go right to the top. They go to the top person and they go, can't you just like drink some coffee like a normal person? Yeah, with someone who I knew for 20 years. Not you, I don't know you. But here's why it's assault. Because that person who sends me a DM, if I listen to them, I would be bankrupt. I would be living under a bridge. I would be the financial equivalent of the girl glazed in 1,000 Men's Cum. And then when I'm living under a bridge with tuberculosis and AIDS, dying, nobody will want to be my friend, and everybody will run away from me. And here's the best part. Even the guy who sent me the DM who thinks that I should be a normal person won't respond to my DM. I'll then send him a DM saying, how do I get rid of tuberculosis? And he won't answer. So it's not my friend. This is not my friend at all. It's not my fucking friend. It is an assaulter. It is somebody looking to burn away my time and has no respect for me. So again, let's circle back. How do you become friends with somebody who's doing big things? Well, first of all, you recognize who they are. This is, okay, the essence of somebody who's at a high level is somebody who values their time. The second that you make the shift that you value your time, you begin to initiate a process where you're at a high level. Okay? Why is it that gossip and being a victim is low level? Because somebody who gossips and somebody who smokes weed and somebody who complains and somebody who claims to be a victim has no respect for their time. Because every millisecond that they're smoking weed and venting, they could be making money. They could be moving ahead and expanding their life experience. Expanding it. But they're not doing that. They don't value their time. That is why people that are broke tend to gossip. It's a cycle. They gossip, they talk shit, they complain, they're victims. But ironically, every millisecond they're doing that, they could have been making cash and they could have been getting out of it. But the complaining itself is what's blocking them and it's burning up all the opportunity cost that they could have been making cash. If you literally just never complained for the rest of your life, never gossiped the rest of your life, didn't waste your time the rest of your life, you'd be richer than about 2-3 years. Loaded. And all your problems would be gone. Then you wouldn't be complaining. So the people that are coming to you that want you to sit there wasting time with them going, well, let's talk about Chris Nolan. They want to waste your time. They want you to waste time with them like drug addicts that are, there's a word for that, it's like co-enablers. You ever heard the word co-enablers? It's really a drug addict. Sitting there with someone who you don't know, just being like, yeah, let's talk about Chris Nolan. That's a drug addict. You're supposed to be doing that with your real day ones, a certain amount of your month, an appropriate amount, and your kids. You're not supposed to be doing that with regular people burning down time. Because what you're supposed to do is to build your empire. Look, let me ground this for those of you who might not know me that well. I have taken my children to 99% of every national park in the US. Don't just have me say that and have it fly over your head. Do you understand how much time management you need to take your family to every national park? The only ones I haven't hit are like in like Arkansas or something. Okay, there's like a couple little ones that I missed. Okay, I've taken guys. That means all of them in Hawaii, multiple islands. Guys, I've taken my children to Gates of the Arctic, the least visited national park in the US that you can only get to by private plane. I've been there with my children. Okay? Do you understand the degree of time management that takes? Each one of these takes a lot of time and they're not cheap. My kids have been on almost every major ski hill in the US. My kids have been to almost every zoo in the US. Who here knows what's the best zoo in the US? What city it's in? It's not San Diego. Spoiler alert. I actually like the San Diego one better subjectively. But objectively to most people, what's the best zoo in the country? If you don't know, then you're not managing your time. That's kind of a joke, but you know my point, right? So it happens to be in Omaha, Nebraska. I took the time to take my children to Omaha, Nebraska, so that I could be with them at the zoo, so that my kids could see the best zoo. My kids have been to every aquarium in the US. Who here knows the best aquarium in the US? Georgia Aquarium, that's the Shed Aquarium, I believe. Is that Shed Aquarium? It's a beautiful fucking aquarium. But I also took them to Georgia Aquarium, which has the fucking whale shark, one of them that recently died. Look, I took them to see the fucking pandas before the pandas got taken out by China in the Panda Wars. You guys don't even know what the Panda Wars is. So the point, okay, panda diplomacy. You don't even know what that shit is. Okay, my kids have been every zoo, every aquarium. They've been everywhere. And I spent that time with my children. Do you understand how much time management that takes to have the time to spend that quality time with your family? Do I have time to go with some dickhead for coffee? What would that mean to don't you wish that your dad thought like that? You know where my kids are right now? Aspen with their mom. Okay? Don't you wish your dad thought like that? I'd have brought my kids to Miami, but they've been here so many times that they don't even care anymore. I've been with them on hoverboats. I've been with them to the Everglades. I've been on all the tours through Miami. I've been to all the museums in Miami, the small museums you've never heard of, Biscayne, whatever, that fucking house thing. I took the time to do that with my family. Okay? So how much time management do you have to spend? So it doesn't mean that you're just on this money hunt all the time. It means that you're saving that spare time for your children and for the people that actually matter, not some retard that wants to burn your time, who's using you, who will flip on you in a millisecond. By the way, how much equity do you think I actually had in all those casual relationships when the Julian thing happened? Every fan I had when the Julian thing happened, shit talking me online. I had to read this shit. Guys that I spent weeks training that were crying in each other's arms, and they flipped on me when the Julian thing happened, disassociating themselves. Guys, there's friends of mine that when I got lit up in the media, would just randomly go in the media for no reason. Like, they weren't even getting called. They just pursued finding the media to disassociate from me. It's like 15 years ago. Don't worry, guys, you're safe. It's been a decade and a half. They got Andrew now. Okay? As the new demon. Okay, the new boogeyman. So, but you guys see what I'm saying with this? So how much equity was even in those relationships at all? Do you want to know what my instructor team did when Julian got in hot water? They all disassociated. All of them. They all were like, oh, fuck Julian, all the shit. His own friends did it. Now, did we go on to become the biggest company again within about 18 months? We did. Did we go on to do over 100 million in sales and bounce back? We did. And when we did, all those people that talk shit and all those people who disassociated, what do you think they did? They came running right back. Had your back the whole time, buddy. So in seeing this, look, even people that I stood beside, well, they've had problems, flipped on me when I had a hard time. You don't have as much equity in these relationships as you think you do. There's really not that much equity. You want to know who else there's almost no equity in? Your girlfriend. And there's almost none in your wife. Okay? Because we live in a different society now. The social conditioning is hyper-individualized, hyper-narcissistic. So you got to understand there's not that much equity in this. Okay? There's really not. The equity's not there. You will know who the ride or dies are as you go through time. Those ride or dies, those day ones, yes, you can spend time with them. The rest are not there for the right reasons. But that doesn't have to bother you. You know what's funny? Some of those guys that talk shit when we were on the outs, that actively went in the media and talked shit, I re-befriended. People were shocked by that. They were shocked by it. Do you want to know why I allowed them to be my friend again after they went and did that?
They made you money.
They made me money. And because everybody abandoned ship. If I was to not talk to the people who turned out to be disloyal after that happened, I would literally be sitting alone in my closet jacking off in self-imposed solitary confinement. Everybody flipped. There's very serious issues in human nature, guys. Very serious, okay? Very, very, very serious issues in human nature. If you want to know why this happens, okay, I'll try to explain to you. When someone has value, people RAS flip for the positive. That's called the halo effect. When somebody loses value, people RAS flip for the negative. What is an RAS flip for anyone who doesn't know? Reticular activation system is your selective focus. You're not seeing reality as it actually is. You're seeing a skewed version of reality. Your brain is constantly filtering reality for you. Somebody who has high value gets a halo effect where you ignore their flaws. Then what happens is that when they go low value to you, you hyper accentuate their flaws and you ignore their positives. So as a man, for example, I'm using men, by the way, Because women's value tends to be more static to a man, but a man's value shoots up or down based on behavior and based on hierarchy and status. With women, her value is a bit more steady. Thank God for you guys. Thank God for you guys. You don't have to live with that bullshit. But the point is that, but men have an upside, which is basically like an average dorky man can become like a ruler of an empire if he tweaks it, where it's a bit tougher for a girl. So men get more upside but have more downside. So men have this massive up and downside. Women have it more steady, but they can do things to change their social hierarchy as well, but it's not as aggressive as what men deal with, okay? Because women are the bearer of children. So you guys have it inherent, you guys come with some value. But men, you don't need a particular man to have a kid. So as a result, men have to actually earn it a little bit more. Now, what happens is that you have this thing called an RAS flip, right? Have you ever had it where you had a girlfriend who literally loved you so much, and all that she talked about was how she wanted to marry you and how you're her soulmate and her best friend? You're my best friend. You ever had a girl like, you're my best friend, right? And she treated you like a little angel. Then maybe you either lost your job or something fucked up happened, and it fucked up your frame and it fucked up your confidence. And then she came to you and she's like, 2 years ago, you didn't get me a donut. And I always knew that you hated me. And you're like, what? I love you. She's like, no. And a year and a half ago, I think you looked at my friend Susie's tits. So you don't love me and you're a cheater. And you're like, baby, I fucking love you. Oh my God, no, please, baby, no, please. And she totally believes it and becomes someone you don't recognize. As a dude, put your hand up if that's ever happened to you. Okay, the rest of you guys are virgins. So, okay, that's what happens. Well, guess what, guys? Guys are like, oh, women have hypergamy. That's why women do. You're not seeing it, okay? I know more about hypergamy than even the most angry red pill guy. I know more about it than even the most angry red pill guy, but I'm never mad about it. And it's funny because like a lot of those guys in the red pill thing, they're like, how come you're not more mad? How come you still love women? I'm like, because men do it too. You would also do it. You'd stab me in the back. All that the girl does is stop fucking you and gets piped by some other dude. The man's the one that's gonna come put the knife in your back like Julius Caesar. All the woman's gonna do is get piped by another dude and leave you heartbroken. The man's the one that's gonna pull out the knife, put it in your back, and go, I'm your best friend. Men are the ones that do that. I never built somebody up from scratch, made them millions, and then had them lie about me in the public and take me to court. A woman never did that. Men did that. And then fans of mine who believe that person, when I'm the one who taught that person all the content they teach and built them up and never did shit to them. But fans of mine will believe it because the guy just talks shit and they want to vent. That's men who do that shit. It was men who ditched me during the Juliet issue. Do you see what I'm saying? Men are the betrayers. Men are the ones to hypergamy. It's called money pergamy. Green pergamy. Dollar bill y'all pergamy. Men are the ones that inflict wars on each other, fuck each other over, stab each other in the back. What are you talking about? Men are the ones that do that shit. So unless you're not gonna have male friends, you're like, no, men are more loyal. No, they're not. It's just that it's just that with sex, it's more like omnipresent in your face. With men, it doesn't bear the dark fruit right away. But believe me, I promise you, guys that I did more for than their parents, like their parents did more for them than I did because their parents fucked each other and gave them a life and paid for the first 18 years of their life. But if you actually look at labor and impact, aside from the fact their parents gave them life, there is countless guys who I did more for than their own parents. And when they saw the opportunity that not even long term, but just that's what makes it so vile. Long term, they were making more money and would have made more money with me. None of them got rich off this. There's not a single person that made money by removing me from their life. None of them are more rich. None. Not a single instance of it. But they might lie, but I promise you, okay? I know the deal. None. Okay? You only make more money when you're Owen, okay? It's my third person talking now. But anyway, but the point, okay, you're only gonna get paid more. But the point is that in the short term, they got paid more for like 6 months by cutting me out. But when they cut me out, you think they're like, hey, Owen really changed my life. I teach his content. The guy helped me. He took me from nothing. Everything I fucking know, he mentored me on. This guy helped me from scratch. You think they're saying that? If they cut you out and they know that what they did was vile, what are they gonna say? Owen was bad. He's the bad man. because they have to make that make sense in their own brain. But it's no different than the girl that leaves you when you lose value. It's the same hypergamy, money pergamy. Guys do it too. Okay, now, why am I telling you this? Let me show you. If you want to network with somebody who's successful, this is how they're seeing you. When you come and attempt to network with me, this is how I'm seeing you. This is what you represent to me. A time waster, a fake friend, someone with an agenda, and someone who will drop me like a hot potato when I'm not on top. That is what I think you are. That is how I see you. So how do you become friends with somebody like me and actually get to a point of ride or die? Not even that you need to, but if you wanted to. There's ways in. But how does it happen? So you can strategize. How does it actually happen? Because I gotta be real with you, I can make friends with almost anybody. The more famous, the more rich, the harder to get at. I could make friends with a famous celebrity or a billionaire faster than even a regular person off the street. What is the first thing that you should know about someone who's successful? They're lonely.
Don't treat them like a fan.
Try to follow. It goes past just being not like a fan though. It's way past that. Okay, so it's like that's like the entry point. There's layers to this, okay? The number one understanding is they're lonely. Do any women here feel lonely that there's all these men that hit you up, but none of them that actually want to meet you? You ever had that feeling? There's all these men that want to be your friend, but it's all bullshit because they just want to fuck you. And so it actually makes you lonely. It's like water everywhere, but nothing to drink. It's like being surrounded by creepy Resident Evil zombies. It's tangibly uncomfortable. It's actually very sad. Do any of the women here relate to that a bit? Say yes if you relate to it so the audience can hear. Say it louder. Do you relate to it? Do you relate to it a bit? So imagine that you're a woman. Do you relate to it? What's it like knowing that all these guys that want to be your friend just basically just want to fuck and they're just fucking parasites?
Absolutely. Just like
Would you be able to come up and just share for 2 seconds? Can you pop up here for 2 seconds? Just pop up for a sec. And it doesn't matter who you are as a woman, it's all women get this. All women, doesn't matter who you are getting this. Every woman. You could be a midget in a wheelchair, there's guys trying to put it in you. Guys are like little Resident Evil zombies, they just want to put in everything. They're like little fucking shit bags. You just want to put in everything, okay? So, explain.
I just being perceived like being lusted, so it doesn't feel authentic, and I feel like they just talk to me because of who I am, and not really who I am really as a person.
Yeah, by who I am, the first who I am, then they want to put it inside me.
Yeah.
They want to go like that, right? Like, how would you feel if just like someone just comes up to you and they're like, and they're like, just say yours, like, and they're like, hey, like, what's your name? Oh, cool, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd like to take you for dinner, right? And then you're like, okay, yeah, I'll go for dinner, right? And they're just like, and they're like, and they just start shooting it in you. And by the way, men think that because a woman's a woman and man's a man, that that's any more pleasurable for a woman. Unless she actually likes you, you getting your ass fucked by a dude is probably as bad as it is for a woman for a guy that she doesn't like to have sex with her. So imagine a dude's trying to come up and fuck you in the ass. Like he literally just wants to blow a fucking load of cum in your ass. How do you feel? How does that make you feel? He's like, hey, like what's your name, bro? What's your name?
Yusuf.
Yusuf? Like, hey, Yusuf. Hey. Like, hey, Yusuf, hey, you're really cool. Like, you know, would you like some food, Yusuf? Right? And then I'm like, here, have a drink, Yusuf. Here, have some wine, right? And then you just wake up and I'm like blasting you the fucking asshole, right? That is not that different of an experience. Like, for a man who you're not like actually really, really into, would that be a comparable thing for you to have him just like blasting you like that?
No, I'm not interested at all to that at all.
Like you don't want random men that you're not interested in blasting you? Really? Wow. Why can't you be nice? What? Why can't you just be nice? Why are you so mean to the guys? Why are you so rude to the guys? Why can't you just be polite to them when they come up to you? Right? Like, isn't it cool to have a guy like what's your name?
Sheila.
Sheila. You see what I'm saying, right? Like, Sheila, like, why won't you talk to me? Why don't you love me? Why won't you be my friend? I just want to, how come you just won't talk to me, Sheila? How come, I'm trying to show you how they feel, how it feels to them when you think that you're being nice. Does that make sense? Because you're able, if a guy's being nice, but he knows nothing about you, what does it mean? If he knows nothing about you and he's being nice.
He just wants something to get out of me, but not really want to know me at all.
Okay, now if he goes home with you quickly, what happens to his status that he went home with you very quickly? What happens to his status?
I think his ego just goes up.
Yeah. Now, if you went home with him quickly, what happens to your superficial layer of status, Sheila?
I become a low status woman.
Okay, so and what's the biggest thing guys complain about with women? Body count. Now, the same guys that complain about a woman's body count then get mad when the girl won't have sex with them. So basically what they want is they want to shame the girls on their body count, but then they get mad when the girl's rude to them. Do you ever feel that weird conflict as a woman?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah? What's it like to know that the same guy that will be salty at you if you won't sleep with him, but then if you did date him, gets mad at you for the body count, and if you slept with him quickly, he's like, after he's done and he finishes, then he's like right after he comes, he's like, and then he's like, and then he goes, wait a minute, wait. But if you did this with me, that means you did it with other guys. Now I don't love you. Get out of here. And then like, how would that feel as a woman having been treated like that? Like how would, not that it ever happened to you, but say friends that might have happened to, how would they feel?
It just feels like you're disposable and not worthy of your time and just like a toy, not a person at all.
But so that 1,000,000%, but also look at the paradox. If you don't sleep with them, they're mad. Yeah. But if you sleep with them, they're also mad. Do you see what I'm saying? Do any of your friends feel that kind of conflict?
I have not so sure. I have no experience for that, thankfully, because I stay away from that conversation.
But wait a minute. So you stay away from guys? You won't just let every guy talk to you? Do you know what that means? She's a bitch. It means she's a bitch. But that's not true at all. She's totally lovely. But you guys see what I'm saying? They'll clickbait this. They'll cut this, right? Look what he's doing now. He's bringing girls. Okay, but I'm imitating how other guys are, right? So do you ever feel like maybe men don't take the time to understand you and your life and what it's like to be in your mental movie and find a win-win?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Okay, what would be a win? Let's say that you're meeting a guy. What would be a win-win for you in order to navigate that dynamic overall? Like, how would a guy treat you?
I think would have to really have a conversation with me and getting to know me and what I'm really interested with, what I like. Really value my thoughts too as a woman. And I think not pushing sexual. I think it just get there until like you get to know each other and become intimate.
Okay, good. And then that would allow you to be intimate but not feel devalued, correct?
Correct.
Okay, how could a guy show that he's not devaluing you via that process?
That's a tough question.
Do you see what I'm saying? Give her a hand, guys. That's a fucking tough question. So, but you guys see what I'm getting at here, right? So what I'm trying to show you here is the dynamic that you're navigating with people that are at high bandwidth. And like basically I'm trying to show you if you're dealing with somebody who basically has a lot of people who want something from them, how do you get in with them? Well, the first key is you've got to understand them. Do you guys feel like when I kind of unloaded my experience, it helped you to understand maybe a business owner, a social media influencer, a movie star, like somebody who's dealing with a lot. Does it make more sense now what you're dealing with? Okay, so basically what you're doing is when you're networking, you are aggressively separating yourself from people doing that. Got it? So it's all about tangibly doing every single thing you can to brand yourself as not that. Not the Resident Evil hordes who will use you and then even when you're nice to them, will flip on you when the value isn't there. Okay? So that's what you're doing. So when that's the case, let me show you how you do it with guys. Let me show you how you do it with girls, okay? So with a guy, here's what you would do, okay? I'm gonna break this down real simple like. The first thing is, say I'm at Runyon Canyon in LA, right? You guys know, who here knows Runyon Canyon? Do you think you ever bump into celebrities or really high-level guys at Runyon Canyon? What do you think? Yeah. All the time. You look to your left, like super famous movie stars hiking right beside you. In order to make friends with that guy, well, first of all, why would you even want to make friends with that guy? What might that afford you if you did?
A bigger network.
It's a huge, well, look, how much money did you guys think I made just by knowing Ty? Multiple millions. How much Marcel made a big effort to meet me? How much money do you think Marcel made by becoming, when Marcel was 19 and I was like in my, I don't know, early 40s or whatever it was, late 30s, by Marcel networking his way in with me, how much money did that, he might have made his own damn money, but was that a catalyst for it? Yeah. Millions upon millions upon millions of dollars, okay? So first of all, a lot of people are like, well, I don't even want to make friends with someone like that. Yeah? Right. Okay, it's called sour grapes. You might want to look up that fable, okay? If you like millions of dollars, then yes, you want to be able to network in different circles. If you want to have an incredibly high-level significant other, you got to learn how to network in better circles. So right off the bat, let's say you're networking with a biz person. The number one thing is you have to have some kind of an invite to invite them to, okay? So here's the first flaw. If I start going through the room right now and I say to each of you, what's your invite? Watch how bad, I'm going to show you how bad this is, okay? It's really bad. What I want you to do, I'm going to pass you the mic like this so that the audience can hear it. Pass this. I'm going to ask each of you if you met somebody, say you met a billionaire today and you want to make friends with them so that you could be on their yacht. And all your answers are going to suck, by the way. I'm just going to, so don't feel bad when your answer sucks. I've done this exercise many times. Maybe there'll probably be one of you like has access to like a spaceship or some shit. But the point is, most of y'all don't, right? So if I ask you, where would you invite them to? And for most of you guys, it's just going to be coffee. Where would you, say there's a really high-level guy you want to network with, and you said, hey, I'm going to invite you to this. Where would you invite them?
Restaurant next to the beach.
Yeah. 0 out of 10. Go ahead. That's a literal 0. There's no way they're going to do it. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm not making fun of you. I'm trying to show how bad it is.
Phone call.
Where? What?
Phone call.
A what?
Phone call.
A phone call. I literally didn't think it could get worse, and it just did. Okay. No, but everybody's like this, so it's not on you. It's literally everybody. Okay, go ahead. Well, actually, to be fair, as a woman, there is at least one thing you can do to get a call you. But anyway, so, I mean, there is, right? There's at least one. But anyway, so, I mean, how bad do you want to call, right? But the point is, like, what could you offer them aside from that?
Maybe like another like party that I'm invited to.
I can't hear you.
Take them to like a party that I'm invited to.
Okay, so as a woman, you might have some access, and that is believable. So women do tend to have a bit more access than guys. Okay, go ahead. He's a student of mine. I'm praying that he has something.
We have a business networking event, and then my buddy's a promoter. We're going to the club after. We got.
Sell me on the business networking event. I'm not trying to make you like qualify yourself to me, but sell me on it.
You're gonna meet a lot of cool people. I mean, people that make.
Cool. Don't care. Keep going. Why am I ditching Dylan, my son, to meet cool people?
Do you want real friends that don't actually want to just steal?
Don't care. Have all that.
All right, then.
No, this is real. I'm not an asshole. I'm the only one who's not an asshole because I'm telling you the truth. Okay? Okay, go ahead. You know what it's like? It's like how girls support each other. Like their friend's like 900 pounds and they're like, you're a 10. You're a queen. That's not your friend. They're fucking you over. The girl that goes, bitch, you're 900 pounds. Cut the carbs. Take some Reddit True Tide. That's her real friend, okay? I'm your real friend. I'm telling you the truth. Okay, so Chris, you did better, but you let me down. Okay, we'll get back to it, okay? Tell me where you'd invite someone to.
Yeah. I would invite him to a nice party with hot girls. I would ask if you want.
Yes! Love it, okay? Now, how would you show me right now, make me believe now that you actually have access to these parties?
Yeah, hey. You knew her, so I know you knew, and I provided a nice party. There are really hot girls. You have time tonight? They're really beautiful.
No. I don't believe you. You're lying. So, because everyone's a liar. They're liars. So, but show me that you're not a liar. There's only one way. Video.
Video.
Show me a video.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay, let's whip it out. See what he's got. Make me, look, I have so many great friends here in Miami, right? I got incredible friends who I'm not gonna have time to meet up. Guys, let me show you what it takes to meet up with me this week. I'm not trying to look like I'm cool. I'm trying to show you what you're dealing with. Do you guys know who Brandon Carter is? None of y'all know Brandon Carter? Okay, you do, okay. I probably won't have time to see Brandon while I'm here. If I meet up with Brandon, we can even do a collab and I can make money from that. I probably don't have time. Okay? That would be an example. So if I'm gonna, so you gotta understand, you're trying to get me to ditch Brandon. Yeah. Now, by the way, while I'm in town, do you think that I have students who are trying to do a one-on-one with me that are gonna pay me $25K a night if I just go out with them for 2 hours? Do I also have that? Like, watch, okay? Watch this, okay? I'm gonna try to put this in context for you. Let's see.
Hey, I won't be able to, bro, even though I know that it would be great if we could. The reason why is my voice will be swollen shut. So we gotta kind of plan in advance.
That's $25K I'm saying no to for 2 hours. Okay? This is real. Okay, so this guy's loaded. Okay? 2 hours, $25K. I'm saying no. You're trying to get me away. I'm not gonna go meet up with Brandon. I'm not gonna get the $25K for 2 hours, and I'm going to ignore my children.
I will show you.
And not only am I going to ignore my children, but what else am I? Watch this. I'm not done. What else am I probably ignoring?
Beautiful woman you're about to see.
Uh-huh. That's right. Okay, so again,
Here we
what do you see? What do you see here? Read it. It's not that lascivious.
I want to come. Video.
Yeah, well, the point is, okay, so, but you see what I'm getting at here, right? So that's, okay, she's 20, okay? Okay, so, dude, oh my God, okay, we hooked up in Phoenix, she's so hot. So I'm probably not gonna see her. So I'm not gonna see her. I'm not going to see Brandon. I'm not getting the 25K, and I'm going to, like, I'm gonna invite you to, we can do a phone call, Owen. Yeah, come to the restaurant. Okay? So show me, get me to ditch Brandon, ditch the money, ditch the girl. Get me to do it. Show me.
Yeah, I will show you. I would ask, hey, are you down for party? Like, I can show you something, and I will show you something.
I'm not because I fucking love Brandon. Don't you guys love Brandon? You guys know Now It's Nate, the promoter? Okay, look up Now It's Nate. He's on a boat tonight that I can go on with a whole bunch of fucking famous people and girls. I'm also ditching Nate. Okay, so convince me to ditch Nate. Do you not have a video?
I have one.
Let's see the video.
Yeah, sure.
He might be able to.
Yeah. Have to look for it.
Because, well, that's another issue is what if he meets someone else, he has to look for it. Because as amazing as that girl is, you know what's more amazing for a lot of guys? The new girl. So, I mean, be honest, right? He knows. I know the girls are like, oh my God, these guys, like, who am I talking to, this guy? And yet every guy thinks this, but they just won't tell you. They're like, no, it's not the new girl. It's you, baby. So, sorry to tell you. Okay, so.
Like here, for example, like a house party here. Yeah, this one. Here with the girls.
He's getting warmer. Give him a hand for getting warmer. Okay, now the tweak I'd give, here's the tweak I'd give. The tweak I'd give is he should curate it a bit better. So he should have it, first of all, you shouldn't have to dig up the video.
Best ones because I have to look, I was not.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to show you. So have it ready in something easily accessible and have it easy to understand. Remove the guys out of it. Even if the guys are at the fucking party, just be like, hey, just go over here, just get over there, right? And just show you the girls. So now I'm seeing you with fucking 15 girls. There's only one of you. I'm like, well, now I can picture myself, 2 guys, 15 girls, okay? Then make it look a bit unique and interesting. Now you're getting warmer. You had a question?
Yeah, just for like value for the audience.
Yeah, pass him the mic. Who has the mic?
Yeah. What would be your like in-pocket offers ready?
In-pocket offers ready. Make sure the audience can hear you, sir.
Just as examples.
Yep.
To be prepared for it, either for networking for a billionaire or.
Yeah, have it ready. Have the invite ready, dialed in, okay? Dialed in and totally ready.
What would be your couple of examples?
Well, let's put it this way. Say that I want you guys to join a trading with me, right? And I say, hey, who in here wants to go deeper and learn more about this stuff? And then I bring you to the back of the room, and then I don't even know where I'm inviting you. I'm like, well, look, here's like this kind of weird phone video that kind of shows it. Right? You see what I'm saying, right? Say I invite you to the free event, and then you guys get here, and I'm like, well, it's like, I don't know, maybe we could just do it like at the Starbucks or something. You're like, what the fuck? Quick question, if it's good.
What is the time frame that you would suggest if you're inviting somebody out when you have a party? Is it best?
You got to just vibe it out, but the sooner the better. But anyway, and not only do you have something ready for that night, assume they're going to flake. Say the word everyone says, assume they're going to flake. So if you assume they're going to flake, then what you do is say post it in your stories. Louder. Okay, so what you do is you post it. Now I'm out with Brandon, but I see your story. I'm like, maybe Brandon's just not on point that day. I don't know. He's always funny, but today he's kind of boring. Maybe Brandon's venting to me about his baby mama or something. This never happened, by the way. And then I'm like, Brandon, it was good to see you. I gotta go, right? And then I go see you. You see that? Okay. Now, by the way, as a side point surrounding dating, because of the fact that my time is so limited, what do you think that does to women wanting attention? What's that?
They want more.
How many girls right now do you think when I pop by Miami are trying to crash with me and stay with me in Miami and have sex with me all week? There's about 10 different girls that are trying to get that spot. I'm not calling any of them. I'm not calling them. I'm not courting them. I'm not making any effort. Ironically, it's when your time becomes scarce that they value it. But you want to know how the girls can sense that? You want to know how they know? Here's how they know. It's that time where you leave them on red by accident. Right? Where like they hit you up, you read it, and then on accident you meant to hit them back and you didn't. It's when they say, I'm gonna come over, and you go, when? How many days? Could I call you back? You guys see that? It's hard to fake, but you gotta kind of learn to fake it, right? It's kind of hard to fake. It's those little moments where they see that you've got options that shoots your value through the roof. It's also when you do that party and there's 100 women there that are grabbing at you trying to get your attention. All this sounds hard to do. Guys, idiot club promoters in college learn how to do this. It's not hard to do. Like, oh, looky for you, you have a mansion. You think I do all my parties at my mansion? I don't want to destroy my fucking house. I do them all at my crib. I do them at other friends' cribs. I do them all at my crib. That's retarded. I have other friends. You can find someone with a boat. You can find someone with a house. Okay? Not every rich guy has hundreds of women wanting to come over, but you probably know hundreds of women. So you can have value that way, right? So again, have the video ready. Have what you're doing ready. And here's the big thing. Every smart guy has curated a free thing that they get to go be the star of the show. Where do you think you are now? How much power and leverage do I have in this single room? Every smart guy has a thing, whether a seminar, a party, a get-together, a networking event, something where they are in charge and then people come to kiss the ring. So if you're gonna meet a celebrity out, have the thing where at first he just thinks you're some schmo, and then he rapidly realizes, I don't need you. In an environment like this, where I'm surrounded by people, how much do I need any one person? Now, you guys could collectively just get up and walk out, and I'd be like, wait, what? But it never happened. So you want to continue to be leveraging to show that you don't need them. So for example, Sheila was your name, right? Okay, so Sheila, what she said was, she doesn't know if the guys are sincere. Okay? She doesn't know that, if they're sincere. What if the guy who she met was the one running a party and there was 20 other women trying to get his attention and he wasn't too eager? Would that raise her ability to know that he's sincere? Like, okay, in the position that I'm in right now, if I said to you, I want to take you out for a hamburger, and then I just sat there with you being chill, would you trust me that I'm sincere if I ditched this whole room to go out with you and grab a burger with you? I mean, it'd be so goddamn weird, you'd probably wonder what's going on. But the point is like, but you know that I'm not like a taker because I just ditched a better situation to talk to you. So you always want to be showing leverage that you don't need to be talking to that person, okay? If Jay-Z comes up to you and, goes and grabs a bite with you, you will view him as the nicest guy in the world. But if a homeless person wants to grab a bite with you, you view them as a user. So you always want to be leveraging and gaining leverage. Now, when I say this, here's the common response. The common response is this: Owen, you've lived in LA for too long, and everything is about superficial relationships. But what I tell you about Tai Lopez, again, he had a hard year. Everyone tells me to shit talk him now. What would that say about me if Tai was nice to me for fucking 15 years and I shit talk him when he had a hard year? What would that say about me? I'm not joining your bandwagon, bro. Now, the point being though is this. Tai Lopez is friends with R.I.P. Zach. He's friends with his grandmother. I am assuming that you have ride or die friends. I am assuming that you have regular friends that you're not transactional with. Close the door to the back, please. I'm not saying not to have regular friends, that none of these dynamics exist. What I'm saying is do both. If you want to run an empire, you have transactional relationships, okay? Some of which will deepen. Now, let me give an example of how I would explain this. Do you guys, who here has ever been to the Hawaiian Islands? Put your hands up if you've been to Hawaii. Okay, so you guys know how Oahu, which is the island that has Waikiki, is viewed as the city island, and then Kauai is like the jungle island, right? You guys know about that? You want to know something about Oahu? People will say, well, if you want the rainforest and the real Hawaii, go to Kauai, but if you want the city, go to Oahu. Here's what you don't know. Half of Oahu is the jungle. Half of Oahu is the rainforest. If you go to Oahu, you have Waikiki, and you could also go to the rainforest. I'm not telling you to only engage in transactional relationships. I'm telling you to have your ride or dies, have your day ones, who are your real friends, but also to build an empire. You should know 300 to 500 women. You should have an extensive network of transactional relationships with men. Many of whom, by the way, are kind of a lot easier to deal with than your day ones. They're actually sometimes more fucking pleasant. I value my transactional relationships tremendously. Now, if those transactional relationships don't continue to provide value, I will not continue to respond to them. But because they provide sustained value, I value them. Now, by the way, any one of them I could become real friends with, so why don't I? I've already explained it. Why don't I? Any one of those people would be worth becoming real friends with. I could have a great friendship with them, but why don't I? Do you guys think me and Brandon Carter call each other every day to suck each other's dick? Like, do you think I call Brandon every day and go, yo, dude, how's your day, Brandon? Hey, Brandon, what do you think of the new Game of Thrones? Why don't me and Brandon do that all day?
You guys are busy.
Busy, children, empire. Okay? Now, when him and I get together and we start talking shop, man, we're laughing, we're clowning. Might even pick up some girls. We're having a great time. I love the guy. But if dude starts calling me to ask about Game of Thrones, I'm cutting him off. You see what I'm saying? He could call me to vent 3 times, and then I'd cut him off. I could call Brandon to vent probably 1 time he cut me off. Okay? But Brandon loves me to death. But would it be fair? Is it fair to a man with employees, children, and an empire to call and complain to them? Is that fair? Fuck no, it's not fair. Okay? So the way that you befriend somebody like this is you add value on the front end. You add value on the front end, okay? Then as you're adding value, you just joke around, you just pepper in a little bit of like actual relationship. Now, as you're peppering that in, you have your thing that you could invite them to where you're the man. Okay? So you've got to have your thing that you could invite these people to where you're the man or the woman of the hour. Now, if you're a woman, you don't have to have that thing if you don't want to, because you can have sex with them. Or you can lead them on and make them believe that there's the potential of sex. Or you can bring your friends for them to have sex with. But other than that, if you're a woman and you want to be treated as an equal and not just for sex, you have to have this. Okay? There was one girl who I remember kept calling me up and following me around like a lost puppy. And she's a real sweetheart. She's a real sweetheart girl. And I thought she wanted to date me. And I remember we're in the car and I realized I'm like, oh, you're not attracted to me. And she's like, no, I'm trying to be your friend. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, okay, yeah, cool, all good, right? Because she seemed attracted to me. But she just kind of wanted to learn a bunch of free shit from me, right? So then I said, cool. So anyway, I was doing an Instagram story and I put her in it. She goes, wait, I don't want to be in it. I'm like, wait a minute. So we're not going to have sex. And you won't even give me social proof in an Instagram story? She's like, well, what if my future husband saw that and he thinks we fucked? I'm like, then you are literally the equivalent of a random fan on the street that wants a one-on-one. What are you doing here? Now, she was shocked by that. But when I said that to her, was that out of love or me being a dick? If I didn't love her, because she's actually a real sweetheart, I want to help her, what would I have done? If I didn't care about her as a human, what would I have done? I would have dropped her off at home and never talked to her again. Funny enough, I never did talk to her again. But the point is I at least explained it to her a little bit before. Because the thing is, okay, look, if you're a girl, you can either provide the guy social proof and make him look like a badass. You can make him look good. You can add to the ratio of his events, because women are always being pulled around for the ratio. Or you can sleep with them. Or you can lead him on and make you think he's gonna sleep with them, which any smart guy will see right through that. Or, God forbid, if you want to be treated equal the way a man would, then do the things a man would do. You know how they say in Hollywood that or they'll say oh, when a woman ages out, she has no value anymore. Bullshit. Who the fuck has the nerve to say that? That is the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. Women say, well, when women age out, they don't get taken seriously. Wait a minute. If you're the owner of a multi-million-dollar business and you're a 65-year-old old lady, I still want to meet you. If you run a party and you have a big network, I still want to meet you. The women just complain because they're not being pandered to like goddesses once they age out when they provide nothing. Women don't lose value when they get older. They just go to the world of men where they have to actually bring something. That's all that it is. Now, if you're a woman and you're hitting towards your late 20s, what might it be a good idea to do? What did Kobe Bryant do? Now he passed away, but let's say he hadn't passed away in a freak accident. What did Kobe Bryant do towards the end of his career? When he knew that basketball was running out, what did he do? He built a business and he won a fucking Oscar. So he knew that the end was coming, and then he began to plan for the next step. Why did LeBron James go play in Los Angeles towards the end of his career? Why did he go play for the Lakers? It's not for money. You get money anywhere. It's not for legacy because he could have won more championships somewhere else. Why did he go to the Lakers specifically? Why did LeBron go to Lakers? What's that? Because he's making connections in entertainment. He knows if he's going to live to be 100, let's say in theory, who knows? And now he's 37. How many more years of basketball does he have left? 3? He's got another 60 years that he wants to have some form of value. He wants to still get to be LeBron. Well, to get to be LeBron, what kind of treatment is LeBron James used to when he walks around? How is LeBron James treated when he walks around? Okay, well, look, Allen Iverson was a great player, right? If Allen Iverson walks in this room, most of you don't even know who he is. Who here knows who Allen Iverson is? Put your hand up. Okay, would most of you guys recognize the older version of Allen Iverson? He just looked like some random dude, right? Most of you guys would know. I could like bring him in here. Most of you probably be like, oh, is that Allen Iverson? I think I remember, right? You're not gonna know. How is LeBron James used to being treated? What's his version of reality? What's LeBron's version of reality? How's he used to being treated? Pandered upon pandered upon pandered upon pandered. Do you see how he carries himself and walks around? What's his nickname? What's his nickname? Okay, King James, right? So even the way he carries himself when he walks around, how's he used to being treated? Like a living God. If LeBron gets washed up and doesn't build the next thing, what happens to him? Mike Tyson was one of the most highly paid, celebrated athletes of all time. Then he got in jail. He bit Evander Holyfield's ear. If he walked around in public, he would be viewed as pariah. Then Mike Tyson came back as the common man druggie podcaster, and now everybody loves him again. Men have to bring value if they want to be treated the way a hot girl gets treated. You can get treated like the way a hot girl gets treated. To be fair, I get treated better than a hot girl gets treated. Do you guys know that? I get treated better than a hot girl. I get pandered to, offered more free shit, and gushed over, and have more people coming at me than a hot woman does. It's not hard to get that. Now, the downside is I can't trust anybody, and I'm basically surrounded with people trying to talk to me, and I know that they're all gonna flip on me, and I know it's all bullshit. But the point is that I get that. You can get that as a guy. It's not a problem. It's not a big deal. But you do have to provide value. But if I went around this whole entire thing, again, let's do the same exercise on this side, or do we have the mic? Where's that mic? Could somebody please bring that over? Okay, so pass it to him, please. Let's do the same exercise. Watch. This is why you guys aren't getting the results you want. Watch this, okay? And again, guys are like, well, I don't care if I have these results because I just want my real friends. I didn't say not to have real friends. I said that you want to learn how to make money. You want to learn how to get girls. So I'm showing you some things, okay? Tell me what you'd invite me to.
I'm going on
Dinner, Starbucks, where do you invite me to?
Let me cook. I'm going on a Euro trip with my boys this summer.
So I'm coming with a random guy to Europe?
It's gonna be fantastic.
Why? Why am I coming with a random guy to Europe? I met you at the Clevelander. Why am I coming with you to the fucking Europe?
You know it's gonna be spontaneous. Life is short.
I'm ditching Brandon. I'm ditching my kids. I'm ditching the 25K. I'm going with you to Europe.
Exactly.
That's called narcissism. Okay, go ahead. And this guy is legit, and he probably doesn't even have it. This is Bruno. This guy's legit, probably doesn't have anything. But if there was one guy in here, I think might have to be Bruno. Bruno, what do you got?
I would invite you to do street interviews. It would be a lot of fun.
Bruno. I could already go do street interviews with Marcel and my staff. Why am I going with you specifically to do street interview?
Because we are going to create a business out of it with the content.
Bruno, I'm ditching Brandon, who has an existing list. Why am I going with you to do a fucking street interview? Come on, man. All right, want me to help you? I like your angle. I'll help you, okay? Owen, I am a fucking psychopath who literally will run around like a nutcase bringing people over for the interviews so that you don't have to do shit. Then what you do is right in front of me, you'd walk over, grab a bunch of people and bring them over and you go, bro, it's turnkey. I just love this shit. Let me just do this for you. Then I'd start thinking about it. You know how Julian got in with me? When he did the meeting with me, by the time that I got there, he was surrounded by a bunch of girls by the time I got to the damn meeting. Now we're talking, okay? That would be a move, okay? Not bad, but Bruno, you're one of the smartest guys in this room. I expect better from you. Okay, pass the mic.
Owen.
What up?
Well, since you're an elite man that owns many businesses, and I'm sure you get very stressed due to all of these businesses.
Guy sounds like a dude trying to fuck right now. He's like, hey, go ahead.
Yeah, I know your businesses get you stressed out, and basically what I do is I teach breathwork to regulate your nervous system, and I would like 5 minutes to show you what that's like.
Okay, so I already have plugs with Wim Hof. Why am I going to see you instead of Wim?
Well, Wim Hof basically uses one strategy, and there are many different breathworks for different things. There's one to
Get me to believe in the next 20 seconds that what you're going to do is better than Wim. But the mic's your mouth, too.
Well, Wim is a one-trick pony, and there are many different methods.
So the super famous guy that I've been following is a one-trick pony, and Mr. Random fuckhead here is better. Go ahead. No, this is love, guys. I'm not the girl. You know how girls like, yeah, Susie, you might weigh 700 pounds, but you're a queen. That's not love. That's hurting her. That's assaulting her. That's destroying her. I'm sure, because if you guys listen to me, you're going to be rich. So I'm trying to show you, okay? So go ahead.
Yeah, so Wim Hof, he does one type of breath work. There are many different breath works depending on what you need throughout the day.
Don't care, too slow, takes too long. I gotta go see Brandon, my kids are waiting, money's waiting. Why am I even talking to you? Do you see what I'm going with? Look, you guys want me to show you a great way to get people to meet up with you? Watch this. I go out 4 hours a day for 25 years. I become the best public speaker in the world. I put on completely free events that you can show up at. Then guys, to get you to this free event, how many times did my staff reach out to you? My staff reached out to you 5 times. White glove level service to come to a free event. In the middle of a nice hotel in Miami, show up here, I'm basically here sucking your dick. I might as well, it would be less work to give you a gay knob polishing, love gay people by the way, but I'd convert to gay and suck your dick than it would be to what I'm doing now. Okay? So to get you motherfucker to come here, I became the best public speaker ever. Went out for 25 fucking years, videoed the shit, paid money to put the shit online for free, made a call to action in every video to get you to come here, came here, brought other speakers, help you to network, pander to you, bring it. How much energy am I bringing right now? How much energy? On fucking 3 hours sleep, bitch. Fly here overnight to get you to come here. But now that's you who has nothing. And that's what it took. And you're gonna get me to dish my family because you know you're gonna stammer around about you're gonna mumble like Wim Hof is a one-trick pony, and you're taking you to Europe, and I'll help you do the shit you already do, and look at me. I'll call you, and I'll fucking, right? Like I'll bring you to a restaurant, right? As a woman, you'd have certain assets that could possibly draw me in, but I've got 10 other of those. So, okay. Can I tell you something? There was a girl who I dated recently, or no, it was 2 years ago. It's kind of recent to me, okay? This girl is as average a run-of-the-mill as it gets. You want to know how she got me to fuck her? You want to know what she did? She brought me a bunch of food, a bunch of juices, and then she was a master masseuse. And she got me to come. She knows Lomi Lomi massage, and she said her and her friend will give me a Lomi Lomi massage. She then proceeded to massage me for 7 hours, and I still fuck her sometimes on occasion to this day. Now, she flew to see me to fuck me and massage me for 2 years, but I recently paid for her flight. Okay? That's what it took. But she got to bang the cult leader. So, whatever, right? But that's what it took to get me to ditch the bevy of girls that I know in LA to meet her, okay? But now we're very good friends. And she's in internet marketing. And I've showed her how to make money. And she's a friend for life. She's actually one of my best friends now. I love her to death. I really love her to death. I really do. But juices, foods, double massage, 7-hour massage, sex, fly to see me. But now she flipped the script. She's the best masseuse I've ever seen. She actually, I should refer you guys to her fucking business. Like seriously, I mean, goddamn, right? She also ruined massage for me forever because now I'm used to a 5-hour massage with sex at the end. Oh, and she was in a sex cult before too, called One Taste. Do you guys know One Taste? It's a sex cult. It's like they made videos about it. Man, she ruined sex for me too. You know they say once you go black, you can never go back. Once you go to a sex cult, you can never go back. It's like it's over. Like it's ruined forever. Like yeah, she kind of ruined me to be honest with you. Yeah, she skewed my expectations of what sex can be permanently. That girl figured out sex in levels that I did not know was possible. So now I'm kind of calling her. I'm like, hey, could you come to Phoenix, right? She kind of ruined sex for me. So do you see what she did? So what did she do? She gave value on the front end. Well, now, if I'm charging $25K an hour for one-on-one consult, she gets that for free. That's really what she was probably after, okay? Okay, so I know this is kind of fucked up. You guys are like, what planet have I entered into here? But then meanwhile, you go back to your average income, average job, average dating life, right? So you see what I'm saying here? Okay, so, okay. For you, what are you inviting me to? Let's see what you got.
Yeah. So basically, I run an agency that does organic marketing and does like, my clients doing like 6 figures more or less per month, just on revenue.
Who are your successful clients?
I can't really talk about it, but it's e-commerce brands usually. But I think. No, I think.
I'm already backing away. Keep going. I'm already backing away. Keep going.
No, but the thing is, we could do this for a business like yours, and I think you could benefit a lot from it.
Cool. So if I go in my DMs right now, how many people are offering me agency help?
How many can provide proof?
I'm asking for proof.
I can't show you here.
Okay, so the lesson, I believe you, by the way, I'm friends with him, he's smart. But then, what's the lesson then, which was the same as his party? What's the lesson there? Fast. Speed.
I'd also invite you to like a yacht event, like Nate's event. I'll just buy it and tell you I was invited for it and tell you, yeah.
That's what Marcel did when he met me. He said he was running a seminar, and then he invented it on the spot.
I'd approach people to get to introduce you to them in a way that would add value to your business.
Yeah. Now, by the way, let's look at Marcel. Marcel pandered me on the way in. Okay, but now I'm metaphorically polishing his knob. You see how this works? You start off by adding value. By the time you're done, they're chasing you. Okay? Like, no kidding. Look, if I go in my phone right now, like, how many celebrities are hitting me up who I'm literally I'm trying to make this clear to you. How many celebrities are hitting me up that I'm not answering, okay? Like here, watch. Okay, let me show this to you, okay? Okay, this guy here, come here. So have I, don't say his name, have I answered him? Have I responded to him?
No.
Watch this. This is who this is. Let me show you who this is. So again, and I'm not doing this to be cool. I'm literally at bandwidth. Okay? So that guy, that's who that is. How many followers?
1.2 million.
1.2 million. Haven't got back to him. That guy would be a great guy for me to network with. Read what this guy did for me, and have I responded?
What's your email? I wrote out like 20 plus pages, put it into a PowerPoint for you. I was in the zone last night, stayed up late for this one.
Have I responded?
No.
This guy is the manager of some of the biggest celebrities in LA. That's a hot girl. What is she saying to me?
I did a little bit. I've been trying.
What'd I say to her?
I hope you got at least some sleep.
I fucked her in her car. Okay, keep going.
I did a little bit. I've been trying to wake up for the past several hours. Hope you're not too cranky to see me tomorrow.
Did I answer?
No.
Fuck, I feel bad. I gotta answer. I'm gonna answer her. Okay, I literally forgot. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here. Look at this one here. What's that say?
Yo, let me know if you have any time to call before 3 p.m. today. I want to update you.
Here's who that is. How many followers?
1 million followers.
These are huge, huge opportunities. Thanks, have a seat. These are tremendous opportunities for me. Like that guy with 1 million, that would be one of the best possible guys that I could collab with. The other 1.2 guy is a phenomenal guy that I could collab with, okay? So the point being, so if this is the wall you're dealing with, and I'm not even big. I'm not even one of the bigger ones. That's what you're dealing with, okay? What are you gonna invite me to?
I think the best thing for you is a party with hot girls, but yeah. If I couldn't use that, I would be like, I would try to set up a Claude bot for you, something like that.
That's interesting, because you know what? Not bad. I keep hearing about this Claude thing. Convince me that you would do a better job. So now you're kind of catching. Now, by this time next week, the Claude thing's done, because some other motherfucker will have done it for me. But show me why you're going to do it better and convince me quickly.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Basically, I would.
Bruno, convince me that you'll do the Claude thing.
So basically, the past 3 months, I've been fucking logged in with a ton of 20 to 24 guys that are only doing AI, and I was surrounded by them.
Okay, here's what I do. So here's what you're doing. You guys want me to drop some game on you here? Here's some game, okay? You're now going into the features. Start with benefits and then go into features. If you know sales copy, start with benefits, then he's going features now. I'm already losing attention. Go to benefits first, then go features. Louder too so they can hear you. They're getting bored. They're getting bored. They're getting bored.
So you have so many DMs of so many people and so many opportunities right now. And what CloudBot could do for you is to bring you a weekly report of what truly matters.
Features. Watch this, okay? Okay, watch this. You know, bro, everyone's fucking tired. I just like to just do less. Don't you just like to do less? I just like to fucking do less. You know what I like? I just like free fucking money and doing less. Anyway, look, right, like go right into the desired outcome first. Talk first to my reptile brain. Go right to the reptile. Speak to the reptile that we evolved from. By the way, every one of us in here came from some weird-ass reptile. We were all related at one point, okay? So the point is, speak to that weird-ass reptilian brain, then you start talking about the features for me to justify. Now the reptile wants to do something, then speak to the logic after the reptile. So you convince the reptile, then you convince the human after you convince the reptile to do the thing it already wants to do, okay? Like that girl that we hooked up in the car, this is what the conversation was like. It was like, it's really slutty if a girl, have you ever had sex with a girl in a car? That's like slutty, right? You couldn't like respect a girl that you had sex with in a car, right? I'm like, no, I just think it's spontaneous. No, but like, that's so like dirty to like have sex with a guy you just met in a car, right? I'm like, whatever, life's short, right? So the thing is that now she's responding to that because I'm talking to the reptile in her brain, which is alpha male, popular, buyer-seller dynamic, frame, right? So that's what's putting the idea in her head to have sex with a guy she just met in her car. Then what's happening is then the logic is like spontaneous. I respect you, right? You see where I'm going with this? So you don't lead in with I respect you, right? You don't walk up to a girl and go, I respect you if we fuck in the car, right? No, you get her to want to do it, then you talk about how you respect her. But she has to want to do it in the first place. Okay? Make me want to do it, then give me the excuse to the thing I already want to do.
So aren't you with all what? I'm a bit stressed right now.
Okay, how about this? Let me pause, okay? Let me show you guys something. So you know how I've droned on and on about how busy and valuable my time is? Let me show you how I do this for you. I'm doing this for you in my business, okay? I run trainings. My trainings cost money. What else do you guys have coming after you for money? Rent, car bill, phone bill, child support for some of you guys, divorce payments for some of you guys, a vacation that you want to do. You guys, every fucking penny that you guys have, somebody's trying to get. In addition, even though this is a free event, it's free, even though this event is free, how many times did you watch me promote this event? Who here knows how many calls to action I did for this free event?
At least 50.
At least 50. Every YouTube video.
Every reel.
And I could have been selling a digital course in there and made money off it, by the way. I could have used that to sell a digital course, and every time I did that would have got $10,000. So I promoted it hundreds of times. And then after I finished promoting it, what did my staff do? Who here thinks that they got reached out to the most amount of times of anyone here? Who here got reached out to more than 5 times? Put your hands up. You did, and you did.
I got called.
Yeah, who here got reached out to at 3 points of contact? Put your hands up. Who here got reached out to 2 points of contact? Put your hands up. Who here at least had 1 point of contact? Put your hands up. Okay, you know what you guys don't know? My staff has been chasing you and blitzing you for the past 2 weeks. You just didn't know because you didn't answer your phone. They've probably tried to call you 10, 15 times. They've texted you multiple times. They've emailed you multiple times. And they've even put you in a WhatsApp group. Who here is in a WhatsApp group? You guys see that? How many times does that WhatsApp group get bumped to the top of your feed as people talk in it? That's a free event! Why do you think we make the WhatsApp group? Because it will keep bumping to the top of your feed. What percentage of the people who signed up do you think are even in this room right now? 20%. Flake rate, 80%. That's me putting on a free event, flying to you, and sucking your dick. Okay? And then, thanks for being here. That's me as a niche rock star celebrity, and that's what it took. It's not because necessarily that you guys are so incredibly busy. It's that you have your own life. I'm not the only one with kids. I'm not the only one with plans. I'm not the only one with aspirations. You guys have them too. You guys have them too. You guys have them too. You know how we say that it's good to have a high value frame and to believe that you're enough? That is kind of like an underlying vibe that you have. But the other thing that you don't want to have is narcissism. Believing that somebody's going to meet up with you because you offered to go to a restaurant or a phone call is narcissism. It's delusional. It's not thinking outside of your own little fantasy world that everyone's dropping all their hopes and dreams to talk to you at a restaurant. You're not being honest with yourself, okay? Do you guys want to know why I'm so rich? Who here's ever been on one of my paid programs, like one of my 5K or up type of programs? Put your hand up. Okay, so let's say that I asked you guys. So JR, you've been, let's throw the mic around so people can hear this, okay? So JR, how much money did you pay me? Like I got paid. What did you pay me?
At least 10,000.
How much money? Now, I'm scared to ask because I don't know what he's going to say. So I'm a little scared. How much money would you say you probably made back since you did the trainings?
I don't know yet, to be honest, but it's doubled my business. So it's still coming through fruition. It's the ideas that kind of come from it. So,
how much money would you if you had to guess, would you attribute now? And how much money do you speculate you'd make extra because you gave me 10K?
It would be at least honestly 10x.
So you're currently at about 100K rev.
Yeah.
And so that's where you currently are, or where you speculate you'll get to?
10x of my business. So I'm making about, yes, 10x of my business, not 10x of the 10.
Okay, how much money? Okay, so you got your business to about 10x based on what you learned. Okay, how much would you guess that is? I guess you have a smaller business now, or I don't know what you got going on.
Yeah. Revenue or profit?
Go with revenue because that's still cash that I drove to your business.
Yeah.
Which is investing in your business.
Yeah, it would be 10 million.
10 million. Okay, so all that it took for a happy client who dropped 10K was I had to make him 10 million cash. And you wonder why you're not rich. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? Who else taking a training with me? Okay, we'll pass. Thanks, JR. Look, he paid me 10K and he'll even still walk the mic for me. So what would be your answers to those questions if you had to speculate?
Like how much I made since
How much? Okay, what have you paid me so far?
I took with Jeffy, I took probably like 10.
Around 10K. What would you say if you're guessing? Now, again, I'm scared. I don't know. There's variation here, right? Results not typical. What would you say you made back in cash extra in your life after you trained me?
Listening to you, I made like $300,000, and I'm on a trajectory to make 50 to 100,000 a month, just through cold calling, which is kind of like a lot of people hate that skill, but I became really good at it, and I booked $1 billion deal while taking a shit almost. Like, it's kind of like, but it's all because of Owen.
It's all because of you, but it's the work that we did together, yes.
Yeah, and it's a lot. I listened to what he said when I was younger. He's like, study marketing, because marketing is the art of making money. And I took that to heart, and I was just trying to figure out how to make money. And I was like, all right, read books on marketing. I know you said Dan Kennedy, Alex Hormozy, all these guys. Owen's one of the best marketers, I think, in my opinion. And yeah, life-changing, and I owe most of it to Owen.
Give me a hand. That's fucking amazing. Anybody else in here that's taking it want to share? Anybody else want to share? Okay, let's pass it over here. Okay, but guys, what am I trying to show you here of what it takes to make money? What's the lesson I'm trying to give you? Guys, on the front end, just to get you in a room, I'm polishing your knob. Then, if you take a training, I'm super polishing your knob. But now, he gets millions, I get 10K, but here's what happens. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Do you see what I'm saying? You guys follow what I'm saying? That's how it works. You have to find a way that using your unique gifts, you can scale that and add a shitload to people. That's how you get rich. It's one of the key components. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've spent about 10K on different courses, the boot camps. And for me, it was primarily just about social skills, meeting people. So honestly, the fucking boot camp was amazing. So everywhere I go, I meet people, coffee shops, clubs, the whole music week, I've been out just meeting like 150 people. So I can go anywhere. Like, that's kind of immeasurable. So it wasn't just a monetary value for me. It was just the confidence in doing everything.
I love that. And by the way, because there's people that take it for money, there's people that take it for social skills. So tell me you got a good result. Now let me ask you this. Because you do music, has that helped you to network for your music career?
Yeah, just connecting. This is the ability to just go into any type of dynamic, meet people, connect, bring value. And you talk about it so much, giving value instead of just trying to take stuff from people. And people are so much more receptive.
So you get it. Now notice he said, I taught him to give value than take, right? Now from there, what would you say the quality of your life improved based on what you learned if you had to put a number to it percentage-wise?
Probably like 40%, like overall. Just literally, when you can go out in the world and connect with people and just do the things that you want to do, to me, it's immeasurable, but it's just overall happiness.
Awesome. Give me a hand for that, guys. It's awesome. Cool. Anybody else? Sure. Bring it over. If you don't mind bringing it over, thank you. Guys, are you guys seeing the point I'm trying to make? And I'll jump you in a sec. What do you think me and Marcel think about 24 hours a day? What are we thinking about? What are we thinking about? How to generate value for clients. We think about here's what we're kind of thinking about. We're thinking about how to build a funnel, like how to get the initial exposure. Then we're thinking how to get you into a room and get you engaging with us for free. Then we're thinking about how to add value. And then we're thinking about how to retain you as a client. Why do you guys think that me and Marcel don't need to have an enormous following to be richer than all the people with way more followers? Like those two guys that I showed you, the 1.2 million guy and the 1 million guy, how much more money do you think me and Marcel have than them?
A lot.
Exponentially more money. So we don't need an enormous following because when a guy like JR has millions of dollars, he'll keep coming back as long as we keep adding value. I don't have to sell JR anything. JR sells us to keep teaching. Dan Kennedy says it's easier to retain existing business than to generate new leads. So me and Marcel are sitting there and we're like, how do we help the client here? We don't say it like that. We're coming up with theories, teaching methods, ways to raise our vibration because it makes it look, I know that sounds kind of fucked. Like I go, ways to raise our vibration. What do you notice about the vibe in a room like this though? See how we can hold your attention for hours? Do you guys think that this is just how I am by random coincidence? Or did I do this to add to you? I did it to add to you. Let me ask you a question. Am I even on the speakers right now? Am I on the speakers? No. Ibrahim, am I on the speakers?
No.
Did you guys know I'm not even on the speakers? I'm not. This is to the camera. I'm not on the speakers. Now, the mic will limit this. If the mic cuts it to sound normal, how loud is my voice?
Booming.
Have you ever seen somebody with a voice like this for hours? Do you think that's random? Did I just happen to have a loud voice? No. Why do I have a loud voice? To keep you engaged. Okay, share yours, please. Stand up.
Yeah, so basically, I spent, I think, around 10K. Okay. And this was a lot on digital programs as well. And this is a little bit back then. And basically, whatever happened was, in one of the videos, you said, why are you not doing like marketing, right? Like, why are you having like a job and just basically working for somebody else's dream instead of having having your own business? And why are you not learning marketing? Because you're going to need it anyway, right? So, and I thought, why am I not learning marketing, right? So I did that. And basically, this was 2 years ago. And I was able to start a marketing agency. I got good results for my clients. And this is like a different kind of market. It's not even like paid ads. And now I have clients doing really well. And I also took recently a boot camp. So I'm going to focus more on dating and going out as well. So my life, dude, it completely changed because I went from living in Germany, working 9 to 5, to being able to basically work from anywhere and having the freedom to do basically what I want after work, of course.
And did it also help you watching the way that I market in order to help with your marketing?
It helped what, sorry?
Did watching me do marketing and sales also help to inspire you in your marketing and sales?
In one of those videos, you had the training on the order in which you pitch something, or the order even when you're doing like a video ad, and I don't do paid ads, I do organic. So this is like reels that you're watching ads that me and my team make. And so the way it works is basically you have to capture attention really quick to get to the lizard part of the brain. And I learned this from you initially.
Good. How much revenue would you say you've generated just based on what you've learned from me?
To me directly or from or to my client?
To you directly.
Well, basically I over 6 figures. Like I would say mid 6 figures for me personally. Because that's what I've been generating with business.
And how much do you generate for your clients?
Also 6 figures, but this is a more recent thing.
Okay, so let's say mid 6 figures, we'll call it 300K to 500K range. Okay, so guys, look at this, okay? Look at the ratio. Have a seat for a sec. Give me a hand for that too, that's fucking sick. Okay, so guys, let's look here, okay? So to get you guys to come to a room, endless free content on YouTube, endless free content on Instagram, countless calls to action to be here, hammering you for weeks to get you in the room, 80% of people not even here, that got you in a room for free, okay? To get 10K from you, I had to get you to a place where you have better social results, so the quality of your life is about 30, 40% higher, and get you a couple $100,000. Are you guys seeing? Now, when you hear that, it sounds like why does that sound like a bad deal that to get 10K from him? He hasn't been on the proper training camp, by the way, he's about to come. I think you haven't been on a boot camp yet, right? You're
to the Europe one.
You have been to a boot camp. Okay, good. Okay, but you have a bunch more scheduled, if I remember. Okay, try to follow this, okay? Why does it sound bad that I have to make him, millions and $500,000 and I only get 10K? Why does that sound bad on the surface? Why does that initially sound bad? What's that? I got 10, he got 300, bad deal, right? Likewise, guys. So likewise, why is it, okay, so if I'm spending all this money to do a free event, money, time, energy, effort, sounds pretty bad, right? Do you guys know what I've done in lifetime revenue? Over $100 million. I'm wearing a $100,000 probably plus watch. I'm covered in a gazillion dollars in fucking ice. I live in a huge mansion. I've been to every national park with my kids, every zoo, aquarium. I can take time off. I can go insure myself skiing, right? So, but I have the luxury to do it, okay? I have so much money, I can't spend it. But I did have to suck your dick to get it, okay? I'm a whore. Okay, I'm a metaphorical whore. So, do you guys see what I'm saying here, though? Okay. Look, these are jokes when I say that. I think some people think I'm serious. Like, are you really a whore? I'm like, dude, I'm fucking clowning, dog. Like, chill. Okay? I'm just a funny motherfucker, okay? Like, if you, look, this is me serious. You see me and Marcel clowning, we don't even say anything that even makes sense half the time. We're just talking shit. People always get so sensitive. Do any of you guys here just do what me and my friends do, where sometimes we just come up with shit that's like horribly disgusting and gross each other out and then laugh at how we're grossed out? Didn't you guys do that?
Yes.
Yeah? Like, do you guys ever do that? Like, sometimes me and my friend just sit there, like, we're just making up, like, we just talk about shit that's, like, disgusting, and then we're like, ah, like that. Do you guys ever do that? Yeah. But people are so sensitive these days. It's like, you do that on social media, they act like you're serious. Like, half the shit we say is just meant to be retarded. Right? Anyway, it's weird like that. Anyway, so, okay. But I'm just talking shit. Okay? I don't think I'm an actual whore, okay, for anyone to think that. Okay, so anyway, okay, I use the word whore is meant to be a joke. It's just shocking language meant to wake you up. Shocking language is fun because it wakes up the brain, guys, okay? And it teaches you not to take things too serious. Okay, so watch. So if I'm able to help you produce that, I get 10K. If I was, watch this, guys, watch this. If all that I got was 10K and I had to hold his dick to get him 300K, that would be a bad deal. So how is it that I'm able to do free events, or I'm able to help him get 300K or a couple million, but do it where I don't get bled out? Well, one of them is, what did I say earlier in the seminar here? I don't let people bleed me out. Do you guys remember, what was I talking about earlier? If people come to me, they waste my time, I view them as an enemy, I have a boundary, I don't just go for coffee with people. So the things that I'm doing are strategic. Now watch this, okay? Here's the fucking key that brings it all together. So as much as I sound like a dickhead that I won't go for coffee with you and that I'm mad at you if you ask me for coffee, how much in money have I generated for clients that you just saw from a couple here? You guys just saw over 7 figures of income generated here because I don't go for coffee. So am I an asshole? Because I don't go for coffee, you guys get your metaphorical dick sucked for a free event. That means that I get to provide free value to you here at this room. Then I'm going to take that, I'm going to post it online and give it free for tens of thousands of people. Then I'm going to take the people who paid me and get them benefits. So is it really that I'm a dickhead for not doing coffee with a random man? Like, I'm going to go for coffee with my random new male friend? Does that make me an asshole? Actually, what it means is that the guy that goes for coffee is an asshole. Y'all ever heard Grant Cardone say that broke people are selfish? Yes. If I've generated, I do an average of 25 free events a year. I'm not going to do these forever, by the way. Everyone thinks I'm lying. Like, you'll keep doing 25 free events for a year, Owen? No, I won't. But if I'm averaging 25 free events a year, and all those people are getting benefit, like, are any of you guys shocked? Like, damn, I'm at like a real free event. You're like, this shit's sick. I mean, like, this is fucking crazy. Pretty badass, right? I figured out how to do that for you. And you guys watch the long form videos, you're like, damn, that's fucking sick. Like, how do you do this shit? Like, you just give away all these long form videos? This changed my life. Then the people that pay me money are all up here. I can literally blind on a prayer, hope that I'll get some good testimonials, say, tell me your results. And I can just hope that I got results. And it seems to work. Every time I do it, people always give great results. So the people that didn't pay me anything and didn't even show up got results and benefits. The people that did show up to the free thing got benefits. And the people that paid money, every single one of them got insane benefits. Now do you see why I don't go for coffee? Now do you see why I see someone who's saying hi to me in the hall is hostile? That make more sense now? Yes. So is it that I don't care? Or is it that I care too much? Is it that I don't care? Or is it that I love you too much? I'm out here trying to change the fucking world. But changing the world means sometimes you gotta say no to a motherfucking coffee. From somebody who doesn't know you well enough, is not a ride or die, and isn't willing to put in the work to add value to you. So if you're talking to a woman, let's go into, okay, look, when I produced long form content, short form content, made a free event, and hounded you to get you to show up, was I thinking about just me, or was I thinking about you? That's true, it is win-win, but where was my thought process? No, I know that I'll benefit ultimately, but was I looping on me and what I want, or was I looping on you and what you want? Okay, so then from there, when I taught you the things, that made you all that money, do you think that I just randomly know that stuff, or am I looping on learning skills on how to help you?
The latter.
Okay, now what?
Learning skills to help me, and that vibe basically just kind of through osmosis I gained.
Yeah, pass him the mic for this. What he's trying to tell you is that he learned to do that too, which is what made him money too. Okay, so watch. Okay, so say that back to the group so they can understand that.
So ultimately, what he's doing here of looping on what would benefit us. Through osmosis, through just being around the specific group within the programs, it just gets instilled in you. And that's the thing that benefited me in my business. And not just my business, but social life too, like he was saying over there.
Got it. Give me a hand for that. That's fucking sick. Okay, thank you. So, in other words, what happened was, so basically what I do is, I'm thinking about you, okay? Well, I'm showing you how I make money, okay? I'm not trying to be like a martyr here. I'm just trying to show you how I get paid, okay? So I think about you, and I analyze you, and I profile you, okay? So do you guys ever see videos of mine where you feel like I'm almost psychic? Like I know your problems extremely well? Who here feels like shocked sometimes when I speak about like random niche problems that like nobody else knows that you have, but I know the problem that you have and I have the exact answers? Put your hand up if you feel that way. Okay. So guys, do you think that coming out, okay, take a guy like take Andrew Tate for his example, right? Does he do free tours? I think he's hilarious about it. He's funny. People forget how funny that guy is. Because Andrew said this. I'm like, he's joking, right? People forget that people are like, you know who's joking a lot of time? Trump. Like people like, Trump said this. You're like, y'all know he's joking, dog. Like, he's joking, dude. He's not always joking, to be fair, right? But a lot of time motherfuckers joke. He's clowning, dude, okay? So the point being, okay, when I say I'm sucking your dick, okay, I've never sucked a guy's dick. I'm not intending to suck a guy's dick, but I just think it's funnier that instead of saying, I'm seeking to provide value to you, I just say I sucked your dick, okay? It's just funny to me for some reason, right? It just wakes you up. So I use a lot of shocking shit to wake you up. Now, by the way, what would be safer for me? To do a boring seminar. But if I do kind of a fucked up seminar, how much does that help you to pay attention? Do you guys notice that do you guys remember being in grade school and you had a hard time making it through 10 minutes of class? Imagine I was your grade school teacher. What grades did you have? Straight A's, right? So again, even when I say fucked up jokes, right? Who's that for? That's to help you to pay attention. A lot of the time, people that have a fucked up sense of humor reach more people because you're bored. So look what I did. But anyway, part of the problem with Andrew, I think you should go meet his fans more. Why do you think that I come and meet you? I think what he does is hilarious, but why do you think I come and meet the people that follow me? What do I get out of it? I get great engagement with you guys. But what else do I get? I learn what your problems are. Now, if I go learn what your problems are because I come to meet you, is it just so that I can help you right then and there, or what can I do to scale that knowledge?
You're gonna talk about our problems in a new video, and that's why you are so precise about our problems.
He nailed it. If I come and meet you and I learn about you, then I take that, I go, here's what I do. I go, well, the solution is A. You go, that doesn't help. I go, the solution is B. And you go, doesn't help. I go, well, the solution's C. And then you go, ding, 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 and it worked, right? Then I make the video with solution C. And you go, wow, oh my God, holy shit. I know so much about what you deal with that I can free associate 10 hours a day talking about what you deal with. That's how well I know you. I know you better than you know yourself. I know your problems better than you know your problems. I knew that you didn't have a good invite. You didn't even know that you didn't have a good invite. I know you better than you know yourself. My interest is in you. Now, I don't just sit there thinking about you all day. I also work on my vocal projection. I work on my sense of humor. I work on my delivery. I work on my public speaking. I seek to engage you. I work on my editing. I work on my cinematography. Do you guys know how much I know about cinematography? You think I just hired editors to do this? You think I just hired a cameraman to do this? I'm a fucking cameraman. You guys know that? I'm a better editor than your favorite editor. I'm a better cameraman than your favorite cameraman. That's how I teach them how to shoot. Okay? Notice that I shoot a video in a beautiful city with a perfect background. Then we do an infield. Then we do the coaching, right? That's because I'm trying to pander to you. That is the dick sucking. Remember I started this earlier. I said a whore often like is less defiled than like running a business. Is that making a little more sense now? Like, damn, now I see why you'd just rather be a whore. So I am a whore, okay? So I'm sitting there thinking, I'm having to beg you to come to a free event. So I was like, well, I don't want to be a whore. I want to manifest my business, right? I'm like, remember I said that the ultimate flex is that your wife thinks she has a business? Like your wife just shows up for like half an hour, waves, she thinks she has a business, and you did all this to help her to believe that she's on your level? This is what we do, bro. Okay? This is what we do. So now you've got the public speaking down, the humor down, the concepts down, how to help people down, the marketing down, the making free events to meet up at. You've got that down, okay? Then what you do is you do all that, but here's the key. Repeat this after me. Say, scale it. Okay, so what I do is I do the free event, but what am I doing right now with the speech? Do I just do it here and that's it? We do a free event and we go home. What am I doing with this event? I'm filming it, which then makes long form content, but what other kind of content? Short form content, right? So you can slice it up, you can put it on Instagram, you can put it on YouTube, you can put it on fucking TikTok, although you never you want to learn about how low level TikTok buyers are? I mean, talk about the dregs, brokey ass fucking people. Who here even in a free event found me on TikTok? Put your hand up. There's no buyers on there, okay? It shows that the more short attention span somebody has, the less likely they are to have money. Someone from TikTok can't even get themselves to a free event. They're like, oh, I'd have to like type in my name. Oh, okay? They can't even do that. TikTok is a sad place, guys. Now, yo, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy, dude. Okay, so now, the longer form, the more discoverable you are, the less the views count, okay? So TikTok is what's called say the word discovery platform. Okay, YouTube is not as good of a discovery platform, right? So if you got 30,000 views on YouTube, that is worth so much more money than millions of views on a discovery platform where it might have just randomly just shot it out. But it doesn't mean it's a bad platform, just doesn't mean it's like the ideal. Okay? Instagram is not as good, but still good. And then YouTube's the best. And in the future, there'll be even more in-depth platforms, and then that's the best, okay? Now, the real best is the people that came out here. And then the real best is the people on the paid programs that you can keep engaging, keep them a client for life if you add value and they're making money off it, ideally. So you guys see what I'm saying here? So that's engagement, right? So basically what I do is I do the event. Now, those of you here who actually came and met me, if I'm offering something amazing, how much more likely are you to engage with me because I came and gave a free event up front? Because I gave the value up front. Not trying to hold you to anything, but I'm just saying, like, right now, after spending time with me, how much more likely are you, again, not holding you to it, just trying to make the point for this talk, how much more likely are you to become a client now that you hung out with me at a free event for a long time? What would you say?
100 times.
Like, how much more likely are you to engage with me now that you spent an afternoon with me than before you met me here?
80%.
I would say for most of you, 10,000 times more likely. Okay? Like, the chances that you would do something with me here, because I know what you're thinking now. You're like, is this like a trick? Okay, but the chances after meeting me now compared to me being, okay, like compared to me, before you came here today, if you never met me, your relationship with me was like this.
There's two major things that will cause somebody to leave you and betray you. One of them is if you lose social value.
Done, that's your relationship to me, okay? You never met me. You don't know if I'm full of shit. You never sense my energy. You never sense my passion. You never sense my focus. You didn't meet other people that got value. So what is it that I'm doing up front to get you to meet me? Did I ask you to pay me to meet me? No, I made videos, long form, short form, free events, networking groups, Telegram groups, Discord groups, WhatsApp groups. I didn't ask for anything up front. So what I'm asking you guys, how would you meet me? And it's like dinner, and you wonder why you're not a millionaire. You want to have, repeat this after me, passion, value adds, communication skills, social media skills, invites, meetups, content. Okay, that's how you get rich. Okay, unless you're Walmart and you just got a big steel mill, you know, you're some big steel company, or maybe you own Ford. You know, anyone here's parents own Ford? Anyone parents here own Walmart? Is there a Walton here? Walton, please stand up. Ford, please stand up. Anyone last name Bezos here? Okay, so unless your dad, look, if your dad's Bezos, you don't need to learn to be a good public speaker and talk shit and say the word whore. Okay? You don't have to do that. You can do that. I'm very, like, look at old money. Does old money wear bling like this? Is this old money? This is new money, baby. Right? How does old money dress? Low key. Here's what old money does. They wear ultra boring clothes from like Hermes and places even that you've never heard of even more so, that are not even that cool, that no one even knows that it's expensive except other rich people. Except other rich people. Like, they wear things that look like they bought it at Walmart, but slightly better stitched. But there might be like some tiny little thing that shows what it is, and other rich people know what it is. New money, bling, watches, cars. So if you're old money, look, if your last name is Rothschild, then go home. You don't need to learn how to public speak. Look, if your last name is Rothschild, you're not a good public speaker. You probably don't have an Instagram. You don't have a YouTube channel. You're probably not haranguing people to come to a free event. If you got it like that, anyone here got it like that, then you don't got to listen to me. You don't got to do any of this shit. But see, I kind of do got it like that. Now, I didn't come out the gate like that. I came up from humble beginnings. Okay, I come from humble beginnings. You want to know why I did what I did? I'm not even money hungry. I'm just bored. And you guys just bored with the shit you're doing now? Any of you guys hear me about going to like all the national parks? Like, damn, I want to do that shit. I want to go to national park. Y'all live in Miami. I've seen more shit in Miami than you have, and I'm barely even here. You guys don't even know the national parks here. Most of you guys never even been to fucking Dry Tortugas. Who here's been to Dry Tortugas? That is so bullshit, dude. None of you guys have been to Dry Tortugas? Okay, pull your phone out. Let me put you on game. Ugh, I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna fucking end it. I'm gonna end it. No one here went to Dry Tortugas. You live in Miami and you haven't been to Dry Tortugas. You see why I got bored? Look up Dry Tortugas. And your phone's, he can't even look it up. Okay, so guys, try to follow here, okay? Well, look, this one may be more you guys done. Who here's been to Key West? All right, so off Key West is Dry Tortugas. So you made it part way. Look, I went to Dry Tortugas because I'm bored. Okay? I woke up and I said, Walmart, Best Buy, and the commute to work, it just ain't cutting it, boys. Okay? It just ain't cutting it. Any of you guys feel that way? Your current life just ain't cutting it? Who here would just like to go to Dry Tortugas? You know what I'm saying? That's why I went. It wasn't even some big reason. I just was bored, okay? So I want to put you in touch with your inner boredom. When I'm teaching you to do this stuff, it's because I just think some of you want more. And not because you're superficial, and not because you're money hungry, and not because you're greedy, but because you're bored. Look, I went and flew I had a private plane, went and flew a plane into Denali in Alaska. Cost me $1 gazillion. I took my kids. It's the tallest mountain in North America. Guess why I did it? I'm fucking bored, okay? I did it because I'm bored. So I find the regular shit boring. Don't you guys find the regular shit boring? Well, if you don't listen to what I tell you and do some rendition of it, you're stuck doing the regular shit. You know what I'm saying? Take the dating stuff, right? Does it get annoying that you have to just do like lame online dating and you can't meet anybody amazing? And you're just bored? Look, I talked about the girl I had sex with in the car the other night. I'll tell you about another girl I had sex with in the car. I met this girl out, okay? And she said, she told me, I met up with her, and she said, I want you to impregnate me. I never even met her before. Really intelligent woman. And we started making out. I said, why do you want me to impregnate you? She's like, I really like your vibe. I never met someone like before like you. I was like, cool. I said, all right, well, let's go. Anyway, we were in the back of an Uber. Now, I'm not going to impregnate somebody I just met, but she tried to get me to impregnate her in the Uber. That's pretty sick. Imagine a girl that you just met trying to get you to impregnate her in the Uber. Do you know how good that sex was when we got back? Oh my God. Out fucking standing. Now, that's the kind of reaction that I like. That girl's very intelligent, love her to death, very, very beautiful. But wouldn't it be nice to have a girl that just knows she wants your babies and is coming buckets when you have sex, super wet, because she actually likes you for you? That's the kind of sex that you get when you have certain skills and when you're a certain kind of person. As a woman, you guys probably have guys lusting after you all the time. But wouldn't it be amazing if a guy just came to you, he's like, I want to marry you now, but it wasn't a fucking loser, but it was a guy who you clearly could see could easily wouldn't have to do that. And then he just swept you off your fucking feet, took you to Dry Tortugas, you're snorkeling, he's breaking the bank on you, buying you things. All the other girls there want him and he ignores them and gives you all the attention. That takes certain skills. She's smiling with a huge smile. Okay? And is it because she needs that because she's an egomaniac? Maybe. Kidding. No, it's because maybe she's bored. Maybe she doesn't want to go for another dry, boring date again. Okay? I've been to fucking The Grove in LA 900 too many times. Nordstrom's is dope. Neiman Marcus is cool. I like movies. And it's nice to go eat. But I'm fucking bored, okay? And can I tell you something? It's not about greed. It's about, say the word respect for life. Say that. Respect. Say value for life. So, in other words, what it means, wanting money and wanting an expanded experience is not about being greedy or horny or lustful. It's actually about enjoying the life God gave you. It's actually about saying, I don't want to let my life pass me by as a rodent in a hamster cage. Sometimes it's simple things like this that really make my life. Like, I had never been to Oregon. And for some weird reason, I felt like I kind of had like a weird block around going to Oregon. I'd driven the Pacific Coast Highway in California a bunch of times. Big Sur, stunning. Do it. Fucking do it. Who's been to Big Sur? Put your hand up. You been to Big Sur? Oh, I'm dying. Okay, so one of you. How awesome is Big Sur on the Pacific Coast Highway? How amazing. Okay, you see the light in his eyes, right? Did you know it gets even more amazing as you go further north? How far up north did you make it? San Fran is a great city. Covered in shit and zombies, but an incredibly beautiful city. That's literal, by the way. But nonetheless, if you kept going, you would have eventually gone to Mendocino, one of the most stunning, beautiful. Look up Mendocino on your phone, bro. If you kept going, that's what you missed. And if you kept going further, you would have gone into Humboldt County, you would have gone to Arcata, and you would have gone to Crescent City, and you would have gone into the Redwood Forest. It's unfucking real. Have you guys ever seen the videos I shot in the Redwoods? It's unfucking real. People, you know why people are all doing psychedelics these days? Because they don't go to Redwood. I know you guys think I'm tripping when I say that. Go to Redwood, okay? But you know what happens? I've been to Redwood, but for some weird reason, I had like a block of going to Oregon. And I remember just driving into Oregon and just seeing like the Welcome to Oregon sign and being like, we're going into Oregon, right? And going up the Oregon coast is like going back in time. If you do it in summer, it rains all year like bullshit, which makes it very lush. But then you get in there in summer and it's like Hawaii almost. And it's gorgeous. It's green as fuck, everywhere green. There's giant spires coming off the ocean with trees on top of the rock spires. Like apartment building size rocks on the side of the ocean as you're driving up the coast with fucking like evergreen trees on them. It looks magical. The light hits different. The air hits different. The vibe hits different. It's like you went to heaven on earth. And you drive up. You hit Bandon Beach, Bandon, Oregon, stunning, real people there. I could cry, man. I could cry. It's so beautiful, bro. And it's a drive away, you know? You go up further, you'll see just the most incredible stuff. Cannon Beach up at the top, amazing. It's amazing, guys. It's fucking awesome. Oregon, who would think Oregon? Look up Eagle Creek sometime as a place to hike, or Multnomah Falls. Look up Crater Lake. Y'all know what Crater Lake is? Who here's been to Crater Lake? Tell them what Crater Lake is. Loud.
It's a volcano that collapsed in and became a lake. So it's, you know.
Pull your phone out and look up Crater Lake right now. Just indulge me. Pull your phone out. Indulge me. Look, all it takes for me to get you to pull your phone out is invite you to an event. Look up Crater Lake. Did you guys know that even exists? Do you guys know that's even a thing? It's unreal. It's unfucking real. Okay? Redwood Forest, unfucking real. Look up Eagle Creek. Look up Eagle Creek Hike. Eagle Creek Hike. It's unreal. It's called Tunnel Falls. Look up Tunnel Falls, Eagle Creek. Unbelievable. Look up Nepali Coast Trail. Or no, just look up Nepali Coast because the trail's on it. Type in Nepali Coast. I go hiking there. There's so many cool things to do, guys. There's so much fun to have. So guys, okay, here's why I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm bringing this in at this point in the speech. Is there anybody here who I'm teaching you to do this stuff and it might seem a bit intimidating, look, this is cool, but it's just too much, I can't handle this? Put up your hand if you feel about that way, it's okay. Put your hand up if you feel that way, it's okay. By me showing you just some simple examples of cool shit you can go do, does that push you a bit more to want to do it? How about the fact that my children went to every museum, zoo, aquarium, national park, ski-hill in the country, private planes with me? Does that motivate you? How about the girl trying to get me pregnant and trying to impregnate herself in the car? How about that? I'm trying here, guys. I'm talking about intimate experiences. I'm giving you what I got, okay? The car girl flew here to meet me this weekend. So, I haven't heard from her in a couple months, so I thought of it. So the point is, but that was really good sex. You know why? Because you feel desired. You actually feel desired. That's what turns me on, real desire. That's what makes good sex, not just someone complying with you. Disgusting. You want to feel desired. That's what makes it arousing. Sex can be really good or really bad, really boring. I like good sex. That's why I want to have swagger, okay? I learned all this game so that I could have girls that really like me. I could have paid less money and got prostitutes than the hours I put in to get it to where women would actually like me, okay? So try to understand that, right? You know another cool thing about having a lot of swagger? You're often having sex with a ton of your female friends. Like when you guys see girls come up to me when we're out tonight and they say, I'm Owen's friend, I'm like, yeah, we're buds. What do you think that means? Yeah, so, but isn't that kind of cool that a girl would want to hook up with you, not even wanting anything back at all because she actually likes you? That's genuine desire. Marriage, not necessarily genuine desire. Why? Security based. A lot of time, a one-night stand is more real and more authentic than marriages. True. There's no money mixed up in it. She actually likes you. It's beautiful. It's actually very beautiful. I have tremendous respect for every girl I've ever dated or had sex with and that I'm friends with too. Not just I only respect you, but you know my point, right? Like I respect them because we had a beautiful experience together. And anything I do once, I definitely want to do twice. So you see where I'm getting at here, right? These are beautiful experiences that happen when you have certain skills. So it's funny because I was with Marcel the other day and we were with one of his friends. And by his friends, you know what that means. A female friend. And she's like, do you guys just always talk about like psychology and marketing like all the time? And now she's sleeping with Marcel, right? And I'm like, you're having sex with a man who lives in a $48 million mansion that has 9 supercars. Where do you think that came from? Like manifestation, right? So, who here has ever seen what Marcel's crib looks like? Okay, I'd recommend you just check it out someday online, okay? It is actual heaven on earth. Imagine a huge mega mansion on the bluff. It's right above Soho House and Mastro's in Malibu. You know how most people who live in Malibu live way up the road because to be near the main part would be too expensive? Do you guys know who Grant Cardone is? Look, I love Grant, so I'm not talking shit. I fucking love Grant. Grant lives in the little plebeian house below Marcel's. Marcel's neighbor is Larry Ellison, the owner of Oracle. Okay? Now, to be fair, Grant has more houses than Marcel. I'm just making the point here that, look at how he's living, right? So, he has 9 supercars. He wakes up every day with a view of Malibu, perfect air, animals outside. He does dinner parties. Do you know Marcel's a great son? He pays his parents' mortgage and brings them over all the time for Shabbat dinner. Imagine being able to do that. Imagine that you get to pay your parents' house, beautiful home, bring them over for Shabbat dinner, and he brings over his community and has a dinner and pays for everybody. In heaven on earth. Would that be a cool thing to do? Do you want to know how Marcel did it? I'm going to tell you something. I think this speech, because whenever I come do free events, I challenge myself to do a new speech that's creative in a new way. I think this speech explained it better than any speech ever done by anyone. This speech gave you how to do it. This is how he did it. What I showed you in the speech is the stuff that him and I are talking about all day. We're either clowning, making dumb idiot jokes, or this is what we're talking about. This is the stuff we're talking about. We're analyzing psychology, we're analyzing human nature, and we're having honest conversations about human nature. We're talking about you guys. What would this kind of client be dealing with? What would that kind of client be dealing with? How would I help this person? How would I help that person? Have you guys ever seen Marcel doing hypnosis? How scary good it is? Who has ever seen Marcel just knock out a room? Who has ever seen that? A little crazy, right? How much is Marcel thinking about his own selfish desires to learn how to do that? Okay, pause, really ponder this. So you've seen Marcel do hypnosis, right?
Yeah.
How good is he at hypnosis? Tell the audience.
He's scary.
Pablo right here, just tell them.
He's scarily good. Like, it's fucking scary.
Like, is it borderline like no human should have that much power?
I agree.
Yeah, it's terrifyingly good. Thank you. Thank you. Do you think that Marcel got that by manifesting it? How much do you think Marcel studied human psychology and human nature? But remember, that's not just book smart. Repeat that after me. Say the word, that's not book smart. Say that.
That's not book smart.
That's street smart. That's applied intelligence. Right? Real intelligence is not how much you can memorize it from a book. It's can you watch it and can you do it? Can you watch it and can you do it? Now, when he's doing that, is he thinking about himself and his own selfish needs? Who is he thinking about?
Client.
How much more do you think he knows you compared to how much you know yourself? I would say that he knows the average person in this room 50,000 times better than you know yourself. It's about 50,000 times better than you know yourself. Okay? He knows you when he hypnotizes. Look, here's how he's doing it. You want to know how he's doing it? He's doing a slight shift to the left, and he's aware of autopilot loops happening in your mind as you shift to the left, as you put out your hand, and micro millisecond gaps of consciousness where he can then go boom, sleep and get you to sleep and go into trance. That's how much he's studying you. That's how much he's studying his prospects. So by doing that, he now can change your life. When I teach at infield training, I know what scares you. Look, when you came on infield training, even though what we're doing is scary, did you ever feel scared?
Of course.
Okay. Did we power you through it?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it. So it's a scary thing, but we power you through it.
So, for example, Owen infused me with some positive beliefs about the outcome of an interaction, and it just flushed every negative thought I had, and I just went through it. And so you can see him right now. He has so much power in his voice. He's so convincing that it can just infuse you with a little burst of energy and confidence. And he would just say, go talk to that girl, the guys who is with her.
Talk now.
Just talk.
Go.
This guy is shit. You're better than him. Just go.
Fuck that guy.
Exactly.
You're the man.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah, get it?
Yeah.
Thank you. So now, do you think does that happen on accident that I learned how to do that? That's not on accident. That's me training and building how to be the best coach. Over and over and over and over. How did I learn how to be the best speaker? By doing free event. Okay, on rep. That's so that I can add value, okay? So again, what I'm trying to show you, so this girl, and look, we love her. She's actually our friend, and more than a friend of Marcel, but you see my point, right? Marcel's dating like half of LA, by the way. Literally half of LA. Like, if you had sex with a beautiful girl in LA, you and him are for sure Eskimo brothers. And as Ray J said about Kim K, I hit it first, Okay, so yeah, he hit it first, I promise you, okay? So what I'm getting at is this. They chase him for it. He's like, okay, like he's a girl. He's a woman. He's not like, how do I get her? He's a woman. If he's at one of his seminars, women walk up to him and try to pull him out. Like, it's crazy. And that's same as his party, same as when he goes out. Let's think about this for a minute. This girl who is dating Marcel, now she is literally a perfect 10, if you believe that exists, and is sleeping with Marcel without him providing anything, no exchange of money, just lets her come over occasionally. She asked the question to me and him, how come you guys always talk about psychology? Well, let's examine that. The man, this girl could have any guy on earth paying to be her boyfriend or husband. She is choosing to sleep with Marcel with no commitment. And sits there all day looping on how she can get him to commit. Never gonna happen. Now, okay, all these girls are always convinced that Marcel's gonna be their boyfriend. Like, Marcel's gonna be my boyfriend. I'm like, yeah, right. Like, look, I've been here a long time, girl, okay? I've heard this before, but I'm the one who will really get him because I have the platinum vagina. Girl, you're not gonna become Marcel's gonna be your fucking boyfriend, but they all think it. Now, because it's called narcissism. That's called narcissism. He's not going to be your boyfriend. Now, from that case, it's beyond delusional. And then they shut down all these great guys that would have been their boyfriend. Then they wonder why they go infertile. So anyway, when they're older. Now, basically what happens is this, okay? So this girl is in a $48 million estate with 9 supercars while with a private chef and having sex with Marcel without even commitment. And she says, how come you guys always talk about psychology? I don't know. I thought that was a better joke than you guys are laughing at. I thought that was a good joke. Okay. Do you guys catch you catch what I'm putting down here? $48 million mansion. McLaren, Lambo, Ferrari, G-Wagon, Aston, etc. I can't remember how many. This guy's got Porsche. I can't remember. This guy's got a new car all the time. Okay? What's that? Yeah, like men just like have money. You know what she even said to me once? She's like, why don't you guys just like get like Airbnbs or something? She actually said that, okay? So, but do you guys remember what I said earlier that men, we have to pretend that we're always strong? So because all the men that she was around pretended that they're strong, she doesn't know what it took to make money. She thinks that guys just have it. Yep. Yeah, you get it, right? We're looping back to the start of the seminar, right? So because every guy who's successful is gonna bullshit and make it look like it's easy. So just like me in the wheelchair, I'm not gonna show clients that I'm like, when I was in the wheelchair, I'd be up here, look up the old videos when I was doing public speaking in the wheelchair. I was in excruciating pain. I can show you videos of when I broke my leg and I'm going down the hill looking like nothing happened. And then you see what the injury was, you're like, whoa. That injury was so fucked that the people in the ambulance and the people at the doctor's office were in tears. They thought I was gonna lose my leg. They felt bad for me. It was the worst injury they'd seen in a long time. So that's how bad it was. But I'm so used to never flinching in front of anybody because you have to be like that. Why is it again that I wouldn't flinch for my audience if I'm in pain? Remember I said I got an expensive mansion when I was in pain, when the Julian thing happened. Why is that? Because male hypergamy also, because if you run a business, it's not about you. It's not about you. A business is not your time to vent. The business is to help others and to provide security to them. Everything that I do is meant to show abundance, power, status, security. I want you to feel like when you're around me, it's all just handled. Yep.
Is this weakness something you also keep away from yourself, like so you don't capitulate?
No, I can go to my real friends and talk to them about what's happening. Friends who I do not have transaction with. Okay?
Even to yourself, like
you absolutely can acknowledge your own pain. Look, one thing that a lot of entrepreneurs do is they join this thing called EO. EO is short for Entrepreneur Organization. There's another one called YPO, which is Young Presidents Organization. Basically what you do is you join what's called a forum there. It's like 12 or 13 people, and it's people and no one who's in competition with you, right? So if you run seminars, there wouldn't be any seminars there. There'd be like a roofer, a software guy, a car guy, a electricity guy, right? There'd be non-competing people there, right? And you go there and you just cry. Like you pay $5,000 a year, 10 grand a year or more for higher tiers of it to go there and be like, my fucking friend stabbed me in the back. My wife left me. I'm fucking broke. I got a media fiasco. I got canceled. I think I'm going to commit suicide. Like you go there and you pay money to do that there under a confidentiality agreement. And then they give you a hug. You get it out. And then you go home and you go to yourself. Hey, what's up? How are we doing today?
Bro.
Yeah. Hey, babe, how's your business losing money going? Ooh, you're an entrepreneur like me. Okay? Hey, son, don't worry that we might be under a bridge soon. Keep growing without any cortisol in your system, because if your son has cortisol, he's going to be shorter. So you can't let your kid get stressed. My kids don't even know what stress is. My children believe I'm some kind of godlike superhero. I told my kids, anything you ever want, you have. Anything you ever want. Okay, I want to take a private plane through the mountains. Done. I want to go to this dude. Done. I give my kids aside from the cost of the travel, I give them a $1,500 a day allowance. $1,500 a day. I tell them you got a $1,500 budget, figure out how to spend it. You know what's hilarious? My kids know so much about time management. You know why this is? Give me a sec.
How do you keep them from not being spoiled?
You want to know how I keep them from not getting spoiled? I'll show you. I don't fuck around. While y'all are getting your kids to believe in poverty and getting your kids are fucking poor, and your kids are like focusing on some dumb shit like cleaning the bathroom or like cleaning the fucking dishes. Let me show you what I'll try to pull out some, because like what my kids are doing. Like, I'll try to pull some up. But anyway, I'm kind of doing this mid-speech here. I'll just go to my Instagram archive and try to show you. Like, this is if you want to know what it's like to be my kid, oh, you're gonna pay the price. So what I do is, I put them under my kids are running seminars, bro. Who here's ever seen videos where my kids run the damn seminar? Y'all ever seen that? That's kind of fucked up. You're like, yo, you're running this seminar now, right? So what you do is you show your kids unlimited wealth and money, but then what you also do, so we're out there, we're in the middle of the fucking mountains in Alaska, right?
Land of the midnight sun. It's so we're gonna do a quick.
One sec, let me show you.
I feel like
so basically what I do is I push them to the absolute limit while simultaneously showing them abundance. Don't you guys think that's better? What, I teach them how to clean the toilets? When are you gonna clean the fucking toilet? You're rich. That's dumb. They don't need to learn how to clean a fucking toilet, okay? But I want them out with me in Alaska, out in the fjords, okay? So that's how I think about it, okay? So look, my kids' reality. You know, my kids are like, oh, I like whales. Cool, let's go see whales. You see do you guys kind of catch what I'm getting at here? But I wish I had some better shit I could show. I'll show you guys some more stuff tomorrow. What I'm trying to get at though is you challenge them while also showing them abundance. So the point is that they have unlimited resources, but they're gangsters, okay? Like my kids are here, they're running a chunk of the seminar. Go frame control the adults, go, okay? So, and they also, I brought them around the US specifically so they have developed patriotism. I want my kids to be very patriotic and love their country. I want to connect them to the land. I don't want America to be some weird abstract concept to them. I want them to be patriotic and to have a love for the land and the different type of people. I want my kids to love, white people, black people, Spanish people, Asian people, gay, straight, trans. I mean it. I love everybody. I don't care who you are. I love you. I want them to meet people from the hood. I take them in the hood. My kids have been in the hood. We go right in the hood. I take my kids to the most dangerous place you've ever seen. I probably shouldn't, but I take them everywhere. So, yep.
By the way, the best video I've seen from Owen is when you went to talk to a homeless guy, and he started from being afraid of you, and you had it in your, you remember that video, right?
You guys see that one?
Amazing video.
From the angry homeless guy? Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great point. I get my kids around homeless people. I get them, also they go to public school. I don't need to send my kids to private school. They need to learn how to deal with a dickhead. Okay, I want some kid to try to come and beat their ass and they have to deal with it, right? So a parent has maybe a third control of how a kid will turn out. I can't control their lives. Their life is their life. I can't control it. I can just do the best I can. But anyway, when I say this stuff, do you guys want to be able to do that for your kids? Yes. Do you guys ever feel like maybe the situation that you're in now is not leading to a life like that?
Maybe.
Okay, so when Marcel and I talk all day about psychology, is there a perk? Absolutely, yes. Let me try to explain to you why, okay? A couple points here. First of all, it's more fun. It's actually just more fun, okay? Now let me point out another thing. How much energy for a man admittedly on 3 hours sleep, how much energy do I have? That is learned. So is it just about the money, or is it about the alchemy of the soul that takes place when you're on your purpose. It's not just the money. It's who you have to become to get the money. It's not about sex. It's not about a girl want to fuck me in a car. It's about who do you become that a girl that you just met who's way more physically attractive than you would want you that bad that she wants to have your babies after you just met. That's not just a slut, guys, okay? That's how guys try to write off. Well, she's a hoe. But what if she's not? What if she's completely normal? But you drew that response, right? Because the value is there. So try to understand, that doesn't come on its own. Do you guys know I've been sick in 15 years? How did that happen? Studied. Now, if I told you everything I'd studied, it would sound a bit crazy, right? Look, I took it a little far in my studies, right? Let me show you how far I took it. You guys will laugh. I took it so far, I started going into the fucking forest, learning how to pick my own herbs like I'm like a Little Red Riding Hood or some shit. Now, you know who this guy is? This is a guy who I liked his product. He's got a product called Black Magic Alchemy. It does chaga. You know what most people do? First of all, most people won't even find out about a product like that and take control of their own immune system. Second thing is that once they do take it, they just consume the product. What I do is I consume the product, then I befriend the owner of the product, then I convince him to take me to pick the fucking mushrooms and educate me. I know that's like a dumb example, but to me, that's living. Make sense? That's living. The drive to Oregon, that's living. The hike through the Kalalau Trail with my kids, that's living. I think for a lot of you in here, your biggest regret if you died would be you didn't live. And I know you've all lived. I'm not saying, oh, I lived, you didn't. We've all lived to various extents. But I know many of you in here would regret. You die with regrets. The thing with sex, too, let me mention that. When I say things like, oh, I fucked a girl in a car, how does that kind of sound on the surface? Kind of ego-driven, right? Kind of ego-driven? Maybe like objectifying the girl, kind of like bragging, whatever. That's not how I experience it. I'll close the door. That's not how I experience it. You want to know how I experienced that night? One of the most memorable, best nights of my life. I love that girl. I don't objectify her at all. She's my friend. It was awesome. Wish I could do it 100 more times. You catch what I'm saying here? That it's actually having a woman that desires you, or as a woman meeting a guy who you desire that much, is actually a very special experience. It's not egotistical. It's not gaming her or fucking her. She's fucking me. I promise you she did. So, do you see what I'm saying here? It's actually a very beautiful experience. Many of my best experiences are women I slept with. I'm a pretty big fan of jerking off. Okay? And I will reenact girls that I slept with while I jerk off. That's a good sign. I think about exes. You guys know some of my exes. Yeah, I still think about them when I jerk off. So, I always say like guys are so against jerking off. You know the no fat movement? I'm the pro fat movement. Every time I jerk off, I make at least 10 grand. Every time. Because if I'm out with some girl, say I go out at 9, I'm out all night, I meet a girl, I fuck her till 6 a.m. That's like, how many hours? That's like 9 hours to fuck that girl. If I jerk off, it takes me 5 minutes. Then I can work. And I can make at least 10 grand a day. So every time I fucking jerk off, I get paid 10 grand. I don't know why guys are like, oh, it's bad to jerk off. I'm like, you get paid every time you jerk off. What are you talking about? I know why guys have a problem with this. They're like, well, you should do semen retention. Do you know what happens if I've done semen retention. You know what happens? Eventually when you come, your nuts hurt and you shoot out this weird vanilla pudding of dead sperm and your balls hurt. Am I the only one that knows this? Blue balls is real, dude. It actually, you know that when you don't come at least 20 times a month, there's studies that says it gives you prostate cancer. So I don't, it goes like, oh, it's saving your jing, save your seed. You mean prostate cancer? I don't know where this is coming from. I like jerking off. Testicular cysts, it's crazy, bro. I personally enjoy jerking off, okay? But I don't want the only thing that I do is to jerk off. I have a very high sex drive. But I don't want the only thing I do is to jerk off. I also want to have sex, and I want to have very, very good sex. So, you know, I think, like, I value the fact that people will be like, do you hate your ex? I'm like, I don't hate my ex. I jerk off to my ex. She can leave, but she can't take the memories. So, yeah, go for it.
You also, if you look at why are the girls, like, yeah, subconsciously they realize all this money is because you're talking about philosophy, psychology.
Yep.
What she's really trying to do is see if she can take away the thing you make the money with to disqualify.
You got it. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, basically, metaphorically, the girl likes you because you drive the motorcycle, talks you out of driving the motorcycle, and then cheats on you with a guy that has a motorcycle. That's the metaphor. So never listen. Now, the thing is this, okay? There's a lot of deep reasons for that, but it'd be a separate seminar. There's very deep reasons for it. I've done seminars on it. She's trying to see that you have the capacity to dictate your own frame and to see reality as it is a test. Remember, women are still biological creatures. Men are biological creatures. There's still biology there, guys. Love and respect everyone, but recognize their biology, including your own, and forgive everybody. Now, and love everybody, in spite of their issues. Like Jesus says, right? You know, don't judge a chip in your brother's eye. You got a plank in your own eye. We all got our biology. So anyway, guys, the point is, Marcel and I talk about psychology because it leads to those beautiful experiences. When you don't have this knowledge, typically what's going to happen is if you don't have, okay, say the word proactive intervention. Say that. Okay, so without some kind of proactive intervention, typically what's going to happen is without proactively intervening, you wind up with a dead-end job. Your money is capped. Money's capped, dead-end job, and kind of stuck, to be honest with you. You're just kind of stuck. That's the default. Look, people will say like that, your employer is like a slave master. You volunteered for it, okay? Look, if I hire someone to clean the floors here, I'm not a slave master, okay? Somebody out there, what's that noise? Oh, thank you, okay. Like, so we're about to get, is it Ron striking us? Okay, so, anyway, so, like, if there's a person at the front of the hotel, I'm not their slave master, okay? They volunteered for it, but the point is that job sucks. You know what y'all should do? Instead of viewing a hotel clerk as an NPC and just forgetting that they exist, sit there for 20 minutes and just stare at them. And realize that's their life. You know when the clerk looks kind of pissed off? You know why? Because that's their life. And they lack the potency, vitality, and will to change it, sadly. Seminars like this are meant to inspire you. I know you guys don't know this, but I'm trying to hypnotize you in a weird way, in a light, weird way, to raise your will. When I'm giving you images of a mountain and the kids and the car and the sex in the car and the fucking fun stuff, I'm trying to raise your intention. I'm trying to elevate your intention. I'm trying to kind of motivate you here, okay? So, free events that I do here are meant to be motivational and improvisational. Paid events are on a very structured curriculum. But here I'm just ranting, trying to motivate you and doing some networking. It's funny, there was some of the people in Marcel's group were like, what's the curriculum? And was anyone here in the Marcel group, they saw people asking what's the curriculum? And then maybe you heard me answer, I'm like, it's very creative, right? I'm like, it's not, I was trying to lower the bar. But anyway, yeah, no, I use these to free associate and have fun with you guys. But you know why? You couldn't really charge money for an event like this, but in a weird way, the free events raise issues that are very valuable, right? Like I wouldn't charge you money to come here to the speech, but the speech can truly change your life in a weird way. Like you could truly change your life just from what you got here today, if you listen. So it's kind of meant to be like, the free tour is meant to be like improvisational rants. but it's really meant to change your life in a weird way too, as opposed to like the paid events are more like exercise driven, feedback driven, infield driven. It's more structured. But I think what's kind of cool is back in the 90s, you'd pay a guru just to give a seminar, whereas now you can post this on YouTube. You all here can network and meet me in person, and then the paid event we do more. It's just all feedback, exercise, infield, feedback, exercise, infield. So it's just a kind of a different kind of teaching. Now, the psychology is what creates the intervention. Okay, so if you guys were to hang out with me and Marcel all day, all you'd hear is us either having fun, just a bit like. It's almost like we're either laughing till we cry, usually with some kind of gallows humor. So watch this. Try to look what we look like. We're either doing the best party in all of LA. Stop and think about that. We are doing the best parties in all of Los Angeles. That's not Timbuktu, guys. Okay, these are competitive parties where there's other parties running. We've got the best crib, best party, best girls, best guys, okay? So we're either doing a killer fucking party, we're driving around in supercars having fun up in Malibu, we're going to the sickest fucking restaurant, we got the baddest fucking girls there, we're networking and blowing off high-level entrepreneurs that y'all would do anything to be able to spend time with. And they're like our groupies. You wanna know why that is, by the way? Do you wanna know why? They make more money, some of these guys, a lot more. Some are billionaires, we're not billionaires. Why do you think a billionaire would be a groupie? Because we got the girls, we got the swag, we got the fun. We don't give a fuck that you're a billionaire. You have to actually be cool. So they wind up in an approval chasing loop. They're like, hey, I have this much money. We're like, cool, bro. I'm wearing a Patek Philippe too, motherfucker. I don't care. If you're not fun, get the fuck out. That's actually what we're like with billionaires, by the way. This is real. This is not fake. It's real because we don't care. Because we don't care. We're trying to have some fun. Yep.
Are they ever self-aware that they're chasing, or is this an unconscious thing that they never thought about it?
Not every billionaire chases us, but of those who do, I think that they're just like, damn, these guys are the most fun guys I've ever seen. Generally with myself and Marcel, and even Ty has a lot of this too, big time. They meet us and they're like, I thought that when I was a billionaire, my life would look like what their life looks like. You follow what I'm saying? It takes about 5 years to even learn how to have fun once you're rich. It's actually true. It took me 5 years to learn how to get rid of the money. You know why? You finally hit 40, you got money, but you're traumatized because you worked so hard for all these years. You don't even know how to have fun anymore. You're all fucked up. You're all traumatized. You're like, you go hiking up in the sequoias and you're like, gotta check my phone. Ah, fuck, this isn't producing revenue. Like that kind of stuff, right? Some guys will say, well, you should do a job that you love, and then it's like you're never working. Bitch, shut the fuck up, okay? If all you do is work and you can't have the kind of experience that I'm talking about here, you're broke. Yeah, but I love what I do. No, you don't. Stop it. You may be fulfilled by what you do. Yes, I do agree. I agree you're fulfilled. I agree that what you're producing is amazing. I agree you're changing the world, and I agree that you do get off on the game. The game itself is fun for you. But look, if you never went up into the mountains with your kids, you're dead. You never had a girl whipping your cock out in a car because she's that into you, you're dead. You never did the most fucking dope fucking party, you're dead. What does it matter? You never out with like your real friends, like real friendship. You know what I mean? Like real friends driving up the coast. Maybe your kids are with you. You're dead. What does it matter how much money you made? I really liked it. I run a factory. Just stop it. Thank you, bro. I'll grab that. Thank you. I just really like, I'm building a factory and it makes the widget and the widgets change. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Look, or the 700 mil, but you love what you do. You see what I'm saying here? But you love what you do. You can't take it with you, guys. The money ain't going with you. Okay? You want to know the art of living? Let me show you the art of living being rich, okay? Here's what you do. You make the perfect amount of money that you can burn all of it before you die and leave your kids with nothing as an act of love. You want to know why you leave your kids with nothing? Because then you have to take the 5 years off while they're young. Then you have to educate them. If you're leaving the money, then you can rationalize not educating them. If you know you're not leaving the money, then there's a gun in your head to get them to self-sufficiency by 18. There's a gun in your head to have those beautiful experiences with them. You never get the time back, guys. Your kids, look, I remember one day, my little baby boy, man, my little baby boy Dylan. Love Dylan so much, right? My little baby boy. He's like a little stud. He's confident. He's funny. He likes to play. Wants me to chase him around the house. And, you know, I remember I heard him wake up one morning and his voice sounded deeper than mine. I'm like, where's my little baby boy? And you know what? He's a little grown-ass man now. And I remember, like, pretty soon after that, I gave him a hug, and I gave him a kiss on the head. Because as a baby, I always give him a kiss on the head. And he looked at me and said, Dad, it's kind of gay. And I was like, I've been feeling the same thing, Dylan. You know, I think the kiss on the head is wrapping that up, you know? And now I tell him I love him, and I'm like, love you, buddy. And he's like, love you too, Dad. And it's kind of gay. I love gay people, by the way. I love all people. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not gay, you know? Certainly not for my kid. You ever feel that way when you say I love you to your dad's kind of gay? Like, do you ever try to make it sound like a very heterosexual when you say I love your dad? You're like, love you, Dad. Right? You're like, I love you. I'm not gay, right? This is not dad to child pedo shit. What's that? Yeah, like, you know, so, I did a tour with Dylan and my kids around the country. We did 3 months out in the country, and the last stop, we went to Hawaii, and I took him on a helicopter trip. He was like 13, right? Maybe 14, 13, probably 13. And the helicopter was turning sideways. You ever seen a helicopter can turn sideways? We're up in a helicopter above Oahu. And he held my hand. He was scared. He held his dad's hand. And I knew that would be the last time that he ever held my hand as his dad. That'd be it. I knew it. Brought a little tear to my eye, man. Because that's it. I know that's it. He'll never be, like, he's my son, but he's a man. He's a young man, but he's a man. And he held my hand still, and for like one last second while this fucking helicopter's fucking sideways, kind of scared the shit out of me too. Talk about faking being confident. I was like, fuck. You know, right? But I was like, oh, it's all good. Okay? And that was it. Eddie's grown up. It's done. Okay? It doesn't last forever, guys. You can't take it with you. You're not going to get those years back with your kids. You know when I'm fucking that girl in the car? It doesn't stay hard forever, boys. Someday, you're going to have a girl ready to put it in, and it ain't working. And maybe you go, I don't even know what you take at that point. You get some Viagra. Maybe you could take some beets that has nitric oxide in it. Probably you first take the nitric oxide. You get a beet diet, right? Then you go to the Viagra, the hard stuff. And one day, it don't even work either. And what you'd give to get your dick hard one last time to fuck that girl in the car. You'd give it all, you'd give up all your money. You'd give it all up just to fuck that girl in the car one last time. Just for one last time when she says, put a baby in me, and you go, bitch, are you crazy? We met fucking an hour ago. She goes, I don't care, impregnate me. You know what you might even do the second time around? You might even give her the cream pie and impregnate her. I don't think you should, but I'm just saying that when you're that old, you probably would, right? So the point is, right, you do some dumb shit just for one last cream pie. So we can say that having money is superficial. We can say that having sex with a beautiful girl is superficial. It's not. I've never viewed a woman as an object in my life. I have absolute love for women, respect for women, right? Because when I say, yeah, I fucked a girl in the car, how does that sound? Like I said, how's that sound?
Superficial.
People call that empty. It's empty. It's so meaningless. That was not meaningless. You know what's meaningless? Listen to your bitch wife tell you to take out the trash. That's meaningless. Not that, and then she divorced you, takes off your shit. Not like an amazing woman who you're so into, that's passionate for you, that likes you for you, isn't getting anything out of you, and just fucking loves you. That's amazing. That's living. But maybe it could be getting married too. I'm not saying it's just the car. I'm just making the point that a lot of these things that we call superficial are not. They're really not. So, you say what does some billionaire guy think of me and Marcel? They think these guys actually know how to live. Okay? So it's not just about making the money, it's about the art of living. And notice how no one here, not to make it about Dry Tortugas, but nobody here had taken the initiative to go to Dry Tortugas. Because you know why? Most rich people are just advanced elite level chodes. That's it. They're just chumps with money. They don't know how to enjoy it. They don't know how to have fun. You know what guys will say to me when I teach them about how to go out and meet girls? They say, well, don't you get sick of the superficiality of meeting girls? I'm like, okay. So it's Friday night. I went out with my best friends. We cracked dumb jokes until we cried, made out with girls, met some girls that actually like us and are not trying to get money out of us, took them to an after party, had the best time. They had the best time. I'm a teacher of consent. I teach affirmative yes in all my trainings. You guys know what affirmative yes is? It's about checking in for consent at each level. Say the word affirmative yes, say it out loud.
Affirmative yes.
Okay, I'm a consent educator.
Consent educator.
Okay? I educate consent. It's important. Teach guys about dating, gotta educate them on consent. So it's all consensual. Everybody's having fun. And guys are like, oh, well, so like a one-night stand, is that bad? I personally think someone marrying you for half your money is more likely to be superficial than someone that actually was attracted to you and desired you. So then at the end of the night, you met a great girl. It's completely consensual. It's completely win-win. You're both laughing. You're both having fun. And you have great sex. She sleeps over. You have sex again in the morning. There's great breakfast places all around LA or wherever. Maybe you're out here in Miami, you go to Pura Vida. You're laughing, you're probably making out at Pura Vida. And if you want to keep it rolling, maybe you go down to the Florida Keys. You drive down the Florida Keys, you stop off at the beaches, and you're probably fucking at each little key on the way down. Because you haven't got on each other's nerves yet. Like a lot of couples, right? Then you make it out to Key West, you grab a private plane, you go to Dry Tortugas. You do some snorkeling, you're with the girl. Turns out, you know how most women actually kind of like girls? Not all women, but some. And by some, I mean a lot. Turns out that because she's not trying to get money out of you, that unlike her last boyfriend, who she wouldn't say it because she's depending on him, she's not needing you for money, and she tells you, I like girls. And you go, yeah, that's cool. And by the way, I don't like a threesome better than I like one-on-one. I actually think sex is best one-on-one. But sometimes it's just fun to go out with a girl and meet other girls. Not because you need two girls. I'm totally happy one-on-one. But because it's funny. It's funny to be a fat old man fresh out of a wheelchair with a gray beard with two gorgeous women at a restaurant making out with you. It's a troll. It's just literally a troll. So now you go meet another girl. She's making out with the other girl. And that other girl that you're making out with likes you better because you're with a girl and she kind of likes girls more than guys. Because she thinks guys are kind of creepy and girls are kind of beautiful, but then she tolerated you because you got the girl. And now you got both girls. And now you're snorkeling with both girls. You go to the museum, you check out the museum, you're laughing, you're looking at the museum, you're eating you find a cute little restaurant. Not the same boring like Ruth Chris, which is fun, a great restaurant. But who needs to eat at Ruth Chris again, right? You find that unknown restaurant that nobody's ever been to, no one knows about. And only you know about it. And they got a special way of making it. You know the thing in the Florida Keys? What's the thing in the Florida Keys, guys? It's a key lime pie. And is it really better than the key lime pie at Joe's Stone Crab out here in Miami? Probably not. But there's just something about getting the real key lime pie. You know what I mean? Sunny day. Maybe you invite your buddies. Like, yo, Marcel, what are you doing? Hey, I got a couple girls out here, out in Key West. Come out. Come through. Sure, Marcel takes a supercar, drives out, maybe goes snorkeling. I got 2 girls with me. Those 2 girls will help him to meet a girl. Now he's got a girl. Now we're all snorkeling. Maybe we grab a little fucking small plane. Maybe go over to the Bahamas. Go see the pigs. You guys know the pigs? You know about the pigs? You know what I'm saying? You know the pigs? They got these pigs out on a beach. You ever seen them? Look up the pigs. Okay? It's like a kind of a trend on Instagram, okay? Do you need to see the pigs? No. You don't need to see the pigs. But even in saying that, don't you just kind of want to go see the pigs? You see what I'm saying? So you go see the pigs. And you didn't need to see the pigs. But there's something interesting about a unique pig colony on the beach. Why is there a pig colony on the beach? I want to know. I want to know. And I want to see the pigs. Do you guys know that in Catalina Island, just off the coast of LA, there's bison? Do you guys know that? I think they brought them there in the 20s to film a movie. You know there's a buffalo colony. Buffalo normally only live in Montana, Wyoming, Idaho, but there's a buffalo colony on an island off the coast of LA. Don't you want to see the buffalo? I do, and I did. That is a great day. Certainly better than going to the Grove again. And I love the Grove. God bless Rick Caruso. But the point is that I don't need to go to the Grove again, okay? I want to see the buffalo. You guys know what Catalina Island is? It's like a little island off the coast of LA. It's like Greece and San Francisco had a baby. Kind of looks like an Italian island. And it's right there. It's great. It's awesome. You know who I met? You ever just see a girl on Instagram that's like your favorite girl that you jerked off to so many times? You ever just find that girl on Instagram, like every time you jerk off to her on Instagram, it's just better than sex because she's so hot? I've dated many of the girls I jerked off to on Instagram. That just hits different, I'm sorry. It hits different. When you are having sex with a girl that you jerked off to 300 times, it hits different. One of them that is well known is CJ Sparks. If you guys know CJ Sparks, one of my exes, we dated like a decade ago. Man, I used to jerk off to CJ. I remember I used to jerk off to CJ all the time. It's public. I'm not outing her. We're publicly known as a couple, okay? But I used to see her, and I remember my buddy sent her to my house. Michael Sardane. He got her to come and meet up with me. And I took her to Dragon Herbs. And she leaned over the counter to get me some herbs. And I literally prayed to God that we could have sex. I prayed to God. I said, God, if I could have sex with this woman, I will be a servant to you forever. I will do anything to make this planet better if you'd make this happen. I wanted to have sex with her so bad. And anyway, so she thought the date was weird, and that I was pretty weird. But anyway, she called me up drunk one night with her friend. I will never sleep with a drunk girl, ever. But she calls me up with her friend Margot, wanted to have a threesome. I got her to come back to my house. She wanted a threesome. I said no, because I won't sleep with a drunk girl. The next day, I took her out, and she said, why didn't you fuck me and Margot last night? I said, because babe, I can't fuck you when you're drunk. Don't drink tonight. But then she got drunk again. I said, so then the same night she took me back, I can't sleep with you. You got to stay sober. Next day we had sex sober. We were a couple for 3 years. I love CJ. She's one of my best friends this day. I would do anything for CJ. I would die for CJ. I love CJ. One of my best friends. I would do anything for her. She has a boyfriend right now. I try to kind of leave her alone because I want her to be successful in a relationship. Lucky man, great guy, better guy for her than I was. Great fucking guy, truly, her soulmate. But that was a beautiful experience. It hits different when you've jerked off them on Instagram. It does. I had another one. Anyone here was at one of my boot camps like maybe about a year ago and there was a girl I was seeing? Anyone remember? Little petite Brazilian girl? I don't want to say names. I used to jerk off to her fucking heavy on Instagram. Okay? And man, I jerked off to every photo. And she became my girlfriend for 3 months. It hits different when you've been jerking off to the girl on Instagram. I'm telling you. It's like all your dreams come true. It does. And like, I say this and it sounds like it's fucked up to say. Any of you would disagree? Would anyone here disagree? How awesome that would be. Like, would it be borderline spiritual to do that? It's true. No, because here's what I'm saying, right? Here's the point I'm trying to get at. Why do we always try to take sex, which is beautiful, and make it as not spiritual? That's bullshit. Sex is spiritual. Sex is a beautiful, amazing experience. I literally think about CJ every 5 minutes. I love her to this day. I love her that much to this day. I'm not thinking anything, that she would not be offended by. I love her to death. I miss her every day. I'm not missing her like I'm good crying, but I miss her presence in my life. Many of you guys, I don't want to name her name because she's in a very happy relationship. A lot of you guys know my other ex I had for about 3-4 years. And you guys remember her? I miss her every day. I think about her every day. I pray for her. I love her. She's an incredible woman. She added value to my life. And she can leave because she can't take the memories. So again, right? So once you've done it, you have them for life. So the point is, it's true, right? It's like, you can take my, what does the Braveheart guy say? Like, you can't take my freedom. What does he say? You can take my life, but you can't take my freedom. Like, you can dump me, but you can't take me jerking off to you. Isn't that an amazing life when you can jerk off to your exes? Am I right or am I right? Am I right or am I right? Because isn't it amazing when you can have sex with your girlfriend and you don't have to think about other women to come? Isn't it amazing when you can have sex with your girlfriend and she's the number one girl that you'd want to have sex with? Like, there's no better girl that you'd want to have sex with than her. Right? That's living. How about, like, you're flipping through Instagram, you're like, God, that woman's incredible. I never objectified those girls. I don't view them as objects. I'm not dehumanizing them. I'm not viewing them as a trophy. I'm like, this girl looks cool. Like, CJ wasn't just my favorite Instagram model because of her looks. It was because she's hilarious. CJ is a bad bitch. She's an alpha female. She's funny as fuck. We have great conversations. She's a loyal friend. I wanted to be her friend. I didn't just want to bang CJ. I want her to be my friend. She's a great girl. The guy who's with her now is incredibly lucky. You guys see what I'm getting at here? So why do we always put it like, if you want to get laid, you're demeaning somebody? That's not true. It's not pump and dump. It's not like win-lose. It's actually very beautiful. Even girls I had one night stands with, I think about regularly. I think about them fondly. I admire them. I respect them. We had fun. I don't know where this shit comes from that guys view a girl as an object or how that even helps you to get laid. Viewing a girl as an object is salting your game, dude. It salts your game. You don't even have good game when you see them like that. You know what's a fucked up trend too in a lot of the men's coaching? These guys have a fantasy that they could be a misogynist, hate women, and just fuck them, but the women see it. Okay, like, it's like these guys who say that women are gold diggers, but they don't have any gold. Like, do any of the women here recognize this? Like, there's these dudes like, you better not be a gold digger. It's like, you have no gold, sir. Where's the gold? Like, for me to be a gold digger, you need gold. Where's the gold? All these bitches these days are gold diggers. You have no gold. Well, theoretically, when I do have the gold, I'm not like, you're never gonna have gold. Right? So these guys are like, fuck these hoes. They're all sluts, but you don't fuck them. You have no proof that they're sluts because you don't get the girls. All these girls be hoes. Prove it. Who did you have sex with? Because as much as I'm a fan of jerking off, what I should emphasize is jerking off by choice. Not jerking off because you're a misogynist who thinks women are gold digger whores who never gets laid and just watches the internet and talks shit on women in the comments. Do you guys know that like half the men's coaching space now is basically they bring up girls, they bait the girls to say dumb shit, and then guys that get no sex just shit talk them in the comments? That's literally 80% of the men's coaching space. Maybe they never should have canceled RSD. Nobody talked, when RSD was running the game, nobody was doing that. Everyone was just like, how do we meet them? Nobody was like, what a big hoe. Who are you calling a hoe? Like, come on, dude. Like, who are we fooling here? Right? Like, do you guys think that Leo DiCaprio is sitting on a podcast in the comments doing the $5 super chat to call a woman a hoe? He's getting his dick sucked. You think Leo's getting his dick sucked by two supermodels, paying the $30 super chat, watching like some girls that he calls hoes, and is like, you're not gonna get my gold? Do you guys know the level of cope that you're dealing with? Do you guys understand how much cope that is? That is legendary level cope. What I'm trying to put in your brain is that sex is win-win, okay? Sex is win-win, making money is win-win. Right? Well, I don't want to make money because that's greedy. Is what I described with me hanging out in Florida Keys, me being like this like soulless empty vessel that just wants money like Scrooge McDuck, just accumulating money in a pool to just look at the money like it's the precious, like the golem? Is that what I'm doing with it? I'm spending it. But what am I spending it on? Life. All that money, guys, money's evil. All that money is a convenient method of trade so that if you're an apple farmer, you don't need to bring the apples to Miami to take a boot camp. So that if you give me the apples, I have to try to eat the apples quickly before they go bad and then give away the apples. It's just a store of value. It's a convenient method of exchange. Now, if you give me a bit of money and I happen to use that to take my children on a hike, that doesn't make me the devil. You know what makes you the devil? Sitting at home with no money and then telling your children that money is hard and telling your children that money doesn't grow on trees and making them poor and then not giving them experiences and not actually enjoying life and then living in a shitty way and then building that cycle for your kids and then being mad at rich people. The way that a guy on a pickup podcast is mad at the girls that he could never get. Those OnlyFans girls are hoes. I'm never going to marry her. She's not trying to marry you, bro. I'm not going to let her be a gold digger. You have no gold. I'm not going to hook up with that slut. You're not hooking up with anybody. I'm not caring about money. You have no money. Rich people are evil. You're never going to be rich. Right? So this is cope. It's pure cope. Now, let's finish two threads. So we talked about, again, what does a billionaire see as me and Marcel doing? Having fun. They see us having fun. They go, wait, I thought this is what you, I thought that when I got rich, that I would have women with genuine attraction. But instead, all I have is a sugar baby. You ever see that? You remember when Donald Sterling, the owner of the LA Clippers, got outed as being this crazy racist, and there was this girl there was a hooker that he was sleeping with that like put all the audios on of their conversations? Go look what the average rich guy looks like with the prostitutes that he's sleeping with. You can hear it, what it sounds like. That's most of them. Here's the truth. My ex, during COVID, would go to illegal poker games that were basically the politicians and police of the city during lockdown. Do you guys remember I'd shit talk lockdown? What I wasn't saying was the same people that were locking you down. You ever see the movie Batman with Robert Pattinson? Who here seen the Batman with Robert Pattinson? Okay, do you remember the scene? I think it's Zoe Kravitz. She's in the basement of this club and all like the people running the city are like doing coke and having sex with hookers. That's real. That's real. Ask any really hot girl in LA if they've worked at the illegal poker games. Most of them have. Leo goes to them. Kevin Hart hosts them. This is real. Sorry, I'm being a rat. So no one will care. No one gives a shit. No one will even believe me. It's super common. They're doing poker, okay? These rich guys go there. They lock everybody else down and make you stay in your house. You remember how Gavin Newsom got caught eating at French Laundry? Okay, Gavin Newsom, the head of state, the governor of California, is eating without a mask in French Laundry while he's bankrupting your business, locking you down. He's going to bankrupt your life's work, but he's going to French Laundry. Do you guys remember when the Rams won the Super Bowl and then all these people that lock you down just went to the game and didn't even wear a mask? You're like, then why did you bankrupt my life's work? So, anyway, a lot of those rich guys, they make all the money, but they don't know how to have fun. So you know what they do? They go to poker games. This is really, by the way, this will sound like, this to you guys sounds like some crazy insider info. Anybody like in like the upper level scenes like around knows about this shit. It's super common knowledge. It's not like hidden or anything. It's like a lesser version of Epstein shit. So they go to the illegal poker game. They do coke. They do Molly. They drink and they gamble. While they do this, they're typically losing a couple $100,000 while they're there to people like anyone, any of you guys here know Johan? Yo Viral, the French poker player. He's a buddy of mine. He's famous in France for doing poker, right? Guys like Johan go to that game, clean him out. They're called a fish. Do you guys know what a fish is? A fish is some rich guy poker player that's basically like a degenerate gambler and goes and gets cleaned out by the poker pros. So guys like even, who was the owner of the Lakers before he died? Jerry Buss. Jerry Buss was I love the Lakers. I actually love Jerry Buss, but he was a degenerate gambler. And my friends that are good poker players would go clean him out of $300,000. Then he'd like, after they would clean him out of $300,000, he would take them on a yacht and he would be like, hey, like trying to get his power back. Like, well, you're going to come on my yacht now that you took me for $300,000. And then he'd try to win it back and then he'd lose again. But guys like Jerry Buss were degenerate gamblers. They will go to the poker game and they pay women to give them a back rub. And then of the girls there that will be a prostitute, they pay them to be a prostitute. They give the prostitute money, raw dog her, not even knowing if she might get pregnant or give them AIDS, raw dogging her. You think these guys are using condoms while they're on coke? No. Like, oh, I better put the condom on while they're on hard drugs? No. Just lost $200,000. To be fair, while I'd never do it, sounds like a hell of a Friday night. I mean, damn, bro, gambling away $500,000, begging horse raw on coke. Shit. I'm like the Redwood Forest, you know, right? So I don't know. I mean, you can see why it's kind of a vibe, right? But anyway, the point is that's what a lot of them do. And what you'll see is they're doing this because they don't know how to have fun. They use drugs, hookers, and gambling because they don't know how to have fun. And a lot of them also become control-oriented, and that's why they go to Epstein Island. So that's not living. That's where money fucks you up. And that's why you see that and you go, I don't want any part of that. I don't want any part of that. I think that's just pretty deranged. But you know what I think is awesome? Living your life. Living your fucking life in a beautiful way. And while I think going to Epstein Island is pretty disgusting, I think meeting a great girl who loves you is pretty beautiful. Okay? So, circling back to the other point, with that girl that asked Marcel and I why we talk about psychology, because it's typically only with some kind of a dramatic intervention that you are likely to be able to actually live that life. So for most of us, we are stuck, like unless we got the money either from parents or we went to Harvard type of places or something kind of fell into place, the typical way that we will generate a lot of wealth will be understanding psychology. And what that means is doing what we discuss here today, which is having a massive value asset on social media, repeat this after me so you can remember, okay? Public speaking, social media, an event I can invite someone to, a skill that I've built, A service that I provide that I have obsessed over to add exponential value. Then I have studied marketing. I have studied sales. I get people ROI, an average of 100x. Okay? And so what this does is it retains your client base, right? Guys like Marcel and I do not need to have a ton of new clients because we have ongoing clients. They stay with us because we keep adding value. So a common thing is we got to twist somebody's arm initially to get them involved in what we do. Once we get them involved in what we do, in a hopeful world, ideally they are getting benefit from it. Like, take a guy like JR, right? Like JR in your case, right? Got you making some money. Once I got you making money, if I can get you making money, and if every time you come learn, you're making more money, who's selling who?
That's why walking over there giving the...
No, thank you, right? Because what if I told you right now, JR, I'm done. I'll never teach you shit again. You're gonna have a goddamn panic attack. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, right? So you gotta build something. Notice that you're building value at each level. And what you're doing is you're putting a huge amount of, say the word mental capital, thought capital, time resources, focus resources, energetic resources, okay, basically into mastering my craft. Say that. Mastering my marketing. Mastering my social media. Understanding how to add value. Understanding who I'm helping. Changing their life. Okay, so that's how you have to think about it, right? Like, if you look at the products that I've done over the years, take getting better at dating, right? Could you make a better product? I get so good that I'm one of the best ever to do it. I don't just tell you how to do it, but I take you out and get you to do it. So I'm at an elite level. Like when I taught dating over the years, I'm the best you've ever seen, ever. No one's even close. But then at the end of it, what are you doing? Like if you go watch LeBron slam dunk, that's cool, right? What if LeBron gets you to fly through the fucking air and dunk?
That's crazy.
But that's what we do. JR, true or not true?
True, very.
You've been on training, true or not true? What's that?
Been on two, that's true.
Did you do it?
I did, yeah.
Did you fly through the air?
I did, with a flip.
Did you fly through the air?
Yeah.
Okay? We're talking metaphors here, guys. So, okay. Like, you flew? Don't know fly. So, that's the main key. Like Bruno, it's cool that I can do what I do, right?
Can you repeat?
It's cool that I can do what I can do, right?
It's amazing.
But what's cooler?
I can.
That you can do it. And did you do it?
I did it, yeah.
That's what's fucking dope, dude. It's not about like, oh, I can do it. Look at me, right? I train public speaking. I'll be training people public speaking this weekend. I will get them to 80% my level. What you see me doing up here, I can get someone to 80% my level in an hour. That came with time. My 11-year-old kid could do it. And there's videos of it online. Many of the top speakers in the industry came through these trainings. Name your favorite business coaches. Name your favorite spiritual coaches. They all came through these trainings. Shitloads of them. Yep.
By the way, with AI coming, what do you think, how important it is to learn public speaking on a long, for being able to speak for a long time? I think it's
1,000,000%. You know why? Because in a world of fake, people want to meet up in real life and have community and have authenticity. So understand, guys, okay? When I did that, when I learned how to, first of all, public speak at an elite level, and then I learned how to build dating skills, social skills at an elite level, that was done to have a great product. Building a skill is the way that someone who has no money can get money because it doesn't take a lot of investment. But then building say the word delivery system, say that. Building a delivery system where you can get that result for somebody else is also the skill. Does that make sense? Okay? So You can see me do sales, but I teach doing sales. You can see me public speak, but I teach public speaking. You can see me do dating, but I teach dating. So that takes time. Then you add to that the social media content to bring people in the funnel, free videos, free events, build a rapport with the audience, show the audience that you're the fucking best, which you build time. Now, when I was newer and I wasn't the best, what could I be the best at? When I didn't have the best skill, I was still the best. I was always the best. Customer service. Mystery was the best when I was young. But I would outwork that degree of customer service by 500 to 1,000x. I would be there with clients in their issues, in their reality, helping them, pushing them, crying with them, bonding with them for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And I won over their business. And I kept that to this day. So understand that if you want to get rich, cultivate value, bring value, and understand your clientele. Why am I really good at meeting women? Because just like Sheila, what I said to you, I understand where you're coming from. I know how you feel. I know what you think, but also what I didn't mention is that I know when you're lying to yourself. So I know what you think at the surface, and I know when you're lying to yourself, and I can see that too. So I know you better than you know yourself. So as a result of that, when you're meeting somebody, you can add to them. So when that girl asked Marcel and I, why do you guys talk about psychology all the time? Because we think living in a random apartment is boring. Because we think driving a regular car is boring. Because we think having an average day in life is boring. Because we think going to regular places is boring. Because we think regular food is boring. Because we think that a regular life is not even spiritual and is actually abdicating God's given potential for your life. And the beauty of it is, it's not just about you having mindless consumption like a drug-addled fucking spoiled brat. It's about you living life and giving. Ironically, when you do this, you get the most of anybody, but you know what else you do? Give the most of anybody. If I walk down the street, what if I told you that people, when we go out, will come up to me in tears? Would you believe that? Would you believe that people walk up to me and dump their wallet? They just take it is not unusual that people walk up, pull out their wallet, open it, and dump the contents out. And they say, this was the least I could do. This was the least I could do. I have people that hit me up that will work for me. I have armies of people that beg me to work for free. But guys, I feel that way about a lot of people too. I love the Bible. I do that for Jesus if Jesus came. I love Eckhart Tolle. I would be privileged to help out Eckhart Tolle. If Eckhart Tolle was here and he said, give me I have this thing called pay me 50 grand and we'll go for lunch, I'd give it to him to say thank you. And then I'd spend the lunch asking him how I can help him. So people want to reciprocate. So and people want to have that experience of meeting someone who helped them. So I'm showing you guys here a business model, but also a way of life that you can study and you can operate at a high level. Now, when you guys see me up here public speaking, what do you think is different about how my brain works and how Marcel's brain works than what's typical as you walk through Walmart? How switched on was Marcel's brain today? How switched on is my brain? You want to know where this comes from? Thinking outside yourself. When you keep looping on your selfish desires and what you want, it creates mind density that makes you dumb. It makes you dumb. When you have a bigger purpose beyond yourself, it forces you to marshal more power. It forces you to marshal more resources. So as a result of that, it makes you more intelligent. You have more energy. So one of the things about coming here and watching me is to see the energy level, the lateral thinking, the improvisation, the humor, the off-the-cuff stuff, the weaving, linking things together, big concepts, raising the vibe, transformation. That comes when you think outside yourself. Guys will say, oh, looks and money must matter a lot with women. And I say it doesn't. Well, maybe the truth is in the middle. For a derper idiot, looks and money is all he has. What I'm bringing is so much past looks and money that it's virtually irrelevant. Imagine being Marcel's actual girlfriend. Imagine being my girlfriend. And you're around a guy who's operating at a level like that. Do you guys think that it really matters if I'm at 10% body fat when I'm meeting a girl at this point? So that's what I mean when I say looks and money don't matter. When you have the skills. When I say making money is easy, what I mean is that what I'm doing here, paradoxically, taps into a different energetic paradigm and fuel, which then makes it easy. So what I'm doing here as a speaker is so difficult that almost nobody could do it. Maybe nobody. And yet, this is easy. So when I say making millions is a joke, a fucking joke, I mean it. But what does it sound like when I say that? Like a grift. But do I look like someone that would have a hard time making money? So it's a grift to tell a derper idiot that from the paradigm of being a derper idiot, that making money is easy. That is a grift. It is a truth and a liberation to say that if you get to the right paradigm, it will become easy. To say to a derper idiot that looks and money don't matter is a grift, but to elevate them to another paradigm is a liberating truth. So both parties are correct. They are simply coming from a different point of view and a different paradigm. It's easy to make millions is true from the correct paradigm. But to get, I also don't get sick in 15 years. That's easy, but not when you're a derper in regular life. You dig? So what I'm trying to show you here, I'm trying to point towards paradigms, okay? Look, the truth is this. The Bible, New Age Bible like Eckhart Tolle stuff, Bhagavad Gita, Tao Te Ching, these are profound, revered spiritual texts. But, and I'm in no way, shape, or form comparing myself to Jesus or anything, so don't take it there. But our job as teachers and educators is not simply to pedestalize the Tao Te Ching and say it ends there, right? What's the job of an educator? Well, what did Jesus say that we're going to do? Jesus said what? You will go and do, I'm paraphrasing, you will do works beyond me. I'm not going to do what Jesus did, but I'm just making the point that the idea is not to pedestalize an external source and stop and not own your own power. It's to recognize your power, to recognize who you are, what this place is, who you are, beyond biological drives, social conditioning, the ego. Who are you beyond? And to recognize your actual power and to harness it in this life. That's why we're here. That's what we're doing here. So when you get hung up on, do looks and money matter? Should I have sex? What about money? This is just some bullshit. Okay? This is some bullshit. It's a distraction. What we're actually talking about here is who you really are, what this dimension is, okay? What am I trying to point to you right now? Where are you? America. Where are you? Do you ever ask yourself that question? I'm awake. I'm conscious. I like to fuck. I like money and food. But what else do I like? By the way, let me be clear. Something like I like to fuck is a spiritual statement. Doesn't mean you're entitled. You're always making sure to get consent. It's always win-win and respectful. Does the average guy in the street think, I like to fuck? I like money. They're not owning it in that way. Here's what they're doing. They're just looking at girls, they get horny, they jerk off, they get depressed, they don't actually have the sex they want, then they get a weird relationship to it, then they start to view the woman as a bad person, they view the woman as an object, then they go on the podcast and bash women to feel better, to cope. Then they look at rich people, they get mad, they scroll, they look at rich person, like rich porn type, like just pictures of rich people. They don't actually own it. There's not an ownership of their humanity. I like to travel. I like being a great dad. I like to create. I like to live. You see what I'm saying? Do you guys see how I'm saying this to you to show you my nervous system. You ever seen when I teach 1,000 out of 10, I say 1,000 out of 10. Who the fuck would have the balls to that? Look how I say it. Watch how I say it. Watch my nervous system. 1,000 out of 10. Who the fuck would have the balls to that? 1,000 out of 10. I like to fuck. I like money. I like to travel. I want to live. That's different than the apathetic masses who are in a fucking haze on their phone. I want to live. It's a desire to live. It's a desire for life. I'm a human being. Okay? I'm a human. I'm awake. I'm engaged. I love my country. I love the world. I love human beings. I like potential. I like life. I like growth. I like happiness. I like joy. That's not superficial. That's not win-lose. That's not win-lose. That's not superficial. That's not you being Scrooge McDuck. That's you embracing your humanity. The taker is the person who just looks at their phone trying to take, but never even takes anything. It's like the guy who thinks that the girls are gold diggers, but has no gold. They're not taking anything. What are the ways that you get to achieve all this stuff anyway? When you say, I like to fuck, what are you saying? Here's the subtext. I like becoming a man who adds tremendous value to a woman. It's saying, I want to become someone who makes women comfortable. I like to be someone who a woman would want to have an experience with. I want to become somebody who makes it a win-win for a woman and makes her come out as an even bigger winner than me. Just like when, you give me 10 grand, but you made back 100. It's not about win-lose. I like money means I want to make people money. I like money. Translation. I want to make people money. I like to fuck. Translation. I want to be the most amazing guy she's ever fucking met. And I'm willing to put in the work to understand myself and to understand her. And to lead her through an experience that she treasures. That's what it's saying. Okay? I want to travel. That doesn't mean that you're some greedy person. That means that you want to see God's creation. Look, if you made somebody a meal, do you want them to sit there on their phone while they eat the fucking meal? What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? You want them to enjoy the fucking meal, right? So God made the earth, but you don't go see it? That's fucking disrespect. That is a slap in the face. That's a fuck you to God. Look, I'm not saying that someone's disabled or comes from a bad life, they're telling God to fuck off, okay? Everyone has, their life circumstance. But if you have the God-given ability to go see the earth, why not go to Montana, look at the mountains, and have a good cry? Because I regularly cry when I go in the mountains. I feel so happy. Look, this will sound fucked up. I think about girls I banged and cry. Want to know why that is? Because I have a capacity for gratitude. And I know that someday my dick's not going to work. I know that someday that day is going to come. Just like LeBron trying to slam dunk the ball, and he just can't get over the net the way he used to. Just like Kobe in his last season playing basketball, and he's covered in fucking ice packs, and he can't dunk it anymore, and his Achilles popped, and his shoulder tore, and everything fucking tore. And he's got one last game to go out for 60 points and win the game. And that's what he's gonna get. And soon he'll be dead in a helicopter crash. And that's the most beautiful moment of his fucking life. And he went for 81. And that was great. But knowing that that's the last game he's ever going to have, the last game, everybody comes to honor Kobe. And he's going to play. He missed his first 5 shots. We think it's going to be a bad one. But we all love Kobe, so we'll put up with it anyway. And he goes for 60. And you better believe it's going to bring him to tears. So you don't think that that trip you take with your friends, you shouldn't be brought to tears? If it's not, it's because you don't understand how scarce it is. You don't know where you are. Do you guys think that I don't know where I am right now? My voice is working. My brain still somehow kind of works. My ideas are clicking. I worked my whole life to be in this point to be able to do what I'm doing now. I'm changing lives. I can point at an audience and say, tell me how much money I made you. And they say, I made the money. I know where I am right now. I know this isn't forever. I know AI is coming. We don't know what that's going to do. I don't know what the future holds. I have this now. Now I have this. What's Eckhart Tolle's book called? The Power of what? Now. So I can't stretch myself forever. I can't stretch it 90, 100, 110, right? At least try to do it. We're all dead. We're dead. You understand? We can't stretch forever. We can't achieve the infinite in breadth. Where do we chase the infinite? Where? Now. Depth. Now. 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 So when you're in that car banging the girl, now. Okay? Even that joke, to just make this educational, even that joke of me going, now, like that moment that I get to joke about busting a nut at a Societe Eckhart Tolle is the infinite. There's nothing actually better. At a certain point in your life, you got to realize it doesn't get better than this. This is it, baby. I'm in my prime. My audience is here. I'm clowning about Eckhart Tolle and busting a nut. It doesn't get better than that. So you're not waiting for the future to get better. You're saying, how can I make the future awesome when? Now. Now. So how do you open the portal and penetrate the veil? Right? We have the manifest world here and the unmanifest world from which the fount, which is God, emanates through and generates creation and life from the non-manifest world. From the infinite, right? And as humans, we are created in the image of God, which means that via our lives, we have the capacity to basically, look, let's be honest, right? It's not a coincidence that when you put your dick in a girl, it feels like heaven, right? You're putting your dick through where? The veil, right? Where do we come out of? The woman's pussy, and then we spend our lives trying to crawl back in it. So, right? Why are we crying when we come out of the pussy? We want back in. Okay? Okay? And again, that's a fucked up joke and it doesn't get any better than that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I see God in that joke. Now you go, no, but God has to be uptight. Why? Because I think God's funny as fuck. Right? The world is funny. Like, you take a shit. Okay? You're being trolled by God. Okay? You ever just have indigestion, just puke up your fucking burrito? The corn you ate is now in the toilet? That's God trolling you. So God is not an uptight God. Right? The same God that makes it where you pump a hole and go, and bust a cream pie is clowning you. He's light, creative, expansive, ever expansive, infinite, playful, moving up, abundant. not dense and uptight and scarce and serious and win-lose and finite. It's about playfulness. Why do we dance? Why do we sing? Why do we joke? A dumb, fucked up joke is God. That's real. That's called what? Joy. A joke is penetrating the veil. Dancing is penetrating the veil. Win-win, fun, consensual sex is penetrating the veil. It's a beautiful night. Doesn't mean to get someone pregnant or spread disease. Done safely, respectfully, among adults who are grown people and have brains, okay, and the capacity to enjoy it as adults. So this is life, right? Then you bust a nut at a girl, and the baby comes out, right? And the baby cries. And then the baby runs around and is playful. You know what the baby does? The baby shows you how to live life again. Right at the time that you're 30, when you should have had your first kid by that time, and a lot don't, you forget how to live life. And the baby comes out and teaches you both how to care for another person, but it also teaches you how to live life. And it teaches you that you got to enjoy life and that you can't just make money endlessly and be hidden from life. Women also teach you this. Women will force you to have joy. Your woman doesn't leave you if you go broke. Your woman leaves you when you stop having joy. And then you go broke and get upset, and then she leaves. It's how it affects you. Women will live with you under a bridge as long as you keep your confidence and joy. There's a great movie called The Fountain by Hugh Jackman. You guys ever seen The Fountain with Hugh Jackman? And he's trying to save his wife's life. And she says, buddy, just run with me in the snow. And he's like, no, I have to save you. And she says, just run with me in the snow. I'm going to die of cancer. Run with me in the snow. But he won't do it. And then she dies. And then he spends his whole life trying to save her. And then he's on this fucking tree going to the center of the fucking universe. Then he gets to the center of the universe to finally get to the ultimate fountain. And then he gets there, and he finally finds a way for eternal life. What happens? He turns into a fucking tree. What's that telling you? That we're all in the infinite, and that our bodies die, but that life is always ever expanding. I am you and you are me, not literally, but insofar that the animating force that animates you is the animating force that animates me, which is why in spiritual texts, they say treat unto others, others treat you, because you recognize that fountain of life in them. And when you recognize yourself as that life, the ego subsides and you connect to the vine. That's what Christianity is teaching. That is why by respecting life in others and not judging them, it connects you to your higher awareness, which then makes your voice boom out, makes you funny, makes you creative, makes you get outside your own head, and then the kingdom of heaven gets manifest on the earth because life goes well. And at the highest level, you might even get crucified because the parasitic consciousness here can't handle the degree of light you have, and that's when you go to the next level. But that's not to be feared. That's actually very honorable. You'll see how it sounds scary. So that's why many of our heroes had that happen. But anyway, look. So part of what I'm trying to show you here is a path where, you can view, say, Christianity as like, okay, like I memorize, Leviticus, the ritual for bleeding out a goat when I sinned or some shit, right? You can learn that and say you're a good Christian. But that's not real transmutation. That's not really changing you at a soul level or getting you to live life in a beautiful way. So in reality, to me, I view it like two types of Christians. You have the Christian who memorizes the text and can spit back every line, but they're still unconscious and they're in a cult. Or you have a Christian who actually had the transmutation. But it doesn't just have to be a Christian, because the truth is that in many ways, the different sects is meant to divide us. It's really about what's being pointed at, which really could be somebody from a different faith, even though I know that pisses people off because they're in a cult. What matters is the message and the transmutation and the awakening of the soul. So in many ways, what it is that you're learning by building a business, by learning to meet women, by learning to take care of yourself, by traveling, by enjoying life, by having children, that is meant as a training ground, which is meant to train you for after you die. This is death prep. You get it? You're in death prep right now, okay? Death prep. So in your mind, you're like, oh, I'm going to die. It's scary. It's not scary. Just prepare. Awaken that seed inside yourself and get yourself ready for when you die. What will happen when you do this? You will have tremendous insight, okay? There will be insights that you'll get that are very, very, very hard to relate, but you will see other people very differently, and you will see the traps that they are in. Many rich, wealthy people, because they do it from the wrong space, are simply inside a golden jail. They're not actually free. And they're actually in a worse version of jail. So in other words, as you ascend, you'll find that you shoot up and you're ascending. Your soul is becoming free, and the trap actually traps you more. Because it threads your soul into this dimension with bigger booby traps. So the traps get bigger. That's where the Epstein shit comes from. The traps get bigger. As you're an ascending soul, you will see little demons coming at you regularly. Friends will betray you, and shit will explode around you. Okay, that means that you're over the target, right? It's like if you get canceled, it's because you're helping people. It means you're over the target, okay? So as you're over the target, what's gonna happen is you're living your life in the right way, which means you have gratitude to God, you're enjoying your life, you're helping other people, you're actually building your own life, which shows gratitude for the life that you're given, and you're expanding, okay? And what happens is that you use life as it is presented to you as a way, as a driver to drive yourself into more presence, okay? It's a driver. So, that girl that you're afraid to approach is a driver. That rejection that you get is a driver. That girl that you sleep with is a driver. That million that you lose is a driver. That 100 million that you make is a driver, because you have to force yourself to actually enjoy it. So so you learn on the downside and on the upside. It's driving you into spirituality. It's driving you into your soul. My broken leg was not an accident. Imagine somebody like me with the gift of chronic pain for over half a year. What do you think that did? It's fucking incredible, to be honest with you. Fucking sublime. Perpetually being in bed, I like stimulus. I was bored as fuck. The first several weeks of a broken leg, the leg generates by making this kind of like putty. It's like a gel, so you can't move because it's making the gel to refill the bone, and you sleep like 18 hours a day, and you're waiting for this gel to get created before it begins hardening. So if you move, the leg will set the wrong way. I got more metal in my leg than bones. So I gotta sit there for days at a time, bored and in pain. Okay? How do you get over the pain? Breathe through it. Breathe. 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 You see how boring it gets if I just keep saying breathe? Like if I go breathe. Breathe, that's cool for like a minute, right? And then I change the stimulus. What if for the next 5 hours, breathe, breathe. Make that 6 months. Boring as fuck. How do you get past it? God. Spirituality. It's gonna deepen you. All people who are on ascension will be called into something like that. Happened to Andrew, got put in jail. His soul, and I know when I know, is in flux. He may go down or up. When you see a guy like Andrew, here's what you gotta understand. That is somebody of great power, but may not know how to wield it. You dig? Do you guys see that he is for some reason operating on a different level? Trump too. Are you guys able to see this? How do you tell that a guy like Andrew is operating on a different level? He actually is. Fuck all this he said this, he said women can't drive. Fuck all that. Fuck everything. Just go to the root of who he is. Is he on a different level? Because I don't like a lot of what he says, by the way. Is he on a different level? Is his energetic frequency different than average person's? It actually is. What's happening to him? There's something happening, right? It's deeper than it looks like. He said women can't drive, right? He's operating at a different level. He is. But the question is, will he pass the test? You see that? Just because you're on the path doesn't mean you pass the test. What do you think would be the best thing he could do would be? I actually think I know. I'm going to be a little arrogant here. Obviously, he's his own man. He's a grown-ass man. He's a father. It's not for me to tell him what to do. He's a grown-ass man with kids. I'm not here to tell him what to do. I'm just going to tell you what I think. It's just personal, just sharing opinion. Just pontificating. What should he do? He already had that force on him. Prison. What should he do? He already does. What's that? I can't hear you. He lives an amazing life. You know what I do?
Sheer humility.
I think with where he's at, he should lock in, but it's his choice. It's his life. I can't tell him what to do. Truth is, I should lose my pot belly, right? So we can all tell other people what to do, okay? It's very easy to tell people what to do. It's hard to do it. I'm just pontificating, okay? You guys tell me what you think. Imagine somebody with that degree of public speaking skills, that degree of communication, and that degree of influence paused and didn't just get stuck at the kind of content he's currently putting out, which is hilarious, by the way. But didn't stop being funny, didn't not start taking himself serious. Look, I'm talking here about jacking off, okay? But imagine that a guy like that really got into his spirituality and locked in and said, I'm already fucking famous as fuck. I don't even need to generate clicks by poking the hornet's nest at this point at all. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the fucking world. And I'm going to really audit my message and audit what it is that I want to leave behind. And stop getting caught up in arguing with a feminist, some blue-haired crazed feminist, nut job. And I'm going to just lock in and build a real movement. He's already famous enough. He doesn't need to troll anymore to get clicks, right? You notice how Jay-Z matured and he went to a higher level? The other rappers are like, I get bitches, I kill people, I sell drugs, right? Jay-Z is like the best rapper ever in many ways. Not necessarily like skill-wise, although he's incredible. But the best rapper in the sense that he used rap as a vehicle to become the best role model for people from backgrounds like his. Right? He showed you there's no limit. He had Barack Obama in his phone, like great Obama. Why did Jay-Z get to that level? Because he matured. What happens when you don't mature at a certain point? Self-parody. Take a guy like Clavicular. He will either go on to become self-parody and like a trend that people laugh at. What if a guy at that level of impact said, he won't do this, he'll laugh at me and call me a boomer. But the point is, imagine a guy like him calms down and he says, I don't want to tell people to get plastic surgery, do steroids, and take cocaine. Right? And what if he scoped down his message? How much could he change the world?
Isn't he already doing that a little bit?
I don't know. I mean, last I know he got arrested last night. Well, I hope he does. I don't follow it closely. But I mean, what did he do? He did something positive you're going to say? We should share it.
I just feel, by following him, tell me if I'm right or wrong, that his speech is more positive toward like.
That's dope. That's really dope. I think just the biggest thing is that like saying things like getting leg extensions and shit like that is so dumb. And but I think that he teaches people not to care what people think. I think he teaches people to learn about some of the harsher realities of life and be honest about them, which I like. But what would happen if he actually scoped down his message? What do you think would happen to him?
He would increase his volume. He would change.
Look, the way that you want to live life in the best way possible is when you're young, you're crazy, man, okay? You're running wild, you're running crazy, okay? You're running wild, you're running crazy. And that's part of life. That's part of experiencing of life, right? Maybe he wants to fuck some hoes while on coke, whatever, right? He's running wild. He's fucking 20. But if you're just banging hoes at 20, talking about getting leg extensions when you're 30, what's that? That's self-parody. Got it? So as you develop via life experience, that gives you the chance to live fully and then help people to get locked in. Now look, I'm in here talking about jacking off and funny jokes. You can be funny and should be. Otherwise you're boring or uptight. But at the end of the day, let me show you something, okay? Your physical body is already dying, right? You will have no memory of any of this. What will be left when you die? Only two things. One is your children. But the world's got a lot of people. It doesn't even really need them. But still good to do. And rewarding, and teach you how to be a kid again as you get older. The other thing is the energy that you're emitting out. Okay? So if I'm here and I'm emitting energy out and I'm videoing it and putting it online, in the same way that I would fuck a girl and have a child and that lives beyond me, what I'm doing here is fucking. I'm getting in. It's a big gay sex free tour. Okay? So that leaving of legacy is like a flower growing and going like that, and it shoots out. Because look, here's what you need to understand. Kobe Bryant is not dead. Kobe is in the room now. For real. I went to every Lakers home game that I could, either floor seats or low row seats. Sometimes when I was broke, third layer seats, the nosebleeds. What was I doing watching Kobe? Am I just bleed purple and gold and you just go Lakers? Is that why I went? Why did I go see Kobe?
Watching greatness.
Greatness.
Absorb his energy.
Absorb his energy. To learn from him. Also, to see transcendence. I saw Kobe do things that were legitimately transcendent. Does it really matter if Kobe can do a 3-point shot? Okay, he shot a 3-pointer. Nice. It's the transcendence. Okay? It's watching him transcend. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback of all time. But did you know he's not the most skilled? And you know he's not the best? He's a mediocre athlete and a okay skilled quarterback. But he's the greatest quarterback of all time. Aaron Rodgers, more skilled. Who's the guy that plays for the Baltimore Ravens? Lamar, what's, is it Lamar Jackson? Lamar Jackson, thousands of times more athletic than Brady. Who's the guy that plays for the Chiefs? Patrick Mahomes, better quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, better quarterback. Why is Brady the greatest? His brain, and also, it's God. That's why. He is the most transcendent. Brady is the most transcendent player, which means that while he may be a person with flaws like anybody else, just like we're taught in the book of Exodus with Moses, Moses had killed somebody. So God will choose people who are imperfect. That's the lesson of Moses. God will choose a prophet who is imperfect. You know who's imperfect? Andrew. So understand, God will choose an imperfect vessel. That's always how it is. God will choose an imperfect vessel, okay? But you can see, when you see Brady down 28-3 at halftime against the Falcons in the Super Bowl, and you see him come back, that's not Brady with his like old man body, slow running. That's God. So what that is him learning how to open a portal. Okay, he's going like this, and he's piercing the veil. And he's bringing energy from the unmanifest into manifest. Andrew's actually doing that, by the way. He imperfect vessel. Fucks up, does dumb shit. But for some reason, God chooses certain people. It's not clear why. Could be reincarnation. Could be, I don't know what, to be honest with you. I don't really understand it. But what I'm saying is that whether you're chosen for that or not, you have a capacity to tap into that, right? Because even the person on earth who could do that the most here on earth, there's other dimensions where beings are doing that at infinitely bigger levels. So it's not a competition. But understand that after you die, you're going somewhere else. So basically your life is, you're here, and via your children and via your energy, that is what shoots out, okay? That's what's gonna shoot out. But after that shoots out, you die. Okay, well, it shoots out and then eventually you die. So you're dead. None of this will matter. It won't matter what you did, all that. It's just a bunch of dumb shit, okay? But the way that you curate your soul at a core essence, that matters. In fact, you could go into, you know how they say God is just judging your intentions? The actual outcome doesn't matter. You go into a war, you fight that war, you lose, you die. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is who you were while you fought the war. Because the world is just changing and morphing and decaying and dying and getting better. It's just fucking shit show. It's a shit fest. Right? Billions of people are now dead. Billions of humans that have lived are now dead. Plants dead, animals dead, everything's dead. The ocean, fish killing each other, eating each other, all dead. How many animals have you killed? All these animals, dead, 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 dead. What will you be soon? Dead. Death awareness is what allows you to enjoy life. I can't live, okay? The Greeks would often say the gods are jealous of the mortals. Why are the gods jealous of mortals? Because we have meaning, right? So you can be like, you could just be God, but maybe numb. But what happens is that because our life has a scarcity to it and a time limit, like when I come into events, right, and I come at it, I'm coming at it like it's like I come up here like I could die of a heart attack on the stage, because I know that I'm likely to die of a heart attack on stage. That's probably how I'll die, or fucking a baddie, right? So I'm just fucking kidding, but I'm not really kidding. So the point is, right? Like, I come up here knowing this is maybe it. Okay? Now, assuming I survive this, probably will, I will go eat. And I'm not kidding you when I say this. I will probably go, you know what's funny? You could have all the money in the world, but you know what you always value the most? The stuff you had when you were broke. You know what my favorite restaurant in all London is? All London. Best restaurants maybe in the world in London. Or some of. You know, I don't give a fuck. Give me a 5,000 order, I'll piss on a 5,000 order. You know my favorite dinner in London? Nando's chicken. Because when I was broke, and I could get a piece of protein with some great peri-peri sauce, and I could afford it, man, I love that chicken. You know my favorite thing that I ate here when I was broke when I was younger? Sandwichery. You guys ever eat sandwichery? God, I love it. Every time I eat a sandwichery, man. So happy. I know it's too much carbs. I know it makes me fat. I know the sauce has omega-6s. But has a lot of veggies in it too. A lot of healthy stuff too. I love sandwichery. And you know what I do when I go eat at sandwichery? I sit there and I think about like all the times, you know, I went to sandwichery. Pulled girls. You know how many fucking girls I pulled to sandwichery before I had sex? Like, and I think about it, you know? When I was young, didn't have that much swag. Pulling girls sandwichery. It's all I could afford, guys. You know the hotel I stayed at? It's called the San Juan. You guys ever stayed at the San Juan? Shitty hotel in South Beach. I love the San Juan. Loved it. You know my favorite hotel in New York? They destroyed it. It's called the Pen. And they got rid of that during COVID. And the Pen was the shittiest hotel in New York. And it's actually where they shot Ghostbusters with Slimer. And I would go to New York and I would walk up into the Pen. And it's right across from Madison Square Garden. And I would go to the top and I'd sit in the rooms, empty. I just sit in the room. And I think about all the great speeches we ran in those rooms. Quiet. Like, hear how quiet this room is. Hear the sound? And I would just sit there by myself, you know? And I think about the first ever seminars I ran there, foundations I recorded there in the basement. You know, think about the students who came through, transformations they had. I remember one time I had a bunch of celebrities come to like a 1,000-person event there, and I was on no sleep because New York's so goddamn loud. I couldn't sleep. Goddamn loud in New York. It's honking horns and shit. I'm from LA. And I think about how I came in there on no sleep, and I went in there in front of 1,000 people on no sleep, and I killed it. And I had to dig deeper to be able to kill it. I was scared. That was back when I actually cared what people thought of me. You know, when I see you guys caring what people think of you, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm not joking, by the way. I'm not trying to be like clever here. When I see people who like complain about life, I'm literally jealous. When I see people who like are mad, I'm jealous. I'm never mad. I'm jealous of people that are depressed because I can't experience that anymore. Yeah, I don't have that anymore. When I see someone trapped in their head, I'm jealous. When I see someone who's broke, I'm jealous. Because I miss that. I miss that, you know, like, you know, like you're in Europe and you're trying to like get your next event. You don't know how you're gonna make the money. And you strategize with your friends. You're just trying to make like $2,000, you know? And you're like actually doing it. Like you got to figure out how to make $2,000. You don't even have $2 fucking grand, right? And your game sucks. You know, right? I miss that too. I miss not being able to get laid, you know, right? Like I miss that. And because that's the only life you're ever gonna get. You know what I mean? That's the only life you're ever gonna get. So that moment that you think sucks, that's your life, dude. That's your fucking life. Like when you're old and you think you're gonna die, you're gonna remember, it's gonna flash before you. You're gonna remember all this stuff. That girl that dumped you that you're so upset, I miss that. You ever have a horrible breakup? Like your chest hurts so bad you can't sleep? You miss the girl so bad, you're kind of mad at her, but you still love her, and you're all fucked up over it, and you can't sleep, and your chest hurts. I miss that. I can't experience that anymore. I don't have that. You want to know my single greatest regret I ever had? I met a girl in 2012. I pulled her, fucked her, and we had a great day. We were in Denver, and we ate ketchup-flavored pop chips on the street in Denver. We were just eating ketchup-flavored pop chips. I didn't have a lot of money. And we were making out. We'd been fucking all day. And she said, you know, I'm going to go back to L.A., and I'm going to drive from Colorado to L.A. And I'd never really driven the country. You know what I mean? I'd never driven the country. So I thought, well, shit, I have all this work to do. I have all this fucking work to do. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to fly back and get my work done. I'll see you when you get there, because she had her car. She wanted to bring her car from Denver back to LA. We were going to keep seeing each other. And I went back, I worked. She eventually got there. Now, this girl later cheated on me, and we fell out, and we had a pretty bad breakup like 3 years later. We were together for like 3 years. We did a lot of threesomes too. And I always regret I didn't take the drive back from Colorado. You know why? You never get that back. You'll never, ever have that back. Do you see what I'm saying? You'll never have that back. You're in love. You haven't fallen your girl. You just met her. You eating fucking ketchup pop chips. You never get that back, dude. You'll never get back being on the street in fucking Denver with the girl just eating pop chips. You'll never get it back. That's your life. That's literally your life. I actually later saw what it was like to drive back. I later did that drive with my kids, and I saw what the drive we would have had. It was amazing. You actually drive through the Rocky Mountains, It's unfucking real. You drive through, do you guys know what Moab is? Moab is where Arches National Park is, Canyonlands. Unfucking real. I took my kids out there to go, I got a private guide to get telescopes with my kids. I took my little baby boys out looking at the stars out there. You see the stars so well. You drive back, you drive through like the Grand Canyon type of terrain, Zion. Do you guys know what Zion is? Unfucking believable. And I could have done that with my ex before she turned into a fucking cunt. And, you know, because you know the truth, they all usually RAS flip you in the end anyway, guys. They do, right? They RAS flip you, they turn to someone you don't recognize, and they go love some other guy. It ain't your girl, just your turn. We know that. But that does not a space for bitterness. That's actually a space to enjoy the relationship for while you have it. That makes it more special that you know it's not forever. Guys get mad it's not forever, but nothing's forever. Everything's always changing. I can fall in love with a girl now, but it hits different when you're younger, doesn't it, right? It's different. Do you know when you're younger, when you fall in love, how special that is? Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand how special that is? That's some shit money can't buy. Were you guys ever at the old RSD World Summits where you had the whole squad there and everybody was going out like in Excess nightclub and stuff? Any of you guys were at those? You were there? You got the whole squad there, right? You know, I'm going to vent a bit here. I used to tell the guys, this is as good as it gets. You got all your friends here. You got fans here to see you. This is the fucking golden age now. This is your life now. But they couldn't often see it. They get hung up on the money, bickering. And I promise you, none of them have had a moment like that since. They've had their own private moments that are great. But sometimes you got to realize when you're winning. You've got to recognize, you know how we always think that life is just better, 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 better? It is in many ways, but it's different. It's better, but it's different, right? It's better, but it's different. But these moments you're not going to get back, okay? That birth of a child, that time with your kids, that first time that you did a seminar. My first seminar was in a Starbucks in New York. 6 people. You want to know what? I wish I had that shit recorded. You know what people there said? You know what's funny? I knew I was on the right path. They said that it looked like a flame was emanating off the top of my head. Back when I had hair. And I think what they meant was I got in the zone. But you never get that back. I'll never get back the version of Mystery that was my mentor back when he was in his prime. That girl that I could have driven back with, I'll never get that version of her again. That was a great version. You know, she later became a fucking cunt. A person I didn't recognize, that I wouldn't even want to be friends with. But for those couple years, I could never get that version back. I could never get back the version of Julian that I knew, that liked to go out. You see what I'm saying? I could never get that back. I could never get back the version of my old friends before they became older, conservative, and beaten by life. Beaten by bills. Being too conservative, too structured. No adventure. No spirit of adventure. And all they care about is security and bills and won't take a risk. Many of my best friends, I've got friends that we're up in the mountains, guys. We're literally up in the mountains. In Montana, we're up in the mountains, a bear walks by. You know what that's like? You see your first grizzly bear walks right by you. You got your little bear spray. It hits different. You know what I'm saying, right? But you'll never have that first experience of having a bear walk by you again. Many of those people that I went up into that hike with, that first time I ever hiked up into Grinnell Glacier in Glacier, Montana, up near Whitefish. I look at the people that went with me there. The only one that I still consider normal is Ibrahim. The rest of them are bitter, angry, calcified, empty shells of who they were. Because that is what happens to 99% of people. That is not a fate unique to them. Fear sets in. Loss of joy for life sets in. And then they settle for small victories. Well, yeah, I'm not being irresponsible anymore, being up in the mountains, the bear. Now I'm living a real life. Real life. But that was real life. There's a movie with you know who Terrence Malick is? You guys know Terrence Malick? He made The Thin Red Line. There's one called The New World. A New World, The New World. And it shows, it's the story of Pocahontas, but taught like in a more adult way. So Colin Farrell, who I actually see at the City Spa regularly, he is in the movie and he comes over and he spends time with Pocahontas, playing, joking, but you know, he's there to spread all the European bullshit into the Native American culture. Pros and cons to it, of course. Native Americans are not perfect, like they try to portray, but they had a lot of beauty in their culture that got destroyed. So he says that he has to leave. Why do you think Colin Farrell can't just say that Pocahontas has to leave? What do you think he says? It's not real life. Then he goes back into making money and all this shit. And eventually he comes back to find her. You know what he says? This was my real life. This was my real life. So I live life a bit like a 5-year-old. I'm like the hero that I would have looked up to when I was 13. Okay? But here's what you guys don't understand. At a low level of intelligence, a low functioning person cannot even achieve the basics. A low functioning person can't even go get medical insurance or a mortgage. So for them, even just a modicum of stability is enough and an accomplishment. But at a certain level of intelligence, it's bullshit. Okay? At a certain level of intellect, you circle back to the jack-off jokes. You see what I'm saying? You ever see the Midwit meme? Dumb guy, jack-off jokes. Smart guy, no jack-off jokes. Ultra genius, even better jack-off jokes. Okay? Because you start to realize there's literally nothing better on earth than jack-off jokes and ketchup chips. You see what I'm saying? Metaphorically? That's your capacity to enjoy a ketchup chip is your capacity to enjoy life. Money is a tool for both safety and security and to enjoy life. But if you lack a capacity to cry thinking about an experience, then you're not enjoying life. If you're only thinking how do I get to the next thing, I got to get to the next seminar, next seminar, next seminar, next seminar, next seminar, next seminar. Grow, grow, grow. Big, big, big. Expand, expand, expand. If that's all you do, that's the basics. Being the best speaker of all time is the basics. Millions is the basics. Let me give an analogy how to explain, okay? When I ran the whole goddamn industry, it was not enough for me to destroy all my competition. That was not enough for my ego. What I did was I would go be on the board of advisors for all the other companies and teach them how to compete with me and then destroy them. In other words, I would teach them, I didn't destroy them by the way, I'm saying it as a joke, but I would teach them everything I knew for free for the joy of a Christian ethos of helping them. But I was just so good that even with everything I taught them, they couldn't keep up. It's like you're playing a game. You don't want to play on story mode. You want to play on ultra hard mode. So I would literally spend hours. They'd be like, oh, I thought you're like my competitor. Like, I'm trying to beat you. I'm like, you're never going to beat me, but I'll help you. You want to be so good that you can give away all your secrets, help all your competitors, and still be 20,000 times better. You want to be a millionaire and still spend years with your kids. Do you see what I'm saying? So you see these guys like, no, I'm not about that having fun. I'm about just making my mills. No, not enough. You've got to be able to be a millionaire and give charity. You've got to be able to be a millionaire and give charity and have fun. You got to be able to be a millionaire and give charity and have fun and spend time with your kids and not miss their upbringing. You're thinking too small. That's beta male shit. Millionaire is beta male shit. Top of your industry, beta male shit. Best speaker in the world, beta male shit. Beta male. Great at game, beta male shit. Do it in a wheelchair. Do it in a wheelchair while teaching the other chumps how to do it. Oh, looks of money matter. Bottom of the barrel beta male shit. 10 level game, beta male. 10 level game, bald and fat with man boobs, back hair, and autistic, beta male. All that plus wheelchair, beta male. All that plus wheelchair, plus able to train other people in a wheelchair, now we're talking. You see what I'm saying? Kobe had a thing about this. He was like, Kobe Bryant had this, it was an ad for his shoes. Do you guys remember this one? He was like, same animal, different beast. He's like, what about when you're the best of the best? He's like, you gotta be the best of the best of the best of the best. What about when I'm the best, the best, the best, the best? You gotta be the best, 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 right? What's the message there? It's not about the destination. It's about the actual journey. The shark lives via swimming. It's not about the ultimate destination you get to. It's who you were. So that ongoing challenge of going deeper, 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 more, expand, depth, enjoyment, all those things are the increase in your capacity. You see what I'm saying? It's not enough to just win, right? It's winning at winning. And winning at winning at winning at winning. And winning at winning and winning at winning at winning at winning at winning at winning at winning. Oh, I just work, and when you love your job, it's like you never worked a day in your life, so I just work. Not enough. Beta male. Beta male. Oh, I got jacked and rich so I can meet a girl. Beta male. Okay? Jacked, rich, beta male. You should be able to do it bald, fat, in a wheelchair, autistic, or get fucked. Beta male. In other words, I'm saying this as a joke to draw. It's real though, too. I did all this. I do it. But I am this. But I'm saying it as a joke to point out to you that it's not to do with a specific outcome that you're shooting for to get relief from your sad life. Like, now I'm sad. It's about pure, absolute optimism. Pure, absolute joy. Pure, absolute expansion and just God. Because look, we are made in the image of our Creator, right? Is God like, I'll just make like a couple planets. Beta God. Right? I'll just make a galaxy. Beta God. Beta. Okay? I'm literally clowning right now, by the way. Someone will clip this and be like, he thinks beta God. This guy's crazy. I'm clowning, dude. 90% of the shit I say, I'm clowning, bro. Me and my friends don't ever talk serious. That's how we talk. This is literally how me and my friends talk to each other. That's why I do it so naturally. We're just idiots, okay? But there's see, even like intelligent philosophy, beta. Philosophy plus funny. Philosophy plus funny plus not serious plus serious. It's layered. Anybody can just write a book. Well, in life you should expand and you should also try your best. And there's like levels. No. That's boring, dude. I'm bored. Turn it off. Turn it off. No. Not entertained. Okay? So in other words, can you give an ideology from a space where it's layered? Here's the ultimate what I'm trying to say. You are forged in the image of the creator of the universe. And you're like, I'm not good looking enough, I can't approach. Beta male. Okay? Suffer. Suffer, beta male. When you're done suffering, give me a call. Blasphemy. And look, there's a guy, okay. This is not a front, guys, okay? Who here in this room has hung out with me quite a bit? Put your hands up if you've been around me quite a bit. That's guys on trainings. Guys, knowing me and hanging out with me on lunches or outside just me here at Free Tour, is this a front or do I come from this frame? Like, is this just me talking shit or is this my general mindset? Like, when the cameras are off and I'm just like eating lunch, I'm not saying that I'm streaming beta male all day, but when the cameras are off, is this my underlying frame? Yeah. Is this me relaying the space I come from or is this a front to hype up the group?
It's not a front. It's real.
This is the frame I come from because I believe that we are created in the image of the creator of the universe. So there's no limits. It's just no limit, pure upside, pure fucking awesome. It's all just awesome. That's how I'm seeing it. It's just awesome.
I mean, honestly, you're saying it too small. It's actually...
Yeah, not even captivating it. Me clowning a beta male is not even captivating. Like, well, like I got down my discipline and like I measured my macros. Beta male, okay? Like, I don't care, okay? Yes, cool, whatever. So when I look at life, okay, when you're coming from an honest place, okay? When you're coming from an honest place, that money is a oversimplified metric. Even getting laid with girls, it's an oversimplified metric, right? It's not, can you fuck a girl? That's beta. Sex is now beta. It is, can you, like, it's not, can I give it's not, well, I worked on my confidence and now I can give a speech pretty confident. It's like, can I make a dumb joke like saying sex is beta? When I'm saying sex is beta, am I actually saying sex is beta? Because sex is obviously not beta. Definition of alpha male to some extent is he has sex in a way of looking at it by a certain definition. So if I say sex is beta, what am I actually, in that one sentence, what am I saying? What is that pointing to? I'm saying more, depth, more, but not just more sex. It's more depth. It's more, how much do you enjoy the sex? How much do you enjoy the girl? Did you have that moment out there with the ketchup chips? Because that's life, that's living. So in other words, look, a high-level dude is able to get the value out of different situations, right? You can look at a situation, how can I get the money? How can I have status, etc. But that is serving the function of expanding both your experience, your legacy, and also who you are. So that ability to cry over ketchup chips, I'm crying there, not because I'm an emotionally out of control lunatic, but to show you that I can bring myself to a state of gratitude that I can cry thinking about potato chips, which means that I understand the finite nature of this particular experience and I can derive the value out of it. In other words, a guy can make $1 billion, but if he can't cry over potato chips, who's the richer one? So it's not, so $1 billion, beta male. You're still not thinking. So your life is simultaneously expanding, your competency is expanding, but your capacity to experience that and derive value from it is deepening all the while. As your life erodes, your body goes into atrophy and you die. As your body dies, okay? And you're approaching your death and you say, and you know you may die, and you might, I don't know, maybe you're on a fucking airplane that has a bad landing. Maybe you, eat a little piece of sushi too quick and you think you're gonna choke. And you're like, holy shit, I'm about to fucking choke. And the question is, will you regret your life? Were you in life? Did you engage with life? Or did you allow these sick fucks to put you in a fucking hamster cage and play by their rules? They go, well, I got my insurance. Well, I got my 401k. Look, if I die today, I still beat the video game. I don't live with fear. I have natural fear like anybody does. I'm not totally like no fear at all. I experienced it to an extent, but I don't have the same fear of somebody who's never lived. So you are in an open world video game right now, metaphorically, but it's actually life. And the question is, how good of a player are you? And what are the metrics that you're using with which to define success? It was not enough for me to be the best that I could be. I wanted other people doing what I do to be the best they could be as well. I wanted to help them because other people who don't know who I am took their courses. And if my goal is to make the best courses possible for my clients, then I want the other teachers also to have the best course that they can have. So that's within my goal set. I've had ex-instructors who made up lies about me, but still teach my content. So I never went and corrected those lies because I didn't want to, because I actually want those instructors to succeed. And if I hurt them, then I'm going away from my goals. Anybody with half a brain knows they're teaching my content. So why would I hurt them? I want them to win. So I'm thinking about this not in the 3D. I'm thinking about this in the fucking 100D. I don't care. Look, you guys know the word, this is random. You know the word MOG? You ever heard the word MOG? Who invented it?
No shot.
Many things that you don't even know that I invented. But the point is this, okay? My ideas disseminate. Guys, I will have people that attack me online, that attack me with my own concepts. That's when you know I've forgotten more about this shit than people will ever learn. Like people will be like, oh, Owen shouldn't do that. That's button pushing. I'm like, the word button pushing I popularized in the program Blueprint to Code 2007. Okay, but you don't know where you heard it. You heard it disseminated. You heard it in a conversation with your buddy. You think you invented it. I get hit with my own concepts. Okay, so what I'm saying, I'm tripping right now, but okay, I'm ego tripping. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, like a look smasher guy's like, we're gonna teach Owen how to MOG. Like, cool, bro. You do that, okay? You do that. You do that. You show me how to MOG, okay? So I'm MOGing in a wheelchair, but you go ahead and do that, okay? So what I'm getting at is like, it's not enough to just win. It's not enough to just win because what I say, it's all beta male. What I'm saying is less about a result and more about a state of being. It's not a result, it's about a state of being, of absolute gratitude, optimism, appreciation, expansion, and depth. And living life in that pocket and not letting life bog you down. And that could be everything from pragmatic skills like crushing public speaking, crushing social skills, crushing marketing, crushing sales, crushing business, you know, building the core skills that you want, but enjoying it. Every skill that I learned, I loved all of it. Like, you guys ever notice that my videos that I shoot in nature and cities are very well framed? You ever notice that I'm wearing a color of shirt that contrasts well with the environment? I spent years looking at framing and color tone. Why? Because if you don't do it, beta male. But what I mean is, like I'm sitting out there on a bridge in Atlanta after having sex with 2 girls in a night. Truth. And gorgeous ones too. And I'm sitting there, I've been up all night, I'm gonna shoot a video. And I'm on a bridge and I'm trying to figure out how I can get, because Atlanta has some cool buildings, but I'm trying to figure out how to get the cool buildings within the frame of the camera and get my head in the camera so you can still see the cool buildings. You notice that later I got into just putting a Steadicam that would rotate around me so you could see the buildings because I got sick of spending hours framing the buildings. But the point is, I spent many hours learning framing. Why did I do that? Did I have to? Because it's fun. I'm a tinkerer. I like to tinker with shit. You guys know I'm a pro level editor in Adobe Premiere? Do you guys picture me just sitting there editing for 12 hours? I spent thousands of hours editing videos. I've worked often with a 20 to 30 person editing team when we ran our business the biggest. And I'd still be up there 12 hours a day editing. Why? Because I'm a tinkerer. Do you guys know that I wrote my own sales copy for a lot of my career? I'm a sales copywriter. I spent years learning to write sales copy. I love writing sales copy. I enjoy it. I'm really, really good at sales copy. You guys know I'm a great budgeter? I'm incredible at financial analysis. I'm just bragging here. But but what I'm trying to say is I like financial analysis. I like predictive accounting. You know what else I'm really good at? Designing road trips. I spent 6 months designing my Alaska road trip. I like it. Okay, so what I'm saying is sometimes it's about doing big shit, like some crazy seminar, right? Sometimes it's about the small shit, right? It's the energy that you bring into something small. I shot the videos for most of the instructors over the years. I also helped them prep the content. I like prepping content. I like what I'll do. I'll go up to like Acadia Park, right? I'll go get a cabin in front of a lake with like canoes and shit. There'll be like a sauna. You can be in the sauna. You jump in the fucking lake. The trees are turning, yellow leaves, red leaves, cold plunge, and I'll sit there with a fire going, and I'll sit there working on content for a week with my team or other instructors, and we'll just be up there generating content. I like generating content. It's fun for me to do that, right? So sometimes it's something small, right? What you're doing, it's small, but the energy that you bring into it of excellence is the joy itself. Little small shit. Something small. Little details. But you want to know something? A lot of those little details are your life. But what that does is that's a series of private victories that leads to what? What's that lead to? Well, that leads to some of your big wins, right? So, how many hours into this speech am I right now, if we were to guess? What hour? I don't even know. What hour are we in? We're in hour 6. Should I cut this up? Or should I post that 6-hour video? You know me. You know how I'm posting this, right? Am I going to chop it up for social media optimization to get more clicks? I can do little clips of it and stuff. I can clip it. But what am I going to do with the video? Oh, I'm releasing this. Okay? Now, when I'm dead, and let me tell you, look, I'm 46, right? Every year goes by faster. Every year. And every decade. Dead. I'll be dead. But you know what's going to be left? The 6-hour speech where I talk about how to jack off and cry over potato chips. You see what I'm saying? That'll be left. So those little moments of learning how to edit, frame videos, plan things, predictive accounting, those little small things are building the vehicle so that you can have that big moment. What I'm in, it's like when Kobe's in that game, right? And he's just fucking shooting it down, right? And all the shots are sinking. He's in that game. Now try to understand something. As Kobe's in that game, that's as good as it gets. You know why I think God killed Kobe? To do him a solid. I watched Kobe try to rationalize how he was going to make cartoons and still be excellent. Kobe couldn't have done that. Kobe had to go. Kobe's around. His spirit's somewhere, right? God wasn't going to make... Can you imagine Kobe? He's flying through the air, dunking on fools, winning championships, and now he's got to go be a high school basketball coach? That's not a coincidence. God made it quick. Okay? Obviously what happened to those other people, that's horrible, but I believe in eternal life. People left behind are hurt, but I believe in eternal life. So what I'm saying is, when Kobe's in that game, okay? When he's in that 60-point game, that 80-point game, that championship game, that's literally as good as it gets. But what are the support systems that lead to that game? Does he just play game? Is most of his life in a championship game? It's like there's a bunch of ropes and he's like doing this as he like goes aside, this way, 1,000 shots. You bring energy in that, right? But what that means is that when you do that and you dedicate yourself to that, you get to be Kobe in game 7 against who? Who did Kobe play his last game 7 against? The Celtics. That's history right there, right? What's the greatest rivalry in basketball? What's the greatest rivalry in basketball, guys? Lakers Celtics. Kobe lost to the Celtics 2 years before. He said it didn't matter because of the Celtics, right? He lost 2 years before. He came back, he beat the Orlando Magic, beat Dwight Howard in 5 games. Doesn't hit the same as the Celtics. You lost the Celtics, you beat Dwight. That ain't it. So who is he playing in game 7? Who is he playing? Celtics. Down. He's got to win the last 2 games. He's down, right? What do you think that means? You play your whole career to go game 7 against the Celtics. What's that mean? It's everything. It's literally everything. What would that have meant to Kobe's career if he lost twice to Celtics? Absolute failure. A stain on his legacy. But he got to play in game 7 against the Celtics and win on his home court after losing. Was most of his career game 7 against the Celtics? What's most of his career?
Practicing, training, developing the mamba.
And that's his devotion. So God gave him a solid and put him in game 7 against the Celtics, where he could come back and he could win. Right? When you're in that moment, recognize you're in a portal right now, okay? You're in a timeline. You're traveling down a reality tunnel. You're traveling down a portal. Okay, you're in it, right? And when you're in it, you got to recognize you're in it. That, if I'm being honest, was the problem with the old RC instructors. They were in a fucking portal. They didn't know how the fuck they got there. They're just like, I'm in a fucking portal. They couldn't handle it. They jumped out of the portal. Understand that when you're in a portal, okay, when you're in that situation, like the old RC instructors, where they've got literally fans chanting their name, there with friends, best friends, making tons of cash, famous, and genuine gratitude from that audience in a movement, that is not the time to say, it's all because of me. That's the time to enjoy your friendships. That's the time to say, I've got real friends who fucking love me, and to enjoy it. Do you know what a real friend who fucking really loves you is worth? When you're operating at a high level, and to bring it back to the start of the speech, when you're at a high level and someone is your real fucking friend and actually cares about you, and you have real fans that are not just there to get clout to say that you're there, because they love and support you, and who showed up at your event to support you. Do you understand how rare that is? I remember by the end of it, they'd say things like I remember the earlier summits. We'd go out, and we were just there to see who could get laid the most, the hottest girls. We'd be out in excess dancing, laughing, having fun. But often they'd say, how can we make more money at this? I remember by the end of the summits, one of the best guys, he said, I'm not even flying in from Europe if I don't make 200 grand in a day. I'm not even coming. And they wouldn't go out with the students after. They're like, well, if I go out with all the people at Summit after, it devalues the training. I won't make as many sales. Can I tell you something? That will be the peak of all their lives. They'll lie to themselves. This is very mean what I'm saying. It's cruel. It's harsh. But reality is harsh. That was as good as it will get. They can have kids. They can have a family. They can do whatever. Sometimes you got to admit you're at the peak. The truth is, I may have lived my best day. Does that scare you guys? Guys, at some point, that was your best day. You know how we say in America, it's always up and up and up? Is that true? Objectively speaking, is every day always better than the last? You don't know when your best day is. But can I tell you something? Those summits were some of the best fucking days. You don't get that back. You don't get that back. So understand, they didn't know that. But I did. And so I made sure to share moments with them. We'd be awake all night. Poll that night, we'd be awake at like 7 in the morning, eating breakfast on the terrace out in Vegas. Like, you know in Vegas when like the sun's coming up and like it's still nice weather, but you know it's about to get hot as fuck because you're in the desert, right? And how's the sunrise look in the desert in Vegas? Stunning. What do you see off in the mountains past the buildings in Vegas? The mountains. These big mountains, right? And you're just sitting there and you're drinking a fucking high carb smoothie you probably shouldn't be drinking. And you're with your boys and you're just shooting the shit and you're fucking laughing. You're talking shit to each other. You're teasing each other. You're making fun of each other. You're sharing ideas. Girls walking by, you're opening them. They're jumping on your lap, making out with them. They take off. Maybe even getting another one before bed. And like that night, you know, you go to bed, you wake up, you go to Steve Wynn's Steakhouse. You're there with your boys, eating a fucking steak, reflecting on the year. You gotta know when you're in it. You gotta recognize when you're in it. You're in the best that life has. So what I'd say to you is recognize you don't know when your best day is, but the truth is, even if I don't think my best days are behind me, but even if they were, I still have many great days ahead. That'll be great in different ways. And my ex-buddies will have that too. It'll be great in different ways. But what I'd say to you is make a decision to learn the course. There's a core set of skills. And using that core set of skills, things I teach you here, social skills, public speaking, sales and marketing, product creation, getting outside yourself and understanding what's in the head of other people, being willing to say no to that idiot asking you for coffee so that you can help millions of people, strategizing, learning how to play the game of life, gratitude, inspiration, and expansion. When you do this, that's how you're going to win at life. And you were not born rich, most of you. But, and close the door for me, please. You're not born rich, because they're going to kick us out of here. You're not born, they're actually kicking us, yeah. Pull it close. I always say I ride this shit till the wheels fall off. Okay? When you hear those little walkie-talkies, that means we're about to get kicked out. So, okay, they're pissed. So look. Fuck. Okay? So what I'm saying, I don't give a fuck. Do you understand? I don't give a fuck. So, do you know how many seminars I've run till noon the next day? They're screaming at me to leave. I go, fuck you. I'm never invited back. I don't care, dude. So, I'm just kidding. So anyway, so point being, okay, because you're in it. If I'm in a 6-hour talk right now, I can recognize I'm in it. Not every day you wake up to do a 6-hour talk, right? Not every day you wake up on 3 hours sleep and your shit got all fucked up flying from LA to Miami. And for some, you know, I woke up, you know what was weird? I didn't feel tired. It was weird. I'm like, why? How come I only slept 3 hours and don't feel tired? I don't know why. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I'm gonna have any stamina today. That's weird. Why did I sleep that well? That's weird. I guess we'll just see what happens, right? I wonder how it'll be today. And I create things like this to create moments, right? We're trying to create a moment together, right? We're trying to create a moment because wealth is found in the moments. When I'm in Moab with my kids and we go get that stargazing tour, private stargazing tour, and I bring my little son out, you look into the stars, that's a moment, right? And your job is to create those moments. That's real wealth. So just getting rich, beta male. Just getting rich and helping other people, beta male. Getting rich, helping other people, creating moments, beta male. Getting rich, helping people, creating moments, even helping competitors because you're so good. What does it mean when you help a competitor? Absolute confidence. Confidence at a transcendent level. Knowing that you are literally unstoppable. You know, Kobe said it once, They said, what would you do if you hit the wall? He said, I run right through it. Absolute confidence. Do you guys see, like, I make little reels? I'm like, why do guys think looks and money matter? Do you understand how low level that is? I'm talking about absolute confidence. You'll find the right mentors. You'll find the right path. You'll find the right directions. Absolute, supreme confidence. Best in the world, beta male. Let me say it again. Best in the world, beta male. You know why? Because that's still in the world. You're not even in the world. You're not even in the world. Kobe's still alive. Kobe's in this room. Okay, there's a level where what you've tapped into is so far past even just the worldly stuff. It goes past when you live. That's your energy as it expands out, okay? Jokingly, not that I care about this word at all, a word like Mog is how your energy goes out and percolates and pays forward. Now it's just dumb, right? But you know my point. That's a dumb example. But the things that where you'll do this will be not so much in some concept that you made or a video. It'll be in the actual, here's what it will be. It will be your capacity for excellence and greatness will be defined by your capacity to not to do things in the world and through your ego, but to pierce through the veil and to open a portal and to shuttle that energy out is what it will be. That'll be your legacy. Your human awakening project. That's what leads to the awakening of humanity. That's where we're going. So, this seminar here, this is not just the real. Real is beta male. This is the real. Do you feel yourself disconnecting from the falseness and allowing the falseness to go behind you and to connect directly to reality and to touch reality? Do you feel it? Can you almost feel your finger reaching out and without the filter of your ego and your insecurity and your worldliness and your fear coming into a present place and touching reality directly and waking up from the dream of who you thought you were to who you are now? And this is not a front. This is who you are all day, every fucking day. Absolute confident. Millionaire, beta male. You'll make millions. Beta male. Not even enough. Let me show you why. Because you're like, this is what you're thinking. If I just made $1 million, I just take it. I don't care about this. Why is this guy taking millions of beta male? My job sucks. I just take the $1 million. Beta male. Bitch. You see what I'm saying? Because what did you sacrifice your soul for? Money. You are past that. You are literally forged in the image of the creator of the universe. So if it's just money, beta male, that's just a isolated outcome. That, you will do that standing on your fucking head. Okay? By the way, for someone who clips this, I'm not promising a get-rich-quick scheme here. I'm talking about your spiritual essence. Not selling it as people clip this and be like, you told everyone they're going to be a billionaire. Okay? I'm not saying it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. When Jesus says, let's get the exact quote. Very truly I tell you, whoever believes in me will do the works I have been doing, and they will do even greater things than these, because I am going to the Father. And what that means is not that you are God, but that it is your spiritual destiny to always just expand. Okay? Jesus sitting out in the desert in Israel, we have a destiny beyond that. Okay? We have a destiny beyond. But it's not just a physical destiny of like, well, you know, I made a product and I sold it and now I have a cottage. That's still lying. That's not a state of being. That's still a denial of who you are. And what that means is that as you expand, okay, as you move up, the trap that causes denial of who you are gets more enticing. You sold your soul for a stock cash in, but you never knew who you were. So whether or not, the truth is, whether you made $1 million or whether you did a charity and didn't make anything, but you changed the world. So everyone has a different capacity and destiny. The truth is, some people may not have an aptitude for entrepreneurship. It may be just who they are as a human. And the fact that everywhere they went, they spread great, beautiful energy. Maybe they worked at a fucking gas station, but every single person they talked to felt better. You see what I'm saying? But then if you chose to, you get a different gear learn entrepreneurship too. It's not about a specific goal, right? It's about recognizing the infinite potential that you have, your capacity to turn off the ego, the capacity to turn off the fear, the capacity to turn off the self-sabotage, the capacity to pierce the veil and bring the energy through. Your capacity to be a creator and to generate a portal and to jump down it. So life is about the generation of a portal, which happens via small tasks, building up to it, building the reality that you wish to create, like that, and boom, now you're Kobe, Game 7 against the Celtics. And the generation of those moments, and how those moments touch your soul. Now, here's where it gets interesting. This shit sounds crazy, but what if the nightly news talked about this and not bullshit? What if movies talked about this and not bullshit? Not exactly how I talk about it, but your version of it, other people's version of it. What if the conditioning was about what is life? Well, you want to know something? If AI doesn't kill us and there's a universal basic income, these conversations will be viewed as a bit ahead of their time because we won't actually have to do a ton of labor anymore. And so it really will be about authenticity and it really will be about the soul because all the other stuff is going to be in abundance. But authenticity will be more scarce in a world of AI slop. And it will be about the soul in a world of just fucking AI and insanity. So I'm trying to get you guys thinking now about your own awakening and recognizing who you are. As I've tried to generate this transmission in you, are you able to recognize your own infinite nature? So approaching women, for example, is a metaphor for that infinite nature. Saying no to joking with you guys that I'm hostile to you if you say hi to me outside to just try to exercise your imagination and understand is an exercise of your infinite nature. When I say no to somebody trying to talk to me outside and I take that time, Aikido it, and re-divert it into what I'm building, that's a tiny choice among many tiny choices that accumulates into what it is that I'll create. Every little tiny choice is a choice that you're engaging in either strategically towards transcendence or a choice that you're engaging in unconsciously, passive, and your life just being another floating turd. Another useless eater. Another piece of human biomass that could have never lived and there'd be no difference. But that idea that you don't have value is only there if you allow yourself to get entranced and to not awaken to who you actually are. So that awakening of who you are and that awakening of what this place is what's going to allow that meeting. And life is an embracing of the nature of paradox. One of those paradoxes is that your life has no meaning at all, which is why it has infinite meaning. Do you guys know what that means? Your life is, the meaninglessness of your life is what gives it meaning. Why?
You put the meaning in it. You define the meaning of life.
Exactly. If somebody else is giving you the meaning, what does that mean?
You have to define it.
You're not free.
It's not very meaningful.
It's that absolute freedom, that absolute open world where there's not a clearly defined meaning that empowers you to generate your own meaning. And that's what makes you forged in the image of your creator. Because you can create what you want. So when you guys saw me say, I'm going to spend 5 years going to every national park, I made up that game. When I said, I'm going to teach a generation of men to go out 4 to 7 nights a week and talk to people, I made up that game. When I said, I'm going to run free events all over the country called the Free Tour, I'm going to run seminars, I made up that game. So when you're in it, you're watching the person have high certainty in it, it seems so obvious. But in reality, you make up that game. What that means when you embrace this is you're embracing who you actually are. You're embracing your infinite nature. You're embracing infinite possibility. And you're owning your power. So you have to understand, most of you in here don't even know your power yet. You're not awake in your power. You're not awake in your ability. And the conditioning around you is entrapping you in ego, scarcity, and limitation. And pettiness and bullshit. So if you get into environments like this or in influences like this, it can put you back in touch with reality. Getting into nature will put you back in touch with reality. You want to be continually putting yourself back in touch with reality, breaking the trance. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to intervene and help you to break the trance and encourage you to recognize the tools that you use as your metaphorical weapons of war in order that you can build your life. So when the girl told Marcel, why do you guys just talk about psychology? It's because those are the metaphorical weapons of war so that we can go build our life. So stop majoring in minor things. Every minute that you spend dicking around with bullshit, you're not sharpening the sword. You're not ascending, you're not expanding. You're looping. Like a car, this is what they got you doing. Like a car, spinning its tires, spinning in a fucking circle, shooting mud everywhere. Repeat this after me. A flurry of activity, say that. Never moving the ball down the field. Okay? You remember I said earlier when I said, if somebody comes to me outside, I view it as hostile? I know you're just being nice about it, but I'm not stupid. But I view that, why don't I want to just talk to a random guy outside? Because it's another dabbler wanting a photo. It's not moving the ball down the field. It's not awakening humanity. There's no weight. There's no direction. There's no power behind it. It's another dipshit who wants a photo with a guy he saw on his phone that could have made that photo just using AI or Photoshop and literally gets a photo, goes, cool man, I'll never remember him. He got some stupid ass photo, makes no difference to his fucking life, does nothing. So all the energy is always being, that doesn't mean you can't be a nice guy, do the photo, because you're just a good person. But you don't want to get caught up in too much of that. And so what you want to do instead is you want to be continually diverting energy resources, focus resources, time resources into the things that generate those great moments, into the things that generate awakening, into the things that generate expansion, into the things that generate fun, into the things that generate gratitude, into the things that generate the awakening of your soul. And especially, as Jesus would say, in the things that will take you somewhere better after you die. So when you read the Bible, and you don't need to be a Christian to read the Bible, don't read it as a story to memorize. Ask yourself, what does it mean? Tao Te Ching the same, Bhagavad Gita the same, Power Now the same, any of these books. What do these things mean? And what you'll find what they mean is that the foundation upon all this other bullshit that you do is that spirituality. Okay? And it's what provides the infinite nature where you literally know you could do anything. I know I can make $1 billion. I know I can do anything I want. Not because I'm arrogant. Saying that you can't is arrogant. Got it? Saying I couldn't be a billionaire is arrogant. Saying looks and money matter when it meets women, comes to meeting women, is arrogant. Because you're LARPing. You're cosplaying. You're cosplaying as a limited being and as a finite being. You're in a trance. You've entranced yourself. You spun your brain out. You're on a bad acid trip. Notice that as your mind becomes peaceful and present, you easily recognize your potential and you easily recognize where you've been deceived. Can you see it? Do you see it? All that I'm doing right now is I'm helping you to process, by the way. I'm in a room, I'm saying this stuff, and your ambient thought process is, your ambient thoughts are processing right now. You're maybe going through your life, thinking about things that you saw wrongly, thinking about areas that you had fear, thinking about areas that you had anger, thinking about areas you had a finite, limited view of it, thinking about areas you got distracted, thinking about areas that you had too much focus on shit that was bullshit. And so it's meant to bring you back. Okay, what we're trying to do, I'm letting you process right now. Do you guys understand you're in process right now? You're processing. Okay, an environment like this is an environment of processing. Okay? A seminar like this, some people will be the most important thing they ever do. But just like eating a bag of ketchup chips, that ketchup chips that I ate was maybe the most important thing I ever did. But it could also be something where you just eat the chips. What do you guys think makes it the most important thing you ever did? How could eating a bag of ketchup chips be the most important thing you ever did?
The presence and charge that you hold while you do it.
You've got a new girl. You just fallen in love in a way you've never fallen in love before. You're out on the street, sitting down as people walk by, with what up until that point is the love of your life, the first day you met her, right after you had sex, and you're enjoying a bag of pop chips. I don't necessarily think it gets any better than that. But it depends if you're seeing it for what it is. But from a space of, how do I fuck her again? How do I get more girls like this? I gotta get back home to work. I'm gonna skip the drive back with her through Colorado and get back to work. It's literally nothing. You know what it is? It's another shit stain on your toilet seat that you wipe up. So that thing can be transcendent. It can be the most important thing you ever did in your life. A bag of chips could be the most important thing you ever did in your life. Or it could be a shit stain. When I say a shit stain, I mean like a stain of shit. Like you took a shit and a bit of it squeezed out the wrong way. And on the back of the seat, there's a shit stain. And you get out the toilet paper, put some water on it, wipe it, and flush it. And it's just another piece of mindless consumption by a piece of human biomass who is what the elites would call an excess eater, a useless eater. What is the idea of a useless eater? another unconscious person as a battery for the matrix, so to speak. That used to be a pretty cool advanced thing to call it. Now it's trendy and cliche. But it's like just another useless eater. They go to Best Buy. They believe in the latest trendy cause. They never think. They watch Dancing with the Stars. And they die. They never lived. And a bunch of elites that are also unconscious make money off them. And those elites never really live too. They never live either, many of them. That's why they have to go to the Epstein Island. They never lived either. They're in a pimp hoe relationship. They're in a codependent relationship, keeping each other unconscious. So what you want to do is you want to kind of transcend that whole dynamic, and you want to go in between that, and you want to be as successful as you want to be, but actually enjoy your life. So that's why I say a ton of money, beta male. Make the money, enjoy your life, spend time with your children, but do this for me, okay? Do this for me. Take my word on this. This is special, I'm gonna tell you. Help your competitors. What do you think would happen if you went and tangibly took a couple hours a month to help your competitors? What do you think would happen? What do you think you tap into?
Your message is getting passed on to your competitors.
Your message passed on to your competitors for sure is why I did it too. But what does that do to you?
Opens your heart.
Opens your heart, but it's even more than that. You get better. It's even more than all that. What is the underlying frame when you help a competitor?
Your psyche starts believing that you're that guy.
Yeah.
Go past it.
Yeah. What happens if, let's say I go meet a Victoria's Secret supermodel tonight. 2 of them, they want to have a threesome. I'm about to bring them home, we're about to fuck. And I see you there, look like you're having a down day. And I say, hey, let me introduce you. And you take them home and fuck them. Now, not because you were too scared to close the deal. Like some guys would hear that. They get scared to close the deal, and then they would do that. But not because you're scared to close the deal. You gave me your boy. What would you do right after you gave me your boy? What would probably happen?
Feel like the man.
You feel like the man. How good at opening do you think I am? Oh, I mean, there could be a girl surrounded by 15 guys across the street. I can do a holler at her. I could call her over out of the group. I'm beyond your imagination. So what would I do when I'd hand off those 2 Victoria's Secret models to my boy? What would I then do? I would turn 2 feet to the left. I would be completely present to the moment, feeling so good that a threesome with 2 Victoria's Secret models adds nothing to me. I can appreciate it, but I'm so fulfilled it adds nothing. The moment in the future, because I'm so present, I feel so good now that whatever outcome I could get to would add nothing to me. And then, because I'm still alive in a physical body, I would just start a conversation with another girl. And if I want to get laid that night, I get laid. But in handing off the girls to my friends, I don't know if you guys knew this, but usually when a girl's like, when they're kind of DTF, you can kind of sub out your friend and some other fucking dude go in and do it. That's how I get students a lot of success. Now, the point being, yeah, you want a friend like me for sure. So the point that I'm making though is this, okay? It's not enough. Threesome with Victoria's Secret supermodel, beta male. You see what I'm saying? Beta male. You'll later realize everything I'm saying is true. In 20 years, you'll be like, beta male. You'll see. You'll be like, that was beta male. You'll see. You'll actually see. I promise you, it's beta male. Because if you did it from a space that you viewed as scarce, beta male. If you did it from a space you couldn't generate it again and again and again and again? Beta male. You should be in such abundance that you know not only will you always be the best, but that you are literally infinite, literally unstoppable. Okay? So again, when I hammer guys on looks and money, don't worry about looks and money. They're like, no, looks and money. I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. You are literally unstoppable. Nothing can stop you. Do you understand? Literally nothing on earth can stop you. Only yourself. Only you can stop you. I can't stop you. No one can stop you. So learning how to meet a girl and to get laid is simply a toddler's version of playing with a G.I. Joe. It's playing with a toy. It's learning a bit about your power. It's saying, okay, can I lock in and generate a real life outcome that most guys could not? That's all that it's doing. Making $1 million is a baby's toy. It's a fucking child's toy. Okay? And you know it's true. You know it's true. You feel it, don't you? It's a child's toy. That's a child's toy. Oh, I built a business. Could I build another? Yes, you could build another one. But it would be hard work. No. Getting tired, beta male. There is no tired. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You're not tired. Do I look tired? You're never tired. Go get sleep so your body can run its process. Yeah, get sleep. But once you've had good, take some magnesium, some glycine. Sleep in a dark room. Recharge. You're never distracted. You're never tired. You have no limit at all. It doesn't exist. It's a lie. So you can literally take a whole business, give it to somebody else, and then you're still going to go win. There's no actual limit. You're never tired. You're always in the fight. You're always rich. You've always got girls. You're always able to travel. You're always able to do whatever you want. You're always able to. Always. 100% of the time. You are forged in the image of your creator. You can do anything. The only things you can't do is like certain weird shit like, you play the NBA and there's a bunch of like 7 foot tall freaks of nature in it. And that's because that's their path. That's God's plan for them. But in your plan for you, you can only be the best. You are unstoppable. Okay, you walk up, you see that girl, you are unstoppable. Now that doesn't mean that you're gonna get that specific girl. That specific girl might have a boyfriend. But you can get a girl like her. That girl has a boyfriend or she doesn't want to talk, all good. Hey, great meeting you. Respect her, leave her the fuck alone. She doesn't want to talk to you, respect her and leave her the fuck alone. Only talk to people who really want to talk to you. But you are unstoppable when insofar that you can meet someone like her. You are unstoppable. You got to understand, I'm not teaching you anything. I'm unteaching you. You already know what I'm saying. I'm just unteaching you. I'm unteaching the lie that you're told. You are literally unstoppable. The truth is, I could be up here for another 10 hours. Can you feel it? Endless jokes, endless commentary, endless gems, endless energy, forever. Forge in the image of your creator. I can build endless businesses. I can do endless travel. It's infinite, it's endless, and you never die. You guys understand that? You never die. Let me explain this again. You never, ever die. Which means you're in this for how long? Forever. And ever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever. Okay? You never die. So when you're in that limitation, you're like, oh no, my competitor, my girlfriend. You're in a hallucination. You're in a fucking hallucination. Do you understand? when I keep telling guys it's not about looks and money with girls, they think I'm like in some weird thing where I'm like trying to get them to do a boot camp. So I'm trying to like, tell them looks and money don't matter so they sign up for a boot camp. I'm saying you never die. I'm not just saying, I don't think you're seeing this. What I'm saying is far more fucked up. I'm telling you, you're never tired. You're never in limitation. You're never distracted. You're never down. You're always winning. Even with a broken leg, you're winning. Even when your body dies, you're winning. It's non-stop winning. It's winning and 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 winning. It's just winning. Even when the crows come, eat the fucking flesh off your dying bones. As you're tortured, you never die. As Jesus is on the cross, that's his biggest victory. He's never gonna die. So what I'm showing you here, look, I'm making these statements without substantiating them, right? So when I say them, go into your soul and say to yourself, is this true? And feel who you are. What will happen is, when we discuss this, you will feel reality. No limits, only winning, and winning only counts when it reflects upon it within your state of being. You made $1 million, but out of scarcity, you made $1 million in some bullshit way, doesn't count. You guys understand? Doesn't count. When you walk out to a nightclub, thank you. When you walk out to a nightclub, do you have approach anxiety? No. Are you scared of anything? No. Do you feel like you're not enough? You put another man above you? No. No man is above you. Because we're all the same man. Because the force that animates me animates you. So from a space of limitation, yes, you're not. From a space of limits, you will die. From a space of limit, you need your looks. From a space of limit, you can't do what you need to do. Transcendence is self-recognition of the animating force that is within your being. So shift your awareness into that space to see who you actually are. I have spent decades in this gear, but I keep trying to find a way to explain it. Like, I'm doing these free tours, right? And I'm just like, I'm trying to explain this shit from a million different angles. I'm like, because I'm seeing you guys and I can see where your head is and I can see what you're doing to yourself and I can see these fucking loops that you're in and I'm trying to like talk to you. I'm like, you're like, bah, 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 bah. And I'm like, sure. It's like I'm talking to a fucking retard, right? And I'm like, okay. For some reason, I don't know why, probably from years of game, which is pretty weird, I can see this. So you're not seeing this, okay? So, you take a public speaking course with me and you're like, well, what's the tip for public speaking? The tip is, you're the best ever. You see what I'm saying? Like, how do I meet the girl? The tip is, you are the fucking man. You're that dude. Okay? So it's that awareness that it's not about the limitations of your body or your ego, which are dying, which have pros and cons, which have good days and bad, but there's something past the good days and bad, and there's something past limitation. So how Jesus says, I am the vine, right? So look, really what I'm talking about here, this is just like some weird like YouTube content creator's version of Christianity, basically, right? So say you go, Jesus, I am the vine. Okay, look. He says, I am the true vine, and my Father the gardener. He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes, That's all the falseness, okay? All the limitations, all the falseness. So that it will be even more fruitful. You are already clean because of the word I have spoken to you. That means you're getting back to the truth. Okay? Remain in me as I also remain in you. That means you are connected to your infinite nature. You're connected to the truth. That's why I tell you, $1 million, beta male, when you're not tapped in. Remain in me as I also remain in you. No branch can bear fruit by itself. It must remain in the vine. Neither can you bear fruit unless you remain in me. Do you guys see this? That's what I'm saying, is unless you're in that gear, beta male. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Here's what I mean by this, guys. You need to understand a bit of context for where I'm speaking from. I'm teaching billionaire clients that are complete bitches. Okay, I'm on the phone. During COVID, the way I ran my business was all rich clients because I couldn't run seminars. So it was all billionaires and guys hundreds of millions. And I would listen to them drone on about this bullshit. And I realized even with the $1 billion, they're even bigger chodes. Bigger the billion, bigger the chode. Bitches, chodes, beta males, absolute beta males, beta males. Now going back to Jesus. If you do not remain in me, you are like a branch that is thrown away and withers. Such branches are picked up, thrown into the fire and burned. In other words, all this bullshit, the useless eater, the biomass, the dumb shit, the photo you took with me outside, okay? It's all bullshit. All this endless tire spinning, going nowhere. If you remain in me and my words remain in you, ask whatever you wish and it will be done for you. This is the truth. This is to my Father's glory that you bear much fruit, showing yourselves to be my disciples. So you have to say it's your destiny to eat the pop chips. It's your destiny to make millions. It's your destiny to have no approach anxiety. It's all your destiny. It's all fucking awesome. And it's your destiny to die in horrible pain of cancer or however you die, and for your soul to continue and to get something out of that for your soul. As the Father has loved me, so I have loved you. Now remain in my love. If you keep my commands, you will remain in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commands and remain in his love. I've told you this so my joy may be in you and so your joy may be complete. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Do you remember I told you, what do? You help your competitors. Okay? By the way, a lot of people make up bullshit about me that I did this and that and the other thing. They are lying. Because whenever I say this, people are like, well, didn't you do this to this guy? They're lying. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. That's why I tell you, help a competitor. When he's saying that, does it mean that, like, you know, like, just like, I don't know, one of you guys like going down in the elevator and you should like slit your throat as he goes down the elevator and go, this is for you, and bleed all over him? Is that what it means? No, what it means is to be expansive and to see beyond yourself. Now here's a big one. This is big. You are my friends if you do what I command. And now what he's commanding is not for you to be a bitch. What he's commanding is for you to wake up. Got it? You are my friends if you do what I command. I no longer call you servants, because a servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you my friends. What does that mean? You don't have a limit. You're not looking at some power outside yourself. Real Christianity means recognizing your infinite nature, but you don't have to be a Christian. He's not saying you're my bitch. What's he saying? What are you? Your friends.
Equals or greater. If you do what he commands.
You are my friends. If you do what I command. I no longer call you servants because a servant does not know his master's business. In other words, if you're conscious, not unconscious. Instead, I've called you friends. For everything that I learned from my Father, I've made known in you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit. So again, do something with your fucking life. Not sit there, go to fucking Walmart. Fruit that will last. And so that whatever you ask in my name, the Father will give you. This is my command. Love each other. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. In other words, look, I don't mean to be a dick, but why are guys like Clav super popular? What does Clav think in his brain? Well, Clav teaches kids to do coke. I love Clav, by the way. I met him. He's a great guy. We're all learning. I'm learning too. I'm not perfect either. By any means. So, why is Clav popular? What's he teach? Drugs, surgery, degeneracy.
No death.
How about this? You know what though? He's got a lot going for him. He's actually very powerful. He's actually very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. But he doesn't know his power. And so, how about gangster rap? It's popular, but it's bullshit. If the world hates you, keep in mind it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I've chosen you out of the world. In other words, for some weird reason, some people get this and some don't. And no one fully knows why. That is why the world hates you. Remember what I told you. A servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also. If they obeyed my teaching, they will obey you also, yours also. They will treat you this way because of my name, for they do not know the one who sent me. In other words, they don't understand their infinite nature. And the ego runs as a parasitic consciousness and wants to snuff out anything that will get rid of it. Because that ego, that thing in your mind that has limitations, doesn't want to die. It's a false consciousness entity on top of your psyche. And it's a battle between you and that parasite. Now here's another big key. So he says they will treat you like this because of my name, for they do not know the one who sent me, okay? They're unaware. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would not be guilty. This is very big, by the way, what I'm going to show you here. What he's saying here. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would not be guilty of sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. What that means, I'm going to tell you something, okay? You will see that people who get woken up and tangibly choose to go back to sleep enter into an unconsciousness that is unfucking paralleled. It's one thing if someone didn't know, but when you know and you didn't take it, you are fucked. You'll actually see this, by the way. You'll remember what I said here, and you will see it. It will be as plain as day to you. Whoever hates me hates my Father as well. If I had not done among them the works no one else did, they would not be guilty of sin. As it is, they have seen and yet have hated both me and my Father. But this is to fulfill what is written in their law. They hated me without reason. This is a big concept that when you're awake, the forces that want everybody asleep will hate you literally for no reason. You can actually tell that you're waking up and that you're over the target when these little demons start poking around. You'll know. Now, what we're talking about here at a core level should be obvious to everybody alive. But instead, our society has fucked us. Okay? Society fucked us. And it put you into a fucking trance of limitation, scarcity, and death. How much of your guys' ambient thought patterns, as well as focused thought patterns, were even moving the ball down the field at all for most of your life? So that analogy that I give at the start of the speech about being outside and recognizing this is not moving the ball down the field, it means having vision for what you're trying to build. And what you're trying to build will come down to actual tangible results. It will come down to also the depth at which you enjoyed it and had gratitude for it. And it will come down to how it helps other people and the space that it was coming from. That is the art of your life. And there's things in your life that you cannot control, and there are things that are within your control. So what this means is, right now you're like a reed in the wind. You're like a log in an ocean being shot around. And you've got to pull that back, okay? And you have to ground yourself. And what this means at its core, and this could be the biggest piece of the whole speech, it means transcending from endless reactivity into being somebody who is truly proactive. And the essence of spirituality actually is at its core that proactivity, okay? It actually is that proactivity. Which means if your entire life is a bunch of conditioning and thoughts being pounded in your head, right? And that's your whole life. And your thoughts are never truly your own because it's all about biological drives, ego, social conditioning. When you do meditation and you still the mind, you realize that the thoughts were never yours. You realize that. The thoughts were never yours. So you try to pause your mind and you can't. You go, wait a minute. I try to still my mind and I can't. That's fucked. You never tried to still your mind before. You want to know why you never tried to still your mind? Because the ego was running and didn't want to die. And you didn't know who you were behind the thoughts. You didn't know who you were. So that's how it's keeping you asleep. You still the mind. And now what you have is called, say the word a vacuum. Say a vacuum. Vacuum. In the book of Exodus, they have the golden calf. And the people start to worship the golden calf, right? They're worshiping the golden calf because there's a vacuum there. Okay? So human being, you are an antenna, you are a receiver of energy, and a broadcaster of energy. So what we do is we do what's called idolatry, and we create a false god. And that false god becomes limitation, ego, and bullshit. And then we tune into that, we spew it out, and then that reflects back into this kind of energy circuit with the environment. And the environment takes it over, which got us to where we are now. In some countries, the culture's so fucked, the people barely can tie their fucking shoes. The unconsciousness runs so deep. It's to the point that some people try to analyze how people of certain backgrounds would have a genetic difference in their intelligence, not understanding how deep the spiritual suppression goes in some environments and then attributing it to IQ, which is not true. This is why we need a Human Awakening Project. It's not true. Want to know how I know? Want to know how I know? Because I was more dumb than anyone you'd ever see. I was maybe the dumbest fucking person ever. I was the most trapped in my head, the most socially retarded, the most incompetent, and the most incapable, and the most in a prison. That's why it was so bad. Look, if you're in a prison for 20 fucking years, you kind of wind up like this. You're like, get out. But it's not enough for you to get out. You want other people to get out. So knowing how fucked I was, I don't believe that much in IQ. I believe in IQ to an extent, but large, and I believe different people have different assets. Like some people are maybe more good at math or English or whatever, right? But what I really believe is how much have we awakened? Like within a framework that everyone's at 1% their potential, then within that 1%, somebody could be at a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? Within that 1%. Well, then what's the answer? Switch on the other 99%. And then I guess at that point, somebody might be 99.5, 99.6. You know, there'd be a difference, right? Yeah, be a spectrum of capacity. But I'll say this. I can take a guy who's downright retarded and turn him into fucking genius with what I know. And I did to myself too. To their potential. Give me a moment. So what I'm saying is this. If you can make that much shift, guys, look what happened to Marcel. Do you guys see how he lives? Maybe he'll fuck up someday, I don't know. But do you guys see how he lives? Did he come out the box like that? What happened?
You got switched on.
You guys watching my 11-year-old kid public speaking? But he's 11. I just took my kid, threw him up on front of the stage, ran the whole event. What happened? So all this shit that we're doing is all within limitation. Everybody's walking around with their fucking brain turned off. Look, I never did a scientific study of myself. I'm not giving medical advice. I've been sick in 15 years. Do you know what it's like when I see people sick? I'm like, what are they doing? Approach anxiety, dating problems, money problems. I just think you're lying. Even anytime you're upset, I think you're lying. Anytime someone's upset, I think they're cosplaying. I think they're lying. Anytime anyone's mad about anything, I think you're lying. Why are you lying when you're mad? You're the greatest on earth. You're infinite. You're the greatest on earth. What would you be mad about? How can you be mad? You can't get mad. You can't get upset. You remember I told you I miss getting upset? It's kind of like the Backstreet Boys, like nostalgic, you know? Kind of funny. You can't even get upset. You can't get upset. You can't get depressed. It's impossible to get depressed. You can't get tired. It's impossible to get tired.
At a certain level, isn't that also a lark, though? If you can't anymore, you're still live action role playing where you got stuck. You telling me that means you're stuck.
Give me a minute.
You're stuck.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. You physically cannot get tired. Why am I not lying? What do you see now? Why can't you get tired? What are you seeing in front of you?
You're using a different source of fuel for it.
Different source of fuel. You got it. Nailed it. You can't get tired. You will need to go to sleep at some point or exercise active recovery as your cells are accumulating little damage and need to repair themselves, all that. But you're not going to get tired. Got it? You're done. I'm going to come to your seminar. Me and him have a funny thing. We do this every seminar. He comes to my seminar. He does this. This is routine. Okay. You can't get tired. What do I mean by this? Am I tired?
It's like delusion. Like, it's not delusional, but you're...
No. Tired is delusion.
Yeah, so you're reverse brainwashing yourself. But that's the reality.
You're brainwashing yourself to think you're tired.
Yeah.
You cannot get approach anxiety. You understand? You can't. You cannot be anything but the best. You can't even die properly. Try. Try it now, see what happens. Just kidding.
Maybe.
We're going to do this. I'm going to come to your seminar, okay? I made a deal with him. I said, he's not going to keep doing this, but he's going to make a YouTube channel this year. I'm going to come to the seminar. He loves to do this with me. So guys, what am I teaching here? You got hypnotized. It's impossible for you to get upset. Look, extreme grief, like you watch your kid die in a car accident. Grief, there's a healthy version of grief that your body uses to process. Okay, that's normal. But the standard pain body only can exist in a state of delusion. Most people are not reserved to getting upset because their kid got killed, right? Because everything bothers them. Every dumb little thing bothers them. What's that doing to their power?
Shuts it down.
It depletes it. So, what am I doing in order to maintain power and consistent energy?
Drawing from the infinite.
That plus removing all the bullshit. Anxiety removed. Ego removed. Too much thinking, excess thinking removed. Worried that anybody thinks removed, right? Look what you're doing. What are you doing your bandwidth when you do that? Cleaning it up. So it's not about 10 confidence, right? Like, say I said rate your confidence out of 10. People will be like, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6. No, you're not getting it. It's infinite. It is not even infinite confidence. It is the absolute absence of non-confidence. In other words, you're not even thinking. So what is confidence within the paradigm of? It's in the paradigm of thinking, right? What if you're not even thinking? What is tiredness in the paradigm of? But what if you're not thinking?
There's nothing to measure how tired you are.
You're not tired. You see what I'm saying? So your state of consciousness gets brainwashed into you based on the environment that you're in. And your thought patterns get entrained by the environment. So something like looks maxing that tells you you need to look a certain way to have sex with one girl on a night out. You see that, you watch it, you go, oh, yeah, improve my looks. That's like self-improvement. But what happens to that confidence? It's still in the paradigm of thinking. Right? Tiredness is in the paradigm of thinking. Not being the best is in the paradigm of thinking. Being unwilling to help a competitor is still in the paradigm of thinking. What did Jesus say to do? Love each other, take care of each other. Your competitor is someone you need to take care of, right? So your competitor is sitting there in scarcity, and you go and and help them and take care of them. What are they thinking? Sucker, right? Like, oh shit, I'm gonna get money. But if that competitor is thinking, oh, sucker, whatever, right? Think about this. There's still a limitation. The truth is they could have done it all themselves. But why couldn't they do it themselves? How come they weren't already super successful? And if they're already super successful, how come they're not even more successful? And they're even more successful, why they're not even more successful? What's holding them back? Yeah, it's the limit of their own mind. Okay? Now, you hear this, and if I were you, here's what I'd be thinking. This is crazy, that's what I'd be thinking. But can you feel a part of you now where you feel this is the real? You're in the real. Can you feel your mind stilling and connecting to reality? Do you feel yourself am I hypnotizing you or am I unhypnotizing you? You're being unhypnotized. I'm undoing what was done to you. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm trying to undo what was done to you. I'm just undoing what was done to you. Now, let me also show you this. It's very hard to maintain this when you don't have a culture of it, because in the same way that I can help undo it and get you to a better place, what happens when you leave here? Then the other influences come back, right? And then you're like, it's kind of like you're on a drug trip. You're like, I remember I was in that room with Owen and like, that guy's fucking crazy, man. I mean, kind of works for him. He's like a freak of nature. That doesn't work for me. You know, like that's what your brain's gonna do, right? But let me ask a question. What if you were just around this way? What if the news was like this? Movies were like that? Look, I'm not saying it has to be, okay? I'm not trying to like make everybody act a certain way. But I'm just making the point that, you know, theoretically as a thought experiment, what if the news was like this? Your friends were like this. People, what if your parents were telling you this? What if everything was just like this? Then what would happen? How would you be thinking? What's that? Becomes a standard. Now, from the place where we've done what we can in our time together here, we've done what we can in our time together here, we've done what we can, okay? Within the limit of the free tour format. This space that you're in, do you feel that from the space that you're in here, because you say till the end, do you feel that you really could do incredible things? Yes. Okay. So what I'm trying to what I'm doing here is really just kind of like an experiment, right? So like I told you guys earlier, this is stuff that I've understood for a long time, and I talk to people, and it's like they're in a goddamn trance. I'm like, I'm trying to like explain to them. I'm like, no, I'm like, but you're like. And I'm like, you could do it, right? You know what I mean, right? Like I'm trying to explain this shit to them. Or I'll be like, I'm like, but it doesn't matter what you look like. I did this shit in a wheelchair. Like, I'm just like, I did this in a wheelchair. Like you could do this, you know, right? And they're like, right? And I'm just like, you know, right? They don't understand nuance, but it's also, I'd say that, but I also just say that like it takes more than 5 minutes to unspool what's been done to somebody over decades, right? So you're talking decades of conditioning I'm trying to unspool. You know, so somebody would maybe say I put this on video, which I will. People will be like, what, it takes like, that's like fucking all those hours like to get to the point. Can't this guy get to the point? Can he get to the point? Oh my God, I can't watch this TDLR, bro. Like, I'm trying to show you here how to become literally an infinite being. And you're like, get to the point. Let me get back to my TikTok, my weed, and my Vaseline. So what I'm showing you guys, I'm trying to uncondition you, but I'm trying to show you that by the length of this seminar, look, the purpose of running it long is I'm doing the length as a DHV, okay? So what is a DHV? Demonstration of value. Okay, so I got a DHV, demonstration value. So what am I exhibiting to you by being able to free associate off the cuff and just run as long as I want? What are you learning? You're getting a new paradigm of what is possible within your energy and your creativity. You're like, wait a minute, I just watched that motherfucker go for hours like this like it was nothing. It's like when I show you social skills when we go out, you go, wait a minute, he did that? Fuck. Okay? So I'm showing that to you as a paradigm. But I'm also using the length of the seminar as a metaphor. And the metaphor is for the ceaseless conditioning that's hammering you. This endless conditioning that's hammering you. So do you see how this is kind of endless conditioning here? Hammering you? Do you notice that the longer that you just stay in the room you're not getting hypnotized, you're getting unhypnotized. The longer that you're in here, the more that it takes root. Okay? But that's what you should recognize. This seminar, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 hours, whatever it was, that's nothing. You leave here, you go out, it's fucking 360-degree bukkake of this limitation. Scared people, because here's what they do. They come in all angry. Someone starts yelling at you, right? You guys ever see the video where that homeless guy's yelling at me? What was his frame? I'm angry. I'm yelling at you. I'm pissed off. What was my frame? We're friends. We're homies. So I didn't buy into his frame. Okay? So the world is going to try to frame control you into limits, into fear. Look, certain limits are healthy when, for example, you're like, oh, I'm going to be the next NBA star. It's like, God didn't make you to be an NBA star, bro. That's not your divine path. I mean, maybe your divine path is to create the new 5'6" tall NBA league. I've often thought we should do that. There's all these great basketball players. Hey, we got small guy boxing. Why can't we have small guy basketball? Am I right? Or am I right? We got small guy boxing. Some of the best boxers are like little dudes like, I've seen fucking Pacquiao run around Vegas. He's like a little dude, man. I sat beside Floyd. He's a little dude. We watch these guys all day, but we can't make short guy basketball? Where's this, right? So maybe your path is to make short guy basketball, but your path is most certainly not to play in the current 6'6" average height NBA or whatever it is, right? That's not your path. So that kind of limitation, fair. But 99% of limitation is false and unfair. So that, in truth, the limits that are there are only this. The limits are only the way you're channeling your energy. It's the limits are the energy that you're tapping into and how you self-identify. That's the only actual limit. And I want to be clear, like, I hope that what I've accomplished speaks to this, right? Like, not to bring it back to this. 100 million in sales, best public speaker, probably best gamer, or one of. Help build out so many other fucking speakers and businesses. Not sick of it in years. Could any of that have happened from a space of limitation? No. So you know what people would say? They'd say, you know what helped you, Owen? You know what helped you? What would they say, help me? What would they say? They'd say, what's that? Mentors, for sure it did. But they'd say, the Bible helped me. Mentors helped me, it all helped me. But they'd say, it's because you're delusional. They'd say, because you're delusional, that helps you. Right? It's good to be delusional. Like, you're talking shit like you're infinite and you're the best. That's healthy delusion help you. That was your edge, was you're delusional. They're delusional. I was not delusional. They were delusional. I mean, to be fair, maybe this is just my delusion, right? It's like, no, you're delusional. I'm gaslighting them. But I'm not delusional. You're delusional. Well, yeah, but like, because that's what a delusional person would say. So as a result of that, that's why your delusion was so good, right? You remember the Steve Jobs, they called it the reality distortion field? Remember that? I tried to drink at the mic. Remember that? Steve Jobs was much like Andrew Tate, right? Powerful person, but in a different way. Different people have different degrees of power depending on how much they dial this stuff in. I'm actually trying to show you how to be a Steve Jobs type figure. I'm trying to show you that here. This is like the Super Bowl seminar. What I'm trying to show you. So that power, some people, for whatever reason, kind of stumble into it. But you know what's funny? I think it's actually kind of bad if you stumble into it in some ways, right? That's how you wind up on the fruit diet, like Steve Jobs, right? You make mistakes. It's like being a natural with pickup. It's actually better to consciously learn it than to be a natural. Me and Marcel talk about this. Most of the naturals we know eventually cave. A lot of the naturals that we know that crush wind up falling in love with one chick and she turns them into an empty shell. Turns them bitch made. You want to know why that happens to a lot of like the best naturals? They turn bitch made. You want to know why? They didn't struggle for it. They don't consciously understand what's happening. They don't know how they're natural. So what happens is that they get beat down and they're just like, oh, and they just react. When you had to consciously learn it, what's cool about that is you know the path. So it's kind of like you have the exact skills to rebuild it because you've had to build it once. So you built the edifice once, so you can rebuild it, right? If you're natural, you kind of just had it. That's the problem with a lot of the guys that have that power. They kind of stumble into it, but they don't understand it. So if you're somebody who had to consciously understand this stuff and you make the effort to understand it, that's actually more powerful in my view. And that power, your children will absorb that from you. They actually will. The people around you will absorb it from you. So it's not just about you. Do you want your children growing up in this bullshit? You want your children growing up in lack? Is it even worth having children if they're just gonna be another fucking like Cheetos eating, Best Buy, Walmart person? I mean, I guess it is, but I'm not saying there's no validity to it, but I'm like, does the world need another one of those? Does the world really need another one of those? I'm not saying they don't have value. They're respected, they have potential, but does the world need another limited person? Another pain-bodied out limit person? Is that what the world needs? No. Right? Now, all that said, what grounds this ideology is what? Say massive action. So, like I said, hours spent playing with framing of a camera or color coordination or editing, right? You're always in massive action. Sometimes you're Kobe in Game 7. Sometimes you're Kobe putting up 1,000 shots a day, very boring in a high school gym. He'll just go to a high school gym near his house, just put up 1,000 shots. So it's what you bring into all that leads to these huge wins. And more important than anything, like I said, $1 million beta male. What I mean is, if all the $1 million did, or billion, was put you more to sleep, like some of my clients, what did it really get you? Nowhere. It's actually just a bigger trap. Okay? So, you know what's kind of cool? We have 3 days together here. Okay? And you guys can choose to show up the next 2 days, because you know the seminar just gets only better. Okay? Days 2 and 3 get better, because you start seeing us doing transformation work, and all this shit I'm talking, you see the guys actually getting the dose of it, taking the medicine. And luckily the medicine is not some weird psychedelic, it's just us teaching you shit. So, okay? So it'll stick. So we're gonna give you the medicine, okay? But the major takeaways in this seminar, what I'm trying to do is I'm up here and I'm trying to relentlessly and mercilessly, like a tsunami, break your frame of limits. I'm coming at every goddamn fucking thing, every little fucking thing in your brain, I'm attacking it, okay? I'm taking like like Luke Skywalker in the first Star Wars, he's gonna go in the Death Star and blow it up, right? And he's flying down the fucking tube, he's like, right? And so he goes, Obi-Wan, he's trying to use his instruments, right? What did Obi-Wan teach him when he used the instruments? What did he say? He's like, my radar's broken. What's he say? Right? And I'm just traveling down that tube, man. Okay? In your brain. Okay? And the radar, clearly the instrument radar is off. We're talking about jacking off and fucking potato chips and shit, right? So the radar's off. Okay? And I'm going, and when I'm doing this, okay, when I talk about some crazy shit, even when I do an aside or cry or do these things, what do you think I'm doing? Yeah, I'm energetically moving you, okay? I'm trying to move you energetically. So everything I'm doing has intention. I've done this a long time. So everything I'm doing has intention. So I'm trying to go into your mind. I understand what's happening in your mind because I've just done this a long time. Remember I started the seminar saying I know what's in your mind? I've done this a long time. Guys, it's getting gray, right? We're getting old, baby. I'm gonna be the old man soon. I was like a kid. When I started this shit, I was like 22 doing these fucking things, right? And then suddenly you realize that you're as old as your students, and then later you're older than them, and now you're like, I'm coming up on 50, but I got the shoes of a 5-year-old, right? Got the yellow shoes. I still got laid in a car. Okay, so I'm older now, right? But you guys understand? I'm in rooms like this huge amounts of time. I'm spending time meeting students, huge amounts of time. And this is not even my real training. My real training's out in the fucking field. And you better believe that when you're out in the field, you better be like, do you guys know that's the hardest kind of training money can buy? What could be harder than teaching guys the shit that I teach in the field? Do you understand how hard that is? Do you understand the degree of how much you have to outframe the student when you're showing that stuff? Do you understand the degree of frame control that you have to have on a student to be good out in the field? Do you understand that? That's like, who's that dude who free climbs? Humble, Alex Honnold, right? Like he free climbs the tower in fucking Taiwan. Why? Just cause. This is it. Alex Honnold, is that his name? This is like the way that we infield teaching is like the Alex Honnold of teaching. Like it's like totally out of control. Million things that go super wrong. You know, you're just like, you can go terrible. You're like, let's build a big business out of it and scale it, right? Like that's like Alex Honnold trying to scale a business where he teaches everyone to free climb up Yosemite. Like it's super dumb, but I do it anyway. So, right, and again, how much no limit do I have to believe to do something like that, right? Like we're going. Do you understand the degree of frame control I have to bring out a big audience? Like we're fucking going. Okay, do you understand the level of like where my mind has to be? The zone, right? You've got like a group of guys there that all have their own frame of why they can't do it, why they're not gonna get in state, why they're getting depressed, why they're getting, and you're like, no limit, right? You're delusional. Okay? And you guys know, because a bunch of you guys have been on the infield trainings. You've seen some of the results that come in. It's like, I'll leave that alone for YouTube, but it's like, it gets pretty wild. So what I'm saying here, like it gets wild. It's like things that by all right in evolution should never happen. So that's what I'm showing you guys is like, you can do anything, okay? So that's the framing that I'm trying to give you guys. You could truly do anything, okay? So remember, it's like Luke Skywalker, right? He's going into the fucking Death Star. Why does he have to let go of the radar? Why does he move the radar? Why does he let go of the radar? What does Obi-Wan tell Luke? Use the Force. Okay? Let it down. Don't operate from the mind. From the mind, Luke can't get in the Death Star. Use the Force. So I'm going to do some exercise with you guys right now to wrap, some really good ones. But I'll wrap my speech here on that point. Use the fucking Force. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.